Hey guys, welcome to a new story. Today, our story is called Game Supplies Mutate. All game items turn into the Ultimate Luxury Edition. If you like today's story, please leave 3 red hearts in the comment section. The man's name is Jackson, and he's a food delivery rider working in Los Angeles. With years of experience, Jackson has a thorough understanding of the topography of Los Angeles, a modern megacity. This also makes Jackson's income in the job of delivering food far higher than that of his peers. However, even if Jackson gets up early and works late every day to deliver food, his monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan is still not enough to cover his expenses. Because Jackson has a girlfriend named Emily who spends money lavishly. She either eats at Western restaurants or buys luxury brand items. In the past few years, the money Jackson earned was like a bottomless pit, and he kept investing it in Emily. Just because she said she was willing to work hard with him, Jackson wanted to give her the best and treat her as the whole world. But his girlfriend Emily always despised his poverty until Jackson lost all his patience and they finally broke up. It was after the breakup that Jackson found out that Emily not only took all his money, but also took out a large loan in his name. Just when Jackson was at a loss, a prompt popped up on the game app on his phone. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is short of money, and the system of the rich man's gold grabbing has been bound. Please pick up your phone and open the Firefly Assault game. In this virtual world, the rules of the game are completely subverted. Materials mutate, luxury goods emerge like garbage, and in-game props become super-rich versions. Behind the large number of props is endless wealth and power. Ferrari cars worth 250 million, Aston Martins, and private jets come one after another, and every prop makes people excited. Jackson picked up the Ferrari in the game and immediately received a call. Hello, this is Jackson. What? A Ferrari was delivered downstairs? Isn't that the item I got in the game? He took out his cell phone, his eyes flashing with fanaticism. It was not until then that he realized that this was not just a game, but also a stage where dreams could come true. A smile appeared on Jackson's lips. Although Bill was called the richest man now, in his heart, he would be the richest man in the world in the future. He will use all of this to create his own legend. What flies down from the sky is no longer just a prop, but a tool for him to conquer the world. At this moment, a mysterious Easter egg quietly arrives. Jackson's adventure has just begun, and behind this game, there are greater secrets and challenges. Jackson took a deep breath and ordered decisively. Pick it up immediately. Pick it up. The system has automatically picked it up for you. You will have all of this in the real world. Please be alert and don't be killed by other players. Otherwise, you will not be awarded game rewards. A text message flashed by. Dear Construction Bank Account. On October 10th, 2024 at 12:01 noon, a sum of money was transferred into your account. 10,000 yuan. Is this a scam? Jackson was worried, but he still opened the bank app. The account balance was indeed 100,000. Boston Lobster, 1,800 yuan per piece. Order. He opened the food delivery app, the payment was successful, and the rider had accepted the order. Wow, is this really possible? Another notification rang on the phone. Tangshan Epin Sales Office. Hello, Mr. Gong. You have purchased a 300 million mansion in Tangshan Epin, and now we invite you to sign the electronic signature. This turned out to be a real estate sales contract. After Jackson signed it, a strange call rang on his phone. The customized Ferrari you ordered is being delivered. What is the designated address? Send it to the Bund in Shanghai. Jackson did not hesitate. Text messages and phone calls came one after another, and everything seemed so real. He continued to explore in the game, and a glittering gold brick in the distance caught his eye. There was also a high-end watch next to it. The system prompts, do you want to pick up the 1 kilogram gold brick? Do you want to pick up the Patek Philippe luxury watch? Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up all. Jackson didn't play around and quickly left the game after picking up all the items. He managed to pass this round of the gold-earning game safely. Today's number of times has been frozen. Please play the next game tomorrow. However, the only bad thing about this game is that it has a limit on the number of times you can play it, and you can only play 1 round a day. There was a knock on the door, and Lon Chitu came over with takeaway food, jokingly saying, Brother Bao, that's great. You want to eat something so good at home alone? A lobster for 1,800 yuan. Brother, remember to give me a 5-star review. Jackson patted his shoulder and said with a smile, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a 200 yuan tip. Jackson was excited when he returned to the room with a bag of Boston lobsters. The system of making money made him own cash, luxury houses, and sports cars. Perhaps villas, yachts, and private jets are no longer out of his reach. Emily, do you know how much wealth you have missed by leaving me? He thought to himself. All the worries of running around for life can be easily solved in the game. Set a small goal and earn 1 billion first. He cut up the Boston lobster, put it into the noodles, and ate it with great satisfaction. Why would he work so hard outside when he has a super rich gold farming system? Gaming is his job. Hello, Mr. Gong. The customized Ferrari you ordered has been delivered to the Bund. Would it be convenient for you to come and sign for it? The person from the car dealership sent a voice message. Jackson quickly replied, "Wait for me at the Bund. I'll be there soon." He waved for a car and handed the driver 200 yuan. "Master, take me to the Bund as fast as possible." The lights are on, the neon lights are flickering, and the breeze from the Bund brings a hint of coolness. Suddenly, with a roar, a red Ferrari came into view. The cool door opened upwards, and a long-legged girl got out and dialed Jackson's number. Pedestrians around stopped one after another and cast their eyes towards the super sports car. The girls in bikinis covered their mouths in surprise and shouted, "Wow, so handsome. It's a LaFerrari." Many people in the crowd took out their mobile phones to take pictures. The delivery riders watched from afar and exclaimed, "The custom-made Ferrari LaFerrari costs more than 200 million yuan." Just as everyone was shocked, a rider in a blue helmet walked towards the Ferrari. He had a faintly cool and handsome look on his face. As soon as he approached, he was reminded, "Brother, come back quickly. If you get hurt, you won't be able to pay for this year's salary." Jackson's figure gradually appeared. He was dressed fashionably and had a strong aura, which attracted the attention of the onlookers. The beautiful woman in front of the car bent down slightly and handed him the keys and the ownership certificate. "Sir, here are the keys and purchase documents for the Ferrari LaFerrari you ordered." After signing, Jackson held the car key and pressed it lightly, and the car door opened automatically. Sitting in the driver's seat, the cool supercar instantly became his exclusive car, attracting the attention of everyone present. "Ah, this car actually belongs to the delivery guy?" the person next to him exclaimed. "It turns out this bike belongs to Brother Bao. How shocking." The riders were stunned and thought to themselves, "Are all delivery guys so awesome?" Jackson held the steering wheel with one hand and drove to his colleagues. "Brothers, let's go and have a drink together." This takeaway experience is just his cynical lifestyle. On the road, vehicles consciously give way. Jackson couldn't help but sigh. These drivers are really well-mannered. He stopped at the entrance of the supermarket and waved to the boss. "Give me a drink, cold one." "Young man, you always drink beverages. Why don't you change your taste?" the boss joked. Jackson smiled and said, "I'm used to it." He opened the can, and it still had that familiar taste. College girls have different temperaments when they step out of the campus. At this moment, a beautiful lady in white silk who was dressed like a socialite walked up to Jackson and held his hand. "Little brother." She sat in the passenger seat and whispered, "Aren't the drinks on the roof 500 yuan per game?" Jackson was confused. "Who are you?" Jackson rubbed his forehead helplessly. Facing the misunderstanding of the woman in white stockings, he hurriedly explained, "Miss, I really don't mean anything else. You really misunderstood." The woman glared at him fiercely, turned around, and stomped her feet out of the car. Jackson sat in the car and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I have to be more careful when placing drinks on the roof in the future. Jackson's mood did not improve when he returned to the community where he rented a house. Seeing a pile of trampled clothes scattered outside the apartment building from afar, his face suddenly darkened. The landlady walked out of the building and happened to meet Jackson's eyes. "Who let you into my room? Who allowed you to throw things at me?" Jackson couldn't suppress his anger and raised his voice. The landlady put her hands on her hips and said arrogantly, "This is my house. I can come in whenever I want. If you owe me rent, what's wrong with me throwing your things away?" Her tone was full of contempt. "You are a delivery man, and you live in a room that stinks. I really regret renting it to you, an outsider." Jackson was speechless. How could the smell come from him, who took a shower and cleaned every day? However, the landlady's attitude made him feel disappointed. He sneered, "Since you were like this, don't expect me to pay the rent you owe." He originally planned to make up the money, but the landlord's actions made him completely change his mind. When Jackson bent down to pick up the clothes on the ground, he found an exquisite box among them. He unpacked it and found a brand new watch with a label clearly stating, Patek Philippe counter. While he was still wondering why the watch was placed in his room, a car horn sounded in the distance. A black Rolls-Royce SUV slowly drove up, its lights flickering in the night. A woman in a plaid skirt got out of the car, took out her cell phone, and dialed a number. As luck would have it, Jackson's cell phone rang. The woman quickly walked up to him and introduced herself with a smile. "Hello, Jackson. I'm Sophia, the sales manager of Thompson One. You can call me Sophia. Here are your property certificates and keys. From today on, you are the distinguished owner of Thompson One." Jackson was stunned. The treatment in the game was so considerate. He nodded. "Then please drive me there. My stuff was thrown out by the landlord. Do you have a trunk?" Sophia smiled playfully. "The trunk is in front. I'll help you open it." The landlady listened to the conversation between the two and looked suspicious. "Little girl, where did you say he bought the house?" Sophia repeated. "Tangshanipin." The landlady's face changed drastically, unable to accept this fact. "Impossible. He is just a delivery man. How could he have a house in Thompson first floor?" She muttered angrily. But Sophia hit back impatiently. "Annie, I'm the sales manager. Are you kidding me?" Sophia's eyes made the landlord shrink his neck. Jackson opened the car door and got in, then said to Sophia, "There's no need to bother with this kind of person. We're in different circles. In my eyes, she's just a clown." The landlord was so angry that his face turned blue, but he didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. He could only slap himself hard a few times and kept begging for mercy. The car was driving steadily. Jackson looked a little tired and sleepy. Sophia suggested gently, "Mr. Gong, why don't you lie on my lap and take a rest?" Jackson was a little embarrassed, but at Sophia's insistence, he finally lay down and felt the touch of those soft legs. When we arrived at Thompson One, Jackson's new home appeared before our eyes. The luxurious house layout and high-end custom-made furniture made him experience for the first time the luxury and comfort of rich life. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the magic city under the night sky, he could not hide his excitement. Sophia moved closer to Jackson, gently put her hand on his shoulder, and smiled softly. "Mr. Gong, do you still want to know what perfume I use? Why don't we discuss it in detail in bed?" Her beautiful legs and black stockings gently rubbed Jackson's body, and her tone was full of teasing and ambiguity. In the luxurious hotel room, Sophia approached Jackson, pushed him down on the soft big bed without hesitation, and kissed him directly with her wet red lips. The pair of beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings gently pressed against his sides, emitting a faint scent of milk, which instantly made Jackson feel suffocated. After everything was over, Sophia tidied her clothes, put on her high heels, and said to Jackson with a slightly red cheek, "Mr. Gong, I won't disturb your rest." Jackson wiped the lipstick marks from the corners of his mouth, sighing in his heart that he had been taken advantage of this time, but he also knew that Sophia's awkward movements just now showed that he was her first man. The next morning, Jackson felt his empty stomach and decided to go to a high-end Michelin restaurant for dinner. In the past, he didn't dare to step into such a place, but now, with the support of the gold-making system, he no longer has any worries. The restaurant had an elegant environment, and he found a seat and sat down. However, just as he was about to order, he caught a glimpse of several familiar old classmates walking into the private room upstairs. Jackson originally planned to go up and say hello, but the conversation he overheard stopped him in his tracks. In the private room, the old classmates were discussing enthusiastically. "Grayson, did you not invite some classmates to the class reunion this time?" someone asked. Grayson replied nonchalantly, "I didn't ask them to come, or maybe they're not doing well on their own. Otherwise, why wouldn't I ask them to come?" He added disdainfully, "We are all members of the upper class now, and those poor classmates can't hang out with us at all." Hearing this, Jackson's heart went cold. He went downstairs silently and returned to his seat, ordered a luxurious meal, and continued eating. Seeing him standing outside the private room for a long time, the restaurant waiter asked curiously, "Sir, why don't you go upstairs and eat with them?" Jackson smiled faintly. People are no longer the same people they used to be. When several students from upstairs came downstairs, they were surprised to see the delicious food on Jackson's table. They immediately approached the table, questioning how he could afford such an expensive meal. Grayson even tried to expose him, but was told by the waiter that Jackson had already paid the bill, which made Grayson embarrassed. The attitudes of his old classmates immediately changed, and they all invited him to go to the bar. Jackson sneered. "No one informed me of such an important occasion as a class reunion. Now that I see all this delicious food, you only remember to call me." He bluntly exposed their previous hypocrisy, leaving the group speechless. Afterwards, Jackson took out his car keys and walked towards the private customized Ferrari outside the restaurant. The cool sound of the sports car engine sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Before he got in the car, he said calmly, "We are not from the same circle, so there is no need for us to have any contact in the future." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and the sports car whizzed away. Behind him, Grayson and several old classmates looked embarrassed and angry, cursing viciously. "Why are you pretending? Isn't it just that you are doing better than us now?" Their words were full of jealousy and resentment, but to Jackson, these were no longer important. Outside a private room at an upscale restaurant, several men in suits commented on Jackson's life. They confidently believe that those who are not doing well are not worth being invited, and successful people have no intention of associating with them. In the private room, Grayson talked about the standards for class reunions and teased those old classmates who were eliminated. For them, friendship is no longer worth mentioning. The only things that matter are interests and money. However, just as Han was talking with several classmates, a mocking voice came from outside. Grayson angrily questioned the visitor, but the other party turned out to be a man in a suit with a prominent background. Seeing that the situation was not good, Grayson immediately bowed his head and admitted his mistake, and the scene suddenly became funny and awkward. Meanwhile, Jackson drove to Starbucks to attend a blind date arranged by his parents. Jackson parked his sports car casually, attracting the attention of many passersby. After entering the cafe, he met his blind date, a woman named Mia. During the conversation, when Mia learned that Jackson's occupation was game bricklayer, she immediately showed a look of contempt. She believes that people without formal jobs have no future. At this moment, another late blind date boy appeared. When he introduced himself as having a stable job and good material conditions, Mia's attitude changed instantly, and she became even colder toward Jackson. Jackson was quite displeased by such an obvious material orientation. At this moment, Jackson received a call from the bank, informing him that the high-purity gold bars he ordered had been delivered to Starbucks. The bank staff quickly delivered the gold bars. When Mia saw the brilliance of the gold bars, she was stunned and her eyes flashed with surprise that was difficult to conceal. This changed her attitude towards Jackson, and the BMW man next to her couldn't help but show his jealousy of his wealth. Jackson responded to Mia coldly, saying that he had other plans, and then got up and left. When he drove away from Starbucks in his customized Ferrari, Mia tried to chase him, but ended up losing one of her high heels. She shouted loudly, trying to keep the man who owned a luxurious car. In response, Jackson just smiled faintly, waved goodbye, and left a meaningful sentence. "Not everyone is worthy of a guy who drives a Ferrari with one hand." Jackson then drove to a gold shop and sold the gold bars. When the gold shop owner saw that it was produced by a bank, he accepted it and transferred the money without hesitation. Jackson easily obtained more than 700,000 yuan in funds, replenishing the pocket money in the card. To him, all this is just the normality of life, and those who once looked down on him have already lost themselves in the pursuit of him. Jackson's sense of accomplishment from cashing in the gold bricks from the game made him feel indescribably good for the whole day. This income of 740,000 is not only enough for him to buy some high-end clothes, but also for him to have a few meals at Michelin restaurants. His face was filled with joy, as if even the winter ice could be melted. After satisfying his appetite, Jackson decided to continue his side job, playing games. To be on the safe side, he recharged several thousand yuan first and enhanced the equipment and skills of his game character. He has upgraded his pet, Nuity, to the maximum level. It can not only identify and pick up large gold supplies, but also ensure that Jackson has no worries in the safe area. Although the drop rate of these items is extremely low, for him, this little bit of Krypton gold is nothing. Next to the supercar, some passersby watch Jackson playing games. People's curiosity about him has increased instead of decreased. Some people whispered enviously. A rich man who drives a Ferrari also likes to play games. He is really down to earth. This kind of scene may seem unprofessional to ordinary people, but for Jackson, his financial ability makes all of this reasonable and admirable. In the game, Jackson carefully set up various traps, laid out large mines, and carefully blocked the entrance with boxes. He kept adjusting it over and over again until everything was ready. He knew that as long as he waited patiently for the storm to refresh, he could easily harvest the spoils. Suddenly, the enemy triggered the trap he had carefully set. Jackson quickly picked up the fallen player's equipment, which included not only rare ancient coins and keys to top-level motorcycles, but also valuable super-rich materials. Through a system bug, these virtual items can actually be converted into real wealth, and Jackson can't help but feel proud. With the sudden attack of the electromagnetic pulse, the box at the door was blown up by the enemy player. Jackson faced the provocation of his opponent without panic. He sneered, suppressed the enemy with poison gas bombs, and further consumed the opponent's physical strength with dragon breath bombs. Finally, the enemy fell to the ground under the double blow of poison and fire. After the battle, Jackson picked up various supplies left by the enemy, including high-end watches and huge deposits. The enemy shouted and cursed unwillingly, but Jackson ignored all the complaints. He thought that these items were nothing more than game props in the hands of the enemy, but in his hands, they could be transformed into real wealth. After the storm, Jackson used the key to enter the treasure room and collected a large amount of luxury goods and cash. As his backpack gradually filled up, he decisively withdrew from the game. In reality, there was a new bank card and a jewelry box on the driver's seat of the sports car. When he heard the Alipay notification sound, the news of the sudden increase in balance caused an uproar among the onlookers. Jackson then went to the bank and checked the balance of the new bank card. When the lady at the counter learned that he had tens of millions of yuan in his account, she couldn't hide the shock on her face. She could only look at this young man who possessed such a huge fortune at such a young age with disbelief. After leaving the bank, Jackson returned to the car and opened the jewelry box, which contained a noble jade necklace with an appraisal certificate. The valuation on the certificate shows that the jade necklace is worth as much as 128 million yuan. This stirred up a wave in Jackson's heart. He realized that the wealth obtained through the game could reach such an astonishing height. Just as he was immersed in the joy of his huge harvest, a notification sound from JD.com rang on his phone. The Harley-Davidson motorcycles he ordered have already started to be delivered. Jackson looked at his phone and became more and more convinced. Playing games can really help people avoid many detours in life. Jackson was in a very good mood. This game not only allowed him to obtain a large amount of resources in the virtual world, but also had the loot delivered to his home. Such a service was simply very tempting. Suddenly, the phone at home rang. My mother said gently on the phone, "Son, your grandfather's birthday is coming soon. If you are free, our family can go to the restaurant for dinner together." "I'll go home as soon as I'm free," Jackson replied. He was planning to treat his family well. Jackson drove his Ferrari towards the Xingfu community. When he got home, Evelyn and his cousin were already sitting in the living room, with his cousin eating melon seeds and oranges. Seeing him come in, Evelyn asked indifferently, "Nephew, is the takeaway business going well now?" Jackson replied casually, "There aren't many orders on rainy days, but it's okay on normal days." He didn't want to explain too much. At this time, the mother carefully took out 2 bags from the cupboard and handed them to Jackson. "Your little sister Evelyn brought these back specially for you. Try them." Jackson took the bag and glanced at it. He immediately noticed the production date on the back of the bag, November 2022. These bags of things have long expired. Thinking of his cousin's stingy character, Jackson shook his head helplessly. "Mom, this thing has expired a long time ago. Throw it away," he reminded softly. Evelyn snorted in displeasure. "I was kind enough to bring you something, but you are so picky. Why don't you keep the expired stuff for yourself?" Jackson shot back coldly. After hearing this, the cousin angrily snatched the bag back from him. "I won't give it to you. I'll feed it to the dog instead of giving it to you." Jackson was too lazy to argue with her and just smiled indifferently. At this time, the cousin took out a card and handed it to her mother, pretending to be proud. "Mom, I made 50,000 this month, and I'll give you 20,000. There was obvious boasting in her voice. Evelyn took the card and smiled proudly. Jackson's father looked at this scene and couldn't help but scold Jackson. "Look at other people. They bring home the money they earn. When can you be as successful as them?" Jackson didn't care about these words. He looked at them quietly for a few seconds and said with a bit of sarcasm in his tone, "Is 20,000 a lot? Is it worth showing off like this?" After hearing this, my cousin angrily retorted, "Can you come up with 20,000? Stop bragging here." Her tone was full of sarcasm. Jackson didn't say anything else, but took out a card from his pocket and slapped it on the table. "Dad, Mom, there is 4 million in this card. Spend it as you like." The room suddenly fell into silence, and everyone looked at each other. His father looked at him doubtfully. "Did you do something illegal? How come you suddenly have so much money?" My cousin turned pale, but soon she regained her sneer. "How can a delivery man like you make 4 million?" Jackson smiled faintly. folded his arms, and looked at her. "If you don't believe it, we can go to the bank to check." His voice was calm, but revealed an unquestionable confidence. Faced with such a situation, everyone in the room had a different expression, and my cousin looked particularly embarrassed. On the day of the family gathering, Jackson and his family prepared to celebrate his grandfather's birthday. As a family, his parents, Evelyn, and cousin Emma were all present. Jackson was no stranger to this occasion and was accustomed to relatives discussing his career and life. Just as everyone was getting ready to leave for the hotel, a cool Ferrari stopped at the entrance of the community. This car surprised cousins Emma and Evelyn, and they couldn't help but discuss the value of this luxury car. Emma teased with a hint of sarcasm, thinking that such an expensive car could not possibly belong to an ordinary family like theirs. However, Jackson walked towards the Ferrari, pressed the car key lightly in front of everyone, and the door opened automatically. He slowly sat in the driver's seat and motioned his sister Bella to sit in the passenger seat. This scene shocked everyone. My parents couldn't believe it and kept confirming whether the car was really Jackson's. Jackson explained with a smile, frankly admitting that the car was indeed his. As his parents were relieved, Jackson drove away with his sister, leaving his relatives in stunned expressions. While driving, my sister Xinxian couldn't let go of the car and was very excited. Jackson casually said that the car was just won by him playing games and it was nothing special. Meanwhile, in the taxi, cousin Emma and her mother kept sneering at Jackson's luxury car. They totally didn't believe that he could afford such a luxury car and were talking about it in the car. Until the supercar suddenly accelerated and left. The driver looked at Jackson speeding past in the Ferrari, sighed silently, and felt helpless. Although my cousin Emma saw it, she denied that the car had anything to do with Jackson, and even said angrily, "If it really belongs to Jackson, I will do a live broadcast of myself eating shit while standing upside down." Her mother accepted this explanation hesitantly, but she was still vaguely uncertain. Grandpa's birthday party was held at the Magic City Hotel. After Jackson parked the car, he walked towards the hotel entrance with his sister Bella. At this time, many relatives from my mother's side had gathered at the door. They were greeting each other, as if this gathering was a family occasion. Just as everyone was busy greeting each other, a top-of-the-line BYD car slowly stopped in front of the hotel. The owner of the car, Aiden, is Jackson's older cousin. He proudly responded to his cousin Emma's enthusiastic praise and proudly accepted the compliments from his relatives. In the crowd, Aiden did not ignore Jackson's arrival and started to criticize him with a hint of mockery. Although Jackson wanted to say hello to Aiden at one point, in the end, he just responded casually with a few words and then took his sister directly to the hotel. The birthday party hall was filled with tables and seats. Grandpa welcomed everyone with a smile on his face and kept raising his glass during the meal to express his importance of family affection. Cousin Emma took the opportunity to present an exquisite bracelet, and cousin Aiden followed closely and presented a rare Mutai liquor. The two of them won the joy of Grandpa. Seeing everyone expressing their filial piety, Grandpa turned his attention to Jackson, hoping that he could show some appreciation. Jackson took out 200 yuan and simply wished his grandfather a happy birthday. This action immediately attracted the attention of the whole audience. My grandfather was displeased and even overturned the table in anger. Aiden and Emma saw this and took the opportunity to laugh at Jackson's stinginess, mocking him for being vain and showing off his unfounded wealth. Facing everyone's accusations, Jackson did not back down. Instead, he said frankly that he did not have much affection for his grandfather and did not want to give a big gift against his will. The relatives were indignant and tried to use family responsibilities as an excuse to morally blackmail Jackson. But Jackson didn't care and continued to eat the pig's trotters on the table. At this point, he turned to his sister Bella and mentioned that her birthday was also close to that of Grandpa. Jackson then announced that he would give his sister a jade necklace worth over 100 million yuan. As soon as he said this, the whole audience fell silent, and everyone was surprised at his bold words. Aiden couldn't help but sneer, questioning the authenticity of the necklace and thinking that Jackson was just bluffing. Cousin Aiden noticed the movement, and a trace of confusion appeared on his face. "Cousin also bought a car? What kind of car did he buy? He gave your sister a necklace worth more than 100 million yuan, so this car must not be cheap, right?" He pretended to be curious and followed Jackson's footsteps. Jackson smiled softly. "Okay, let's go down and take a look together." My cousin Emma sneered and said sarcastically, "Jackson, I told you you're fat, but you're really out of breath?" After saying that, she followed closely with some curiosity. At this moment, Other relatives also seemed eager to try and see what was going on. Several people came to the door of the hotel, and soon, a low and powerful engine sound was heard. Then, a cool blue motorcycle roared over from a distance. The motorcycle made a beautiful drift in front of them and then stopped steadily. The person driving the motorcycle was a cool girl with short hair. She took off her helmet and walked straight to Jackson. "Mr. Gong, this is the Harley-Davidson motorcycle you ordered. Please keep the keys and helmet." Jackson took the keys from her and nodded politely. "Thank you for delivering them personally." However, his polite words were met with sneers. Cousin Emma muttered disdainfully, "Is this the car you bought? It cost more than 100 million to give a necklace. How come you can drive a motorcycle?" The short-haired girl looked at Emma coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "Madam, I'm afraid you really can't afford this car." Emma was obviously annoyed when she heard this, and retorted angrily, "How much can a broken motorcycle be worth? At most tens of thousands of dollars." The girl's face darkened, and she said sternly, "I urge you to apologize for your remarks. Otherwise, we at Harley-Davidson will file a lawsuit against you." By this time, Aiden had understood what was going on, and a look of shock appeared on his face. "Cousin, this is actually a Harley-Davidson? This is a legend in the motorcycle world." His attitude changed instantly, and he hurriedly apologized to Jackson. "Cousin, I was too arrogant before. I was wrong." Emma was stunned when she saw this. She looked at Aiden and asked nervously, "Cousin, is this car expensive?" Aiden explained with a complicated expression, "This is a custom-made Harley. The whole car weighs 388 kilograms, is handmade, inlaid with 360 diamonds, and there is also a 5.4-carat diamond ring. The car is even equipped with a luxury watch from Bucherer. The market price of this configuration alone is more than 13 million yuan." Emma was so frightened that she couldn't even speak clearly. She swallowed her saliva and bowed to the girl in fear and apologized. "I'm sorry. I really didn't know this car was so expensive. Please don't sue me." The short-haired girl ignored Emma and gave Jackson a professional smile. "Mr. Gong, thank you for your support of the Harley brand. If you have any problems with the car, please feel free to contact us." Jackson nodded, signaling that she could leave. At this moment, he took out his car key and pressed it lightly, and the door of the bright red Ferrari supercar parked in the distance popped open coolly. Jackson scratched his head and murmured in confusion, "Which one should I drive?" He looked at his father and asked, "Dad, can you drive a sports car? You can take Mom for a ride." The old father smiled bitterly and waved his hands. "I can't even drive a Xiaoli, let alone this kind of high-end car." Jackson suddenly realized and stopped insisting. At this moment, Cousin Aiden's eyes lit up and he volunteered, "Cousin, I can drive. I can help you take your parents home, and then borrow your car for a ride, okay?" Jackson smiled coldly and replied calmly, "If you want to buy it, go buy it yourself." Aiden's face flushed immediately, and he smiled awkwardly. "Ahem, cousin, I'm poor and can't afford it. Look, can you lend it to me for a drive?" Looking at Aiden's flattering look, Jackson couldn't help but snort and shook his head. My cousin Emma was not to be outdone, so she quickly came up to him and said flatteringly, "Brother, can you lend me your Ferrari? I'll take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments, saying it was given to me by my boyfriend. Don't expose me, okay? I'll introduce you to some of my best friends as compensation." However, Jackson's sister Bella couldn't stand it anymore and rejected him coldly. "What were you thinking when you mocked my brother just now? No way." The relatives in the distance were whispering, shaking their heads and sighing. These people, just now they laughed at Jackson for pretending to be rich, and now that they see that he is really rich, they're trying hard to curry favor with him. They are so realistic. Jackson said to the girl who brought the motorcycle, "Can you drive? Take my parents for a walk while my sister and I go find a place to eat." "Okay, let's meet at the dinner place later." The motorcycle girl responded with a smile. Grandpa's birthday party turned out to be such a mess that the Jackson family was no longer in the mood to continue eating. The girl on the motorcycle smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Gong." Cousin Aiden and Cousin Emma could only stand there and watch in envy. Just like that, Sister Bella got on Jackson's motorcycle. Jackson shouted to the back, "Girl, hold on tight." Bella's sweet voice came, "Don't worry, brother. I will definitely hold you tightly." Buzz with a beast-like roar, the Harley motorcycle rushed out directly. The speed and wildness of the motorcycle brought a gust of wind and waves, causing Bella to scream, "Ah, it feels so good, brother. But brother, all the Ghostfire boys have to dye their hair yellow." Jackson didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You stupid girl, you're making fun of your brother again." He is different from those stupid ghosts and will never drive the car at maximum speed. He knew that life was priceless and would not risk the safety of himself and his family. After walking around for half an hour, Jackson found a restaurant with a foreign language. The restaurant was decorated gorgeously, and the dining environment made people feel happy. Bella's face was filled with a happy smile. "Brother, I have never eaten in such a high-end place." Jackson smiled dotingly and said, "Didn't I give you some pocket money? If you want, you can use this place as a cafeteria in the future." As he was speaking, the waiter had already brought over a few appetizers, which were snacks and desserts. Jackson sent a WeChat location to the motorcycle girl. "After you take my parents for a ride, just bring them to this Western restaurant." After sending the WeChat message, Jackson said to his sister Bella, "Come on, Xian, let's go to the front desk to order some food. See what you like to eat. I'm different now than I was before. Eat whatever you want, don't save money for me." The two were flipping through the menu, and not long after, the motorcycle girl drove over and brought Jackson's parents over. She said to Jackson's parents, "Uncle and Aunt, I have something else to do over there, so I won't go in with you." Jackson's parents smiled and said, "Go and get busy, kid." The two walked into the restaurant. The old couple went out to eat. Usually they had a 19 yuan fast food meal. They had never been to such a high-end place before, so they were a little afraid to move for a moment. A look of surprise appeared on his face. "Dad, the decoration here is so nice. Can it be cheap to eat here? I feel uncomfortable all over." The father was much more cheerful. "You forgot how successful our little treasure is now. He has a motorcycle worth tens of millions and a supercar worth hundreds of millions. Don't even think about having a meal here. Even if he wants to buy this place, it's not impossible." The customers dining in the restaurant looked sideways when they saw that Jackson's parents were wearing clothes worth dozens of dollars, but they kept talking about tens of millions and hundreds of millions. Everyone's face suddenly looked strange. Just at this moment, a middle-aged woman came out of the restaurant's bathroom. She was dressed elegantly, and the first thing she saw was Jackson's parents. "Gong Haeju? Jodami? Why are you here?" Jackson's father smiled and said, "My son made some money outside and wanted to take us out to enjoy ourselves. We came here to eat." "Ivy, why are you here?" Jackson's mother asked curiously. Ivy's face was solemn. She pulled the old couple over and whispered, "You must have read the name of the restaurant wrong. This place is a high-end restaurant. A meal here costs 10,000 per person. I can only eat here because of my son." When talking about her son, neighbor Ivy showed undisguised pride on her face. She invited the two of them. "Old neighbors, come to our table and have a meal and a drink to satisfy your appetite. What's the point of eating this kind of good stuff by yourself? Only by calling these unsophisticated people and looking at their ignorant expressions on their faces can you look so awesome." Jackson's parents politely declined. "No, my son is still waiting." Ivy was not discouraged. "Well, just ask Xiaobao to come over and eat with us. It's just a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks." At this time, Jackson and his sister had finished ordering their meals. Jackson said to his parents, "Mom and Dad, now that we're here, why don't you find a place to sit down?" Neighbor Ivy looked at Jackson and said, "It's just right that you're here, Xiaobao. My son is doing well out there, so he brought me out to see the world. I thought there were so many good things that I couldn't finish them all by myself, so I wanted to call your parents to go with us to share some of the goodies, but they refused to go. You should try to persuade your parents." Jackson apologized. "Let's talk about it later, Andy. I've also booked a table here today. My parents really can't go with you. I'm really sorry." Ivy didn't want to force it. Okay. That's it, I have to go back first. There are so many delicious dishes. I haven't finished eating yet." Jackson also brought his parents to their seats, which happened to be next to the neighbor Ivy's house. At this time, the waitress brought the first dish. "Sir, this is the 4 servings of seafood blood stew you ordered, which contains our signature abalone and hairy crabs." Then the waitress brought the second dish. "This is the sea cucumber and sauce you ordered." The third dish was also served. "The black and white top-grade caviar is here." After these 3 dishes, for grilled steaks followed. "This is the signature feature of our restaurant, salt-fried Kobe steak, using the finest Wagyu beef. Very delicious." After a while, the table was filled with Australian lobsters and other delicacies. The aroma was fragrant, and the table was full of luxury and inhumanity. Jackson said to the waiter, "Didn't I order a bottle of wine for my dad? Where's the wine?" At this time, the waitress smiled and said, "Here comes the wine. This is the Feiqian Matai, collector's edition you ordered." Everyone in the restaurant was shocked by the scene. Dad held the bottle of Matai and asked the waitress, "Girl, this bottle of wine is not cheap, right?" The waitress smiled and said, This Feiqian Matai is sold individually at 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per cup in our store. This bottle is priced at 1.38 million yuan. How much? Even though he was mentally prepared, Dad almost fell off his chair. When Jackson first entered the restaurant, people around him didn't pay much attention to his clothes. But no one expected that this seemingly ordinary young man would order a bottle of Feiqian Matai worth 1.38 million yuan for his family without hesitation. Everyone at the table couldn't help but look at him in shock. Ivy at the next table was even more embarrassed. She had just confidently invited Jackson's family to dine together, thinking of showing off herself, but she didn't expect the other party to slap her in the face. As the waiter announced the prices of the dishes one by one, the diners gradually realized that the simple parents in front of them were not showing off, but that their son was indeed very capable. A bottle of Feiqian Matai, plus expensive seafood and Kobe steak, the final bill was as high as 1.7 million. This scene made everyone sigh. Mom and Dad, don't let the food get cold. Eat quickly. Jackson greeted the family, while tearing off a large piece of king crab meat, which was delicious and juicy, and had a long aftertaste. Sister Bella's mouth was full of greasy food, and everyone had a happy smile on their face. Perhaps this is the meaning of hard work, to live a better life for the family. When the bill came, Jackson waved his hand and paid 1.8 million, and the remaining 20,000 was simply a tip. The waiters in the restaurant were very excited and thanked him one after another. Ivy, who was sitting at the next table, couldn't help but approach him and tried to get close to him, wanting Jackson to take care of her younger brother Yu Hao. But Jackson responded lightly, saying that he made money by moving bricks in the game, and if Yu Hao could also have such a skill, maybe he could give it a try. After dinner, Jackson suggested taking his family to a nearby high-end mall to buy them some nice clothes. This mall is special. You need to apply for a card to enter and shop here, but for Jackson's family, this threshold is no longer an obstacle. Facing expensive luxury goods, they don't feel uncomfortable at all, as if they belong here. However, something unexpected happened. Lily, Bella's classmate, was also in the mall. When she saw Bella, she asked her in a sarcastic tone whether she had sneaked into the mall. Lily even picked up a short-sleeved shirt worth 30,000 new Taiwan dollars to humiliate Bella. However, Bella did not show any weakness and said that 30,000 new Taiwan dollars was nothing. To her brother, money was just a number. Lily didn't believe it and questioned Bella's bragging. Seeing this, Jackson coldly interrupted her provocation and shouted directly to the store owner, "Pack up all the clothes in your store." He took out a bunch of car keys, and the owner immediately realized that the customer in front of him was not an ordinary person. The store was shocked, and Lily couldn't say anything more. Her face suddenly changed. Faced with the ridicule, Jackson took it calmly, while Lily was completely devastated by this scene. The shop owner carefully calculated the total price of all the goods, and finally looked at Jackson and said, "Sir, your total is 4 million. How do you plan to pay?" Jackson calmly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, scanned it lightly, and the sound of successful transfer was immediately rang out. Ding! Payment successful. The merchant received 4 million yuan in total. The little girl Lily standing next to them sneered at first. "Look, it costs 4 million to buy this store. Have you ever seen 4 million? Ha!" Before she finished her words, her eyes widened like bells, and her mouth opened wide, obviously stunned by this scene. What? The payment was successful? Jackson smiled and asked innocently, "What did you say just now? Sorry, can you repeat it again?" Lily lowered her head in shame, unable to utter a word. At this time, the shop owner walked to the front with a big smile on his face and asked attentively, "Sir, where do you think these goods should be sent to you?" Jackson waved his hand casually. "Send it to Thompson Epine. Tell the security guard to send it to Gong's house. I'm the only one with the last name Gong there." The boss quickly responded, "Okay, Master Gong, I'll have someone send it over right away." The following afternoon, Jackson and his family went to nearby attractions and played until night fell. They found a luxury hotel to stay in. Jackson calmly said to the front desk, "Open a presidential suite for 8,888 yuan a night." The presidential suite was so luxurious that it was as large as a small villa and had all the facilities. Although Jackson seemed relaxed on the surface, he felt a little embarrassed deep down in his heart. He had spent money like water in the past few days, and his account balance was almost gone. 100,000 yuan would only last him a few days. At this time, he sighed and thought to himself, "It seems that I have to go back to the game to earn money." He opened the game and entered the familiar Ares factory map. This time, the teammate he randomly matched with was a novice girl, nicknamed Sadie. Her soft voice came from the microphone. Brother, this is my first time playing this game. I don't know much. Can you guide me? Jackson was a little happy when he heard it. Okay, follow me and don't move. He took Lazy Cat and quietly climbed up the beam of the factory building. This position has a good view and few people look up and pay attention. Lazy Cat was a little confused. Brother, can we really hit people here? Why do I feel like no one has come here for a long time? Jackson patiently explained. Don't be impatient. Hunters need patience. Just wait. The prey will take the bait sooner or later. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps came from a distance. Jackson immediately focused his attention and dropped stun grenades and flash bombs from a high altitude. Before the enemy could react, Jackson shot him in the head and easily killed him. He asked his pet to go down and pick up the enemy's supplies, and took a look at the spoils. 720,000 in cash, a bottle of Romanicani red wine worth 3.86 million, and some other insignificant supplies. Jackson was not interested and threw all the extra things to Lazy Cat. Take these, the rest are 3 million game coins. You can use them slowly. Lazy Cat was very happy. Brother, you are awesome. Thank you for giving me so many things, Jackson said with a smile. Okay, don't get excited. We have to evacuate quickly. It's not safe here. The enemy may come back for revenge at any time. They successfully moved to the next point, but not long after, the enemy came back. This time the enemy came with great force, and the two sides exchanged fire fiercely. Jackson failed to hide well and was hit by a stun grenade, and his health bar was almost at the bottom. Just as he was about to lose, Lazy Cat suddenly jumped out from his hiding place, cleanly dealt with the enemy, and saved Jackson. Brother, am I awesome? Come on and praise me. Lazy Cat shouted excitedly. Jackson looked at her and said with a smile, You are really good. I will continue to guide you next time. In this dramatic conversation, Jackson's confidence and calmness gradually emerged. The virtual goods in his backpack allowed him to accumulate huge wealth in the game, and these symbols of wealth suddenly became part of real life. He quit the game and unexpectedly found a high-end bicycle worth tens of millions of yuan in his home. Without hesitation, Jackson rode the bicycle leisurely to the north gate of Sam's supermarket to pick up his Lamborghini Veneno. When he arrived, the crowd and a female internet celebrity who was broadcasting live were attracted by this priceless sports car. The female internet celebrity excitedly showed the cool-looking supercar to the live broadcast room, and excitedly told the audience that the value of this car in China has already exceeded 100 million, which instantly attracted countless attention and comments. However, when Jackson approached on his bicycle, the female influencer misunderstood him and even warned him not to get close to the supercar, worrying that he could not afford to pay for it. She thought that a cyclist could not own such a top luxury product and laughed at his claim to be the owner. Jackson was not angry after hearing this, but responded coldly. I bought this car with my own money. Why can't I get close to it? However, the female anchor still did not believe it and ridiculed him that he could not be the owner of the car. Just as the two were in a stalemate, a Ferrari Enzo stopped quickly and a well-dressed rich second-generation man leaned out of the car. He held a hot dog in his mouth and scolded the female anchor bluntly. Do you know what this bicycle is called? You are so ignorant. The crowd was instantly in an uproar, and all eyes were focused on this bicycle. It turned out that this low-key bicycle was a Trek Butterfly, which was limited to only one in the world and was worth a fortune. The second-generation rich man Wang Xiao unveiled the mystery of the Trek Butterfly, telling everyone that this bicycle is not only a product of technology, but also a work of art created by 100 artists over a period of 10 years. The whole audience was shocked, and the female anchor gradually realized that she was wrong, and her face became extremely ugly. At the same time, the barrage in the live broadcast room broke out. The audience exclaimed at Wang Xiao's appearance and began to frantically search for information about the Trek Butterfly. The scene was out of control for a time. Jackson remained calm and let people around him discuss and take photos. He simply said, It's okay to be ignorant, but it's not good to embarrass yourself. In the bar, Jackson spent the whole night drinking and partying with many rich second generations. At this moment, he was seeing a beautiful woman. Jackson looked up at the woman, and their eyes met briefly. His memory gradually became clear, and he recognized the person in front of him, his ex Li Qingwan. The breakup scene of that year emerged in his mind, and her cold words hurt his heart again. I'm not a kid anymore. What I want is security, not a future like yours. Li Qingwan's determination at that time made all of Jackson's efforts come to naught, and she soon found a rich man who ran a bar. Unexpectedly, the two met again here today. Jackson frowned and asked calmly, "Then what kind of person is worthy of coming in?" Li Qingwan glanced at him with disdain, pointed at the rich second generations in the private room, and said coldly, "Only people of Nolan and Enzo's status are qualified. This private room costs more than 80,000 yuan a night. How can people like you get in? 80,000 yuan is almost as much as your annual salary. Get out now." She bowed her head apologetically to Nolan and said, "I'm sorry. It was the hotel's negligence that allowed someone who shouldn't have come in. I'll call security right away." Before she finished speaking, there was a crisp sound, and Li Qingwan fell to the ground, covering her face. She looked up blankly and looked at Nolan in astonishment. "You are the one who should get out," Nolan shouted angrily. Atlas and Enzo also looked at her coldly and forced her, "Kneel down and apologize to Brother Bao. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Li Qingwan glanced at Jackson in shock, unable to believe that this group of rich second generations actually wanted her to kneel down for him. Finally, under Nolan's roar, she knelt down trembling and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, Brother Bao. I was wrong." At this time, Kai came back from outside and saw the scene in front of him. He said jokingly, "Hey, you grown men, how can you bully a little girl?" Li Qingwan raised her head with a trace of gratitude, but saw Kai's face sank and sneered. She is just a little waitress, and she dared to disrespect Brother Bao. She asked for it. After several blows, Li Qingwan's face was already covered with obvious scars. She couldn't help crying softly, feeling lost. When did this former delivery boy become the treasure brother of these rich second generations? At this moment, Jackson's phone vibrated and a message came. "Dear Mr. Gong, your drinks at the bar have been delivered." Jackson put away his phone calmly and said to Li Qingwan, "Okay, you can go now." Li Qingwan nodded gratefully and left the room in embarrassment. She finally understood that she and he were from two different worlds. At the door, the bar owner came over and saw Li Qingwan's face full of scars. He angrily asked, "How did you get yourself into this state?" Kai sneered, "It's her fault for looking down on others and offending my brother Bao." When the boss heard this, his face turned pale, and he slapped Li Qingwan in the face, angrily saying, "How dare you offend Master Gong? From today on, you can leave." Li Qingwan lowered her head and left silently. Jackson couldn't bear it, so he stopped her and threw a bank card to her. "There's 50,000 in it. Go get it bandaged." Li Qingwan thanked him in a low voice and left the bar. In the private room, the rich second generation laughed and talked again. The boss brought a bottle of expensive wine to Jackson. Everyone smelled the aroma of the wine and sighed. Jackson smiled calmly. "I was in a hurry today, so I just ordered a bottle of this. I'll treat you next time." The second generation rich applauded and praised him for being generous. Kai smiled and said to the bar owner, "Are there any innocent college students? Arrange a few for Brother Bao and put them on my account." Jackson was much more sober now and waved his hand and said, "Stop messing around." Jackson sat on the sofa hesitantly, facing Wang Xiao's question. "Brother Bao, what do you think is the greatest happiness for a man?" His face flushed slightly, and he was obviously not used to this kind of situation. After a while, the three girls arranged by Wang Xiao were brought in. They had innocent faces and hot bodies, wearing JK short skirts with white Bao stockings, and had a slightly shy expression on their faces. Although he was reluctant, Jackson couldn't hold on any longer and needed someone to help him stand. Wang Xiao urged, "Why are you guys still standing there? Help Brother Bao to rest." With the help of several girls, Jackson was sent to a nearby hotel, where he fell asleep and did not wake up until noon the next day. After waking up, he rubbed his forehead and asked in a daze, "I didn't do anything last night, did I?" One of the girls blushed and whispered, "Mr. Gong, you can just pretend nothing happened." After that, they left the room shyly. After Jackson washed up, he was much more sober and transferred 100,000 yuan to each of the three girls as pocket money. One of the girls kissed him on the face and said sweetly, "Thank you, Mr. Gong. From now on, I will only follow your arrangements, keep my distance, and not contact other people." Jackson smiled softly, sent them out of the hotel, and returned to the cardboard. Not long after, his phone vibrated, and a call came from a luxury store. "Mr. Gong, the 120,000 yuan women's bag you ordered has arrived. When do you think it will be delivered to you?" When Jackson heard about the women's bag, he felt helpless. He thought he couldn't use it, so he asked the other party to send the bag to his sister Bella's address. A moment later, my sister called me with a hint of excitement. "Brother, You actually bought me an LV bag. It's really a big expense. Jackson quipped. If you don't like it, I could take it back and give it to someone else. Bella said hastily, No, I don't want to let others get away with it. She said in a coquettish tone that she would spend all her brother's piggy bank, which made Jackson laugh. After hanging up the phone, he smiled and put the phone down casually, but it accidentally slipped to the ground, and the screen instantly shattered into a spider web. He sighed helplessly. It seems that it is time to change the phone. Walking into a mobile phone store, Jackson asked the clerk to recommend a mobile phone with good performance, suitable for smooth gaming. The clerk enthusiastically introduced the new Fruit machine, but the half-hour setting process and frequent password input made him gradually lose patience, and he threw the phone to the ground in anger. When the clerk saw this, his expression immediately became unhappy. The mobile phone store owner even took out his phone and threatened, Sir, are you causing trouble here? I'm going to call the police. Jackson waved his hands hurriedly and explained with a helpless smile, It's a misunderstanding. It's just that this phone is too troublesome. Jackson waved his hand and said to the clerk, I'll buy the broken one. Give me 4 top-of-the-line domestic mobile phones. Don't recommend that broken Fruit machine to me in the future. He took out his bank card and slapped it on the counter, paid more than 50,000 yuan, and left with his new phone in satisfaction. As soon as he got home, Jackson fell on the bed and quickly downloaded and started the game Darkfire Assault. He couldn't wait to start collecting supplies, wondering if he could pick up anything good today. Entering the raw materials area, he found that several top-quality items had been added to the supply rack. The key to Tangong Villa No. 1, the key to Jijiantang Villa, a Porsche 911 sports car, and a bundle of 3.6 million in cash. Jackson's eyes lit up immediately. The drop rate this time was really amazing. He picked up the supplies one by one and continued to explore with great anticipation. At this time, he passed the pump room and found a special item, the key to the Bugatti Veyron. In this game, the value of today's supplies alone exceeded 300 million, and he was even more excited. Just as he approached the office building to search further, a team suddenly blocked the door. The other side was well protected with bulletproof vests and equipment, and it was obviously not easy to deal with. Jackson released the detection ball to lock the enemy's position and fired fiercely, but the other side was wearing advanced bulletproof vests, and the health value was almost unchanged. There is electromagnetic pulse interference nearby, and the detection ball is ineffective. The game system prompts that his position has been exposed. Jackson quickly threw an electromagnetic pulse to try to destroy the opponent's detection device. Then, he threw a gas bomb, but found that the opponent was wearing a gas mask and completely ignored the gas. He shouted angrily, Grenade, throw it! A grenade accurately blew up the obstacle at the door. Jackson rushed in quickly and killed the 2 opponents with the dagger in his hand, and finally successfully occupied the office area. Looking at the backpack full of loot, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. However, at this moment, the screen suddenly went black, and a player turned on stealth and attacked him. Jackson was stunned to see that all the supplies in his backpack were taken away by the attacker, leaving only a small backpack, which was empty. He angrily opened the microphone. Dog, you wait. The player sneered disdainfully. Brother, practice more. Weaklings deserve to be abused. If you can't beat them, go home and farm. Jackson memorized the other party's ID. Stand at attention when you get hit. After returning to the game, he took out the hidden equipment in a secret location, changed into a fully modified Mauser pistol, put on a gas mask, and went straight to the office area. He threw a series of gas bombs at the enemy's position, and the entire area was instantly covered with green smoke. However, the enemy had obviously left the office area, so Jackson immediately vigilantly groped towards the 3rd floor, and as soon as he stepped into the corridor, he encountered another group of enemies. He quickly raised his gun and exchanged fire. After several fierce battles, Jackson knocked down the enemy, but he was only half dead. Just as he was about to bandage his wound, he heard gunshots from behind, and another enemy was approaching. After a fierce confrontation, he fell to the ground again and heard the system prompt, You only have 1 life left, please act with caution. Returning to the game with anger, he saw Stand at attention when being hit preparing to evacuate. Jackson quickly tracked him down and threw gas bombs, stun bombs, and blind bombs, and the enemy was completely fixed in place, unable to see anything. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jackson raised his knife and slashed at the enemy one by one. Fuck your mother! My backpack is full of supplies. He was beaten and had to stand at attention, cursing in despair, watching helplessly as all the supplies he had worked so hard to accumulate were snatched away by Jackson. In the game, Jackson's operation was neat and tidy, and he easily robbed a player's equipment. The player was full of desire to survive and shouted, "Brother, don't touch my bag. I'm the anchor. Let's play together. I'm sure to take you away." Jackson smiled and thought, "No loot? Impossible." Not only did he want to loot, he also wanted to clear out the other party. The player was so angry that he yelled, "You are such a bastard. You won't even pull me. Don't let me see you again in the game." After dealing with the player, Jackson checked his gains. Not only did he get back his own supplies, he also picked up a few big items. Dajin 1, a domestic jade mine contracting certificate which allows unlimited mining. Dajin 2, 100% of the shares of Longting Bar. Dajin 3, 2.8 million in cash. Looking at these trophies, Jackson felt very satisfied. He became rich directly in this round. He was secretly thinking about how to bring these treasures into reality. Soon, a bank text message showed, 6.4 million yuan has been transferred into your account. The current balance has reached 6.9 million yuan. This pocket money has directly made Jackson an invisible rich man in Shanghai. It is already exaggerated for ordinary rich second generations to spend 100,000 or 200,000 yuan a month, but compared with Jackson, it is simply not worth mentioning. He looked at the sea view outside the window, stretched his body, and felt very happy. At this time, Jackson's college classmates group suddenly became active, and an old classmate named Meng Fangio began to show off his own business. "My dad just opened a factory for me and bought me a house in Shanghai. We're celebrating the housewarming at Longting Bar tonight. Everyone come if you have time." The people in the group flattered Meng Fangio and praised him as a hidden rich second generation. The classmates congratulated each other. Jackson glanced at the group message and suddenly remembered that he had just picked up a share of Longting Bar in the game. Could this bar be his own property? Thinking of this, he planned to go and see the excitement and meet his old classmates. At night, luxury cars gathered in front of Longting Bar, and wealthy people gathered here to enjoy the nightlife. Several old classmates from college arrived one after another, and Meng Fangio even drove a Rolls-Royce. Everyone flattered him, and female classmates also surrounded him and asked about his real estate and assets. Meng Fangio proudly revealed, "My house is a Thompson Epine. In a year, my family's factory can make 50 million easily." Everyone praised him for being rich and envied him. At this time, Jackson walked into the bar with his mobile phone as if nothing had happened. He looked at the buyer's name on the phone, which was Meng Fangio's name. He couldn't help laughing. It turned out that this buyer was his old classmate. They found a seat and sat down. While they were chatting, a girl came in late. It was Emily, the former school beauty. She sat next to Jackson with a hint of shyness on her face and asked in a low voice, "Brother Bao, are you still single?" Jackson was stunned for a moment and answered casually, "Yes, I'm still single." Emily smiled. I'm single too." This surprised the classmates at the table, and the male classmates secretly admired. Is she single because of her strength? Several people laughed. Emily then turned to Meng Fangio and asked, "Didn't you just say you had something to say to me?" Meng Fangio looked embarrassed, his face turning pale and blue, and finally he uttered, "Nothing." He clenched his teeth, and there was a hint of loss in his words. Emily turned back and looked directly at Jackson, blushing and whispering, "What I actually mean is, you are single, and I am single too. So how about we try dating?" In the dim light, Emily's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a hint of shyness. She mustered up the courage to confess to Meng Fangio, but Meng Fangio seemed a little uneasy. "Chiohan, calm down. Jackson is just a delivery man. He lives in poverty. How can he give you a future? Love without material things will not last long, and only I can give you this kind of material things." Meng Fangio's tone revealed a strong possessiveness. Emily originally hoped to get along with Jackson as a classmate, but her confession turned their relationship into an antagonistic one. The female classmates around her all agreed with Meng Fangio. "Yes, Sister Henin, Brother Meng is right. Do you want to rent a house with Jackson in Shanghai for the rest of your life? Following him means suffering." Their words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Emily's heart. "It's my freedom to be with whoever I want." Emily's voice was calm and firm. "Even if Brother Bao has no money, I can support him." Jackson was surprised. He didn't expect this cold girl to have such feelings for him. However, he understood that love is a big deal after all, and he didn't want to make a promise for the time being. So, Jackson patted Meng Fangio on the shoulder and said, "Brother Meng is right. I'm just a person at the bottom of society. How can I compare with you? Hearing this, Meng Fangio was in high spirits. I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. Jackson looked around and said jokingly, people like Meng must frequent high-end bars. I heard that the black cards of some bars are very powerful. I wonder if you have applied for one? Meng Fangio immediately slammed the table. Waiter, come here. I want to apply for a black card. The waiter quickly stepped forward and said, Sir, the black card for the Longting Bar costs 88,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to apply for it? Meng Fangio responded generously. How much do I think it is? It's just this little. I will top up the money and get it for me right away. I want to see this card within a minute. The classmates around him were amazed. Brother Meng is really rich. He didn't even blink an eye at 88,000. He is really generous. Jackson continued to provoke. Brother Meng is too generous, but I think the rich second generation will book booths when they invite friends to play. You have already bought Thompson Epine, so this little money is nothing, right? Meng Fangio raised the corners of his mouth slightly, pretending to be cool and casual. Isn't it just a booth? Who can't afford it? Come on, waiter. How much is the most expensive booth? The waiter smiled and replied, the most expensive booth in this bar is 100,000 yuan a night. Okay, open one per person. The thing I have the most is money. Meng Fangio quickly squandered 700,000 yuan. With Jackson's support, Meng Fangio lost himself even more. Come on, bring me the most expensive wine in your bar. I'm happy today. Jackson was also happy and was secretly proud of himself. It's easy to make money from fools. He knew that Meng Fangio's spending was enough for him to make a considerable profit. At this time, Meng Fangio began to show off to Emily. Xian, did you see that? I have plenty of money. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I can buy you anything you want. Emily didn't like him to begin with, and what happened just now made her feel even more disgusted. He was squandering money, just like a fool. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Meng Fangio shouted to the door, come in. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. Seeing him, Meng Fangio immediately stood up. Uncle Li. The middle-aged man nodded. Xiao Meng, how is your father doing recently? Meng Fangio smiled and responded, very good. If you hadn't helped my dad introduce some connections last time, I wouldn't have had the chance to do those projects. This is my Uncle Li Tenglong, now the general manager of the bar. You could just call him Uncle Li. He introduced himself to everyone. The students present greeted him politely, and Uncle Li smiled. Then he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Jackson. Boss, this is the bar's turnover this month. After deducting expenses, the net profit is a total of 300 million. Everyone present was shocked. They didn't expect the bar to make so much money. Jackson took the card silently. The operation is good, but I hope to sell 1 billion next month. Are you confident you can complete it? Uncle Li asked. Meng Fangio was stunned and grabbed Li Tenglong. Uncle Li, what did you call Jackson just now? Li Tenglong replied calmly. Boss, don't you know that Jackson has acquired Longting Bar? Meng Fangio collapsed instantly. Ah, Jackson, you actually asked me to spend money at your bar. He suddenly realized that all his spending went into Jackson's pocket. Jackson looked innocent. Brother Meng, you did this voluntarily. I didn't force you. The classmates around him also criticized Meng Fangio. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be rich. Fuck you. Meng Fangio was so angry that he spat out blood. Emily looked at him coldly. I know what you want to say, but we are not suitable. These words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Meng Fangio's heart again, causing him unbearable pain. At this moment, Jackson's cell phone rang. After answering the call, a voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Gong, our private helicopter has landed on the rooftop of Longting Bar. When will you be home? In the bar's private room, several eyes were cast at Jackson, and the atmosphere suddenly became solemn, with only the rapid heartbeats of the crowd echoing in the air. Someone finally broke the silence. Brother Bao, are you going home? Let me take you home. Other students also stood up, put on their coats, and echoed in unison. We'll take you home too. The group took the elevator to the top floor and walked up to the rooftop through a small door. The night air was cool and pleasant. A black helicopter was parked on the empty rooftop, and the sound of the propellers was particularly harsh. The words Tan were clearly written on the cabin door. The classmates exclaimed, Wow, it's really a helicopter. I've seen it for the first time in my life. Brother Bao's family must be so rich that they can use a plane to pick up and drop off. Brother Bao, do you need a pennant on your leg? The only thing I noticed was the word Tan on the plane. Brother Bao, you don't live there, do you? Jackson instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. like the brightest star in the night sky. Meng Fanzhou felt lost, as the family factory and the newly bought luxury car seemed meaningless at this moment. Standing in front of the plane was a petite and cute girl with blonde hair shawl, wearing suspender black stockings and charming temperament, as if people could not help but want to hold her in their arms. She walked in front of Jackson with her black stockings and said sweetly, "Mr. Gong, I'm here to take you home." The plane door opened, the red carpet was spread out, the girl bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation. "Mr. Gong, please get on board." In the envious eyes of everyone, Jackson put his hands in his pockets and stepped onto the helicopter. The girl put away the red carpet, closed the door, and sat in the cockpit. The helicopter took off with a roar and flew towards the direction of Tan Palace. Under the night sky, the luxurious villas were brightly lit, and the lights of thousands of houses set off the prosperity of the city. Sitting in the helicopter, Jackson felt like he was overlooking the entire Magic City. After an unknown amount of time, the helicopter finally arrived at Tan Palace. The property ladies were dressed up and lined up in a row, saying in unison, "Welcome home, Mr. Gong." The owners of other villas also came out to congratulate them. The cute girl turned around and introduced, "Hello, everyone. This is Jackson, who has bought Tan Palace No. 1 in full and is the future owner." When everyone saw Jackson's young face, they were shocked, but they didn't show it on their faces. "Oh, it turns out to be Master Gong. You are really young and promising. We must get along well with each other and establish a good relationship in the future." Tan Palace is known as the most luxurious house in Shanghai. It has only 18 villas. The closer you are to the front, the more you can show your status. To live here, you need not only wealth, but also a strong social background. Many wealthy people are deterred from buying here, but now it has been bought by Jackson, who is in his early 20s. In their hearts, the natives have labeled Jackson as terrible. After returning home, the owner of Villa No. 2 immediately said to his subordinates, "Check if there is a big family with the surname Gong in the country." The person in charge of intelligence quickly replied, 100 years ago, the Gong family did have a young master named Xian, who was famous, but no connection between Jackson and him has been found." Xiaoyan pondered for a moment. The names are only one character different. How can there be no connection? Jackson should be the illegitimate son of that Tianyu master. We have to hold on to this thigh. After hearing this, Yichen frowned. "You mean Jackson is just an ordinary person? There is no prominent Gong family in the country?" The subordinate bowed his head and said respectfully, "Master, yes." Yichen thought deeply. Just based on the fact that he was able to buy Tan Palace No. 1, it is impossible for him to be a person without any background. He must be from a hidden family. In the history of Yinxia's wealthy families, the Liu family, the Su family, the Shun family, and the Yi family have all written glorious chapters. These families chose to retire after reaching the peak of wealth, and Jackson was undoubtedly a disciple of such a family. Yichen was shocked and took a deep breath. Jackson walked into Tan Palace No. 1 under the guidance of the Black Silk Girl. The girl introduced sweetly, "Mr. Gong, Villa No. 1 is the first luxury house in Tan Palace. Your manor covers an area of 2,438.71 square meters, including 1,160.71 square meters above ground, for 158.32 square meters underground, and a garden area of 1,500 square meters." When Jackson entered the villa, he felt like he was strolling in a park. He could drive around it several times. The entrance was full of coconut trees, full of fruits. He walked into the villa and found that there were more than a dozen bedrooms, enough to accommodate his family and his future mother-in-law. If you have a little hobby, you can even share the joy with the beautiful tenants. But Jackson prefers the study room, where the afternoon sun shines through the window, and he can sit there, read quietly, and enjoy the quiet time. The girl continued, "Our kitchen is both Chinese and Western style, as is the restaurant. A presidential suite is designed for you on the second floor, and the basement has a cinema, swimming pool, gym, bar, barbecue area, and everything else. Such rich facilities are worthy of a billion-dollar mansion, satisfying all imaginations of the life of the rich." Jackson looked at this lovely girl and couldn't help asking, "What's your name? Do you have a boyfriend?" The girl blushed and said shyly, "No." He lifted her chin slightly and asked gently, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" In a mansion full of night, Jackson's eyes met the eyes of a cute girl in black stockings. The little girl's cheeks suddenly turned red, her heartbeat accelerated, and she said in a panic, Gong Xiao, don't do this." Her words were a little shy, very cute. Just when Jackson wanted to let go, Sierra unexpectedly tiptoed and kissed him lightly on the lips, and then hurriedly tried to escape. But Jackson grabbed her and gave her a long, wet kiss. "What's your name?" Jackson asked. "My name is Sierra." The girl answered with a slightly red face. "What a nice name. Then let's confirm our relationship. From today on, I'm your boyfriend," Jackson said playfully. "Don't be so reserved. When it comes to love, just take it slow." Sierra punched Jackson's chest coquettishly, then ran out of Tan Gong number 1 like a frightened deer. Her heart was pounding. After all, this was her first time falling in love, and she didn't expect it to start like this. In the room, Sierra's perfume linger. At this time, Jackson's phone rang, and the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. "Mr. Gong, the Porsche 918 you ordered has arrived. When can it be delivered tomorrow?" The Porsche 918, once known as the God car, is the dream car of many boys, and now Jackson is finally going to own it. He was excited and replied, "Any time is fine. I will send it directly to Tan Gong number 1 tomorrow." In the dead of night, lying on the comfortable big bed, Jackson felt a little lonely. Such a big house seemed to be missing something. The next day, the Porsche trailer arrived at Tan Palace. The compartment was opened, and a brand new blue Porsche 918 was carefully lowered. Although the car did not have an overly cool appearance, it exuded a noble atmosphere in a low-key manner, especially its classic sidelines. "Mr. Gong, please sign," said the staff member. After signing, the Porsche 918 became Jackson's personal car. The natives of Tan Gong were shocked. The owner of Tan Gong number 1 actually drives a Porsche 918? In the eyes of the rich, this kind of car is just a means of transportation. An old man snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. "But the Patek Philippe he wears is not low-key at all," the young grandson retorted. Jackson took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it lightly. The door of the Porsche 918 opened automatically. He slowly sat in the driver's seat and felt the comfort of the leather seat. Ring! The phone rang again, and a hurried voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm Lu Wanyu. Come to the school and save Xian. What happened to my sister?" Jackson's face suddenly became serious. "She has a stomachache, and the teacher is still forcing her to do military training. We can't go out. Can you come to school as soon as possible?" Lu Wanyu's voice was full of anxiety. Jackson's face was cold, and he said majestically, "Tell your teacher to wait. If anything happens to my sister, I will never let her go." Without hesitation, he stepped on the accelerator of his Porsche and sped towards the school. Fortunately, the traffic was light at that time. A few minutes later, he rushed into the high school where his sister was studying. At the entrance of Class 3 of Grade 2, the head teacher Jiang Nan was scolding loudly. "Several girls in the class are doing military training as usual. Why are you the only one who is special? Get up quickly." Bella covered her lower abdomen, tears welling up in her eyes. "Teacher, it really hurts." Her best friend Lu Wanyu tried to plead. "Teacher, please give us a day off. I will take her to the hospital." Jiang Nan slapped her mercilessly and then slapped Bella in the face again. "Two damn girls. Why are you going to the hospital? I think you just don't want to do military training." Jackson couldn't stand this scene. He kicked the back door of the classroom open, walked to the head teacher, and slapped her without hesitation. Jiang Nan's nose bled immediately, and she looked at him angrily. "Who are you? How dare you hit the teacher?" "I'm not a student of this school. Bella is my sister. I'm taking her to the hospital now. If anything happens to her, your career will be over," Jackson said coldly. He didn't care about the intimacy between men and women and directly picked up his sister, his heart full of distress. Xian, does it still hurt?" Bella responded painfully. "Brother, it hurts so much." With his comfort, they quickly walked out of the school gate, but were blocked by several Lamborghinis. Why is there a traffic jam at this time? Jackson was anxious. Nevertheless, the car owners left their business cards, and Jackson immediately called them. "Hey, is your Lamborghini parked in front of the school?" A disdainful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Porsche 918? I'm too lazy to move this broken car. My sister needs a car now. Please hurry up," Jackson said anxiously. The person on the other end of the phone was still arrogant. "She's not my sister. Just wait. We'll move the car for you when we're in a good mood." A harsh voice came from the other end of the phone, and Jackson's patience ran out. "Haha, you can't move it, right? Then forget about your car." The rich second generation was stunned for a moment, at a loss. "What do you mean?" Jackson's tone became cold. "It's nothing. I just felt that these cars affected my moods. I decided to smash them." The second-generation rich man on the other end of the phone was furious. Just try it if you dare. Just try smashing one. Jackson put the phone aside, not even bothering to hang up. He jumped into his car, pulled out a solid iron baseball bat, and smashed it directly at the window of a Lamborghini. Crack! The sound of glass shattering was transmitted to the ears of the rich second generation through the mobile phone. Fuck! How dare you smash my car? This is my new car. The other second generation rich were also very angry. Fuck. Porsche 918 owner. Just wait. You are done today. Several of them left their girlfriends behind and rushed out of the high school gate. The windows of several brand new Lamborghinis were smashed, the doors were dented, and the two headlights were broken. The damage was so severe that it was beyond repair. One of the second generation rich people cursed with red eyes. Do you know how much these cars are worth? Even if you sell all the parts of your body, you can't afford it. Jackson was amused. Compensation? Why should I pay? A second generation rich man who knows the law smiled sinisterly. You have violated the law. Your behavior is intentional damage to other people's property. I can pursue your legal responsibility. Do you think it will work if you don't pay me? Jackson didn't have time to waste with these rich second generations. His sister still needed to go to the hospital. He took out his cell phone and called Kai. Prince Wong? Kai was eating a hot dog and watching an esports game when he received a call from Jackson. He immediately answered the call seriously. Hey, Baogo, what's going on? Jackson said calmly. Do me a favor. I smashed a few Lamborghinis of rich second generations, and I have something else to do. Find a tow truck and see how much it can be sold for at the scrapyard. Consider this my tip for you to help me keep this matter under control. Kai's mouth twitched. Smashing a few Lamborghinis? Is this a small favor? Selling Lamborghinis as scrap metal? However, Brother Bao could spend more than $30 million to buy a bicycle, so this might really be just a small matter for him. Okay, Brother Bao, send me the coordinates and I'll be there right away. A few minutes later, Kai arrived at the school in his sports car. Several rich second generations surrounded Jackson's car, not letting him leave, and shouted, No matter which one you find, you must spend the rest of your life in jail today. Kai walked over slowly, biting into a hot dog. I came all the way here. Who's bragging here? The second generation rich were stunned. Young Master Tsong? They looked at Jackson in surprise. Could Kai be the prince he mentioned? How could someone who drove a Porsche 918 have such great connections? One of the second generation rich men smiled and said, Mr. Tsong, your friend smashed our car. To save your face, we'll give you a discount and pay half of the compensation. Is that okay? This is our biggest concession. Kai patted the shoulders of several rich second generations and said, No, Brother Bao cannot lose even a penny. How about this? I'll ask my dad to give your family some projects to do. Let's just settle this privately. If you don't want to pay me, don't call the police. Several rich second generations looked at Jackson in surprise. In Shanghai, there were not many people that Kai could call brother. The second generation rich also understood and immediately changed their words. Young Master Tsong has said so. If we still care about it, we will be ignorant. We have to trouble young Master Tsong's family to help our father make more money. These second-generation rich people who are not working properly are eager to rely on Lao Wang to help their parents make money. As heroes of the family, it is inevitable that their pocket money will be doubled. Jackson finally put his sister in the passenger seat and said to Kai, Master Wang, I'll leave this mess to you. I have to take my sister to the hospital. After saying this, he drove his Porsche 918 to the hospital at the fastest speed. Under the charm of money, Jackson didn't even bother to register and just jumped in line for the examination. The best equipment and internal medicine experts diagnosed my sister, and the test results came out quickly. Chronic appendicitis. Immediate surgery is required. Jackson paid another hospital bill and arranged a VIP room for his sister. Before his sister's operation, he quietly handed a red envelope to the anesthesiologist. A little gift, doctor, so that my sister can suffer less. The anesthesiologist opened the red envelope and saw a thick stack of cash inside. After checking around to make sure no one was there, he smiled and said, Don't worry, sir. I will treat your sister as my own. The operation was carried out smoothly under general anesthesia. My sister was out of danger and was sent to the designated ward. Jackson stayed in the hospital for a day and a night and was so sleepy that he called his parents. Mom and Dad, come to the hospital quickly. Xian is in the hospital. The old couple was shocked. Why is Xian in the hospital? What's wrong with her? Which hospital is she in? Tell us quickly, and we'll come right over. Jackson explained simply. It's nothing serious. I just had an appendectomy. Xian Xian is very weak now and needs someone to take care of her. I've been here for a day and a night. I was so sleepy that I couldn't stand it any longer, so I called you over." My parents breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared. I hope it's not a serious illness. After his parents arrived at the hospital, Jackson also drove away. On the way, his cell phone rang twice. These were text messages from two unfamiliar numbers. "Dear Mr. Jackson, the 70 million Bugatti Veyron you ordered is being delivered. The delivery number is 138XXXX. The private helicopter you ordered is being delivered. The delivery number is 157XXXX. Jackson drove back to the Tan Palace, and soon the doorbell rang. A large trailer slowly drove over, delivering a black sports car. This cool black car was the Bugatti Veyron, with a landing price of 50 million plus import tax, at least another 10 or 20 million. Soon after, a private helicopter also landed at the gate of Jackson's manor. A young lady in black stockings came forward and handed him the purchase certificate and key of the aircraft. "Mr. Gong, this is the private helicopter you ordered. It has been delivered to you. Remember to give it a 5-star praise." The wealthy people living in Tan Palace were all shocked. Why do I feel that the guy in Villa Number 1 buys sports cars and private helicopters like unpacking a package? Another rich man said, "What express package? It's obviously a toy bought by Gong Xiao." A noble lady grabbed the rich man's ear and said, "You are old now. Are you not attractive enough to me? You actually want to buy a toy. I am not as good as a toy." The rich man was yelled at by his wife. He quickly explained, "Madam, I'm talking about the car and plane bought in Villa Number 1. I'm really talking about serious toys." In just these 2 days, Jackson's display of financial power has impressed these business giants. In Villa Number 1, Jackson collapsed on the sofa and soon fell asleep. He dreamed that thieves came to his house, and several thieves stood at the door of the villa stealthily, never daring to ring the doorbell, and finally did not come in. In reality, during the time when Jackson was asleep, several guests came to the door of the villa. Seeing that Jackson was sleeping, they all carefully retracted their hands and did not ring the doorbell to disturb him. One of the girls, who had a refined temperament and a quiet appearance, walked back to Villa Number 2. Mr. Zhong couldn't help but ask, "Did the owner of Villa Number 1 reject our intentions?" The girl replied, "Grandpa, Master Gong looked very tired and fell asleep on the sofa in the living room, so I didn't dare to disturb him." Elder Zhong breathed a sigh of relief and praised, "Liner, you did a good job. No one likes to be suddenly woken up when they are sleeping soundly. Well, you go over there again tomorrow and remember to make breakfast." Luna was puzzled. "Grandpa, why do you have to make breakfast?" "Young Master Gong lives in Tan Palace. If he wants to eat breakfast, just order some takeout." Elder Zhong rolled his eyes and said, "Although the housewarming gift is very expensive, it would be icing on the cake if you made breakfast. People are the hungriest when they just wake up in the morning. If you thoughtfully prepare breakfast at this time, if young Master Gong has a crush on you, it will not only solve the marriage problem, but also help the Zhong family move to a higher level." Luna blushed shyly. "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" The next morning, Jackson yawned and woke up slowly. Ding-ling. There was a man in a suit standing outside the manor. Jackson walked out of the villa and asked, "Who are you?" The man in a suit introduced himself. "Mr. Gong, I'm the neighbor of Villa Number 5. My last name is Ji, and I'm the grandson of Mr. Ji. My grandfather is a director of Mutai Group." Jackson didn't understand the other party's intention. "Oh, what do you want?" Master Ji brought out a few bottles of wine and said, "Nothing special. I just want to make friends with Master Gong. Master Gong just moved here, so I prepared a little housewarming gift for him. This bottle is Han Emperor Mutai. Only 10 bottles are produced worldwide. 9 bottles have been auctioned off. This bottle is a treasure that is still available. The bottle next to it is Lime Mao, which is limited to 1 bottle in the world and is now out of print. It is the only one of its kind produced by Mutai Group." Jackson saw the bottle of wine in the middle and couldn't help asking, "What about this one?" Ji Xiao introduced, "This bottle is Billion Vodka. My grandfather spent a lot of effort to get it abroad when he was young, and he kept it for decades." Jackson hesitated. "The wine is good, but it's too expensive." Young Master Ji smiled and said, "Young Master Gong, you must accept it. My grandfather's wish is for this wine to be drunk by a person of status, and young Master Gong, you are that person of status." Jackson had no choice but to accept it. After Ji Xiao left, Jackson carefully examined the bottles of wine. Han Emperor Mutai is known as the king of liquor. The outer packaging box is a jade seal made of gold. On the top of the box is a soaring dragon flying out to sea, with a 200-gram golden dragon ball in the dragon's mouth. Jackson picked up his phone and checked, and found that the price was as high as more than $39 million. This was the price many years ago. The longer the liquor is stored, the more valuable it becomes. It will only be more expensive now. That bottle of Lai Mao was also $10.7 million, and that bottle of foreign wine was $25 million. Young Master G was really generous, but thinking about it, I felt relieved. Who was the other party? He was the young master of Mutai liquor industry and came from a liquor family. How could he be stingy? It seems that they haven't investigated his identity yet and think that their strength is not enough to reach their level. This is also good. It can provide convenience for me in many things. Just when Jackson wanted to go out for a walk, a girl with a fresh and refined temperament, quiet and well-educated, came and rang the doorbell of his house. Jackson couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Luna smiled and said, "My name is Luna, the granddaughter of Mr. Zhong from Villa Number 2, and my grandfather is the chairman of the Magic City Jewelry Association. Grandpa asked me to come here this time to bring some small gifts for young Master Gong." Unexpectedly, this small tan palace actually has many hidden talents. The one who came here is either the grandson of Maotai Liquor Industry or the granddaughter of the chairman of the Magic City Jewelry Association. Jackson said calmly, "Then thank Mr. Zhong for me." Luna opened the box, and immediately the glittering jewels and a luxurious atmosphere filled her face. Inside were two gemstone necklaces, one red and one blue. The gemstones radiated a gorgeous light, making people want to play with them in their hands. "Mr. Gong, this red gem is called the Heart of the Kingdom, and it's sold overseas for $14 million US. The blue gem necklace next to it, if you've seen Titanic, you must have heard of it. Yes, it's the heart of the ocean, and it costs $20 million US overseas. Based on the exchange rate of US dollars to RMB of 1:7, the value of these two necklaces is already hundreds of millions." At this time, Luna handed over a lunchbox. "Mr. Gong, this is the breakfast I made for you personally." The breakfast box was opened, and inside was a cup of hot milk, a fried steak, a plate of pastries, and a few snacks. The aroma made Jackson feel hungry. "Thank you, Sister Lin Lin," he said. After Luna left the villa, Jackson ate steak and drank milk, surprised at the young lady's good cooking skills. He called Lazy Cat Love to sleep and started a new game leisurely. This map is called Fishing Town. The most abundant resources are concentrated in the basement and the main building of the lighthouse. The entire map is connected by fish ponds. Jackson chose the pharmaceutical factory as the spawn point because it is a shortcut to the basement, and the most valuable resource in the basement is the formation room. Be careful. There are many players on this map who will come to compete for forming a room, Jackson warned. Lazy Cat Loves Sleeping asked nervously, "Little brother, how do we play this game?" Jackson thought for a moment and gave a strategy. "First, release an electromagnetic pulse to interfere with the detection ball and laser trip mines. I'll just throw a poison gas bomb to support you." Lazy Cat responded. Under the interference of electromagnetic pulses, the game prompts kept ringing. "The detection ball has been destroyed. The detection sphere has been destroyed." After Jackson's gas bomb was released, the basement was shrouded in green mist, and the coordinates of the 4 enemies were exposed. Lazy Cat Loves Sleeping said nervously, "Little brother, there are 4 people in there." The situation of 2 against 4 was not good. A player rushed out from the blind spot, raised his gun, and fired a burst of bullets, taking away Lazy Cat Loves Sleeping. Just as the player ran to pick up the bag, Jackson seized the opportunity and killed him with a sword with a samurai. The player nervously informed his teammates, "Zhang Lele, be careful. They are in a team. The one holding the bee crusher. Get revenge for me." After being defeated, Zhang Lele also rushed out with a gun and fired at Jackson's legs. Before Jackson could switch back the gun, he had been shot 5 or 6 times in the leg. His helmet and armor were all shattered, and his health bar was at the bottom. The chances of getting a room this time don't look good. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of gunfire rang out, and someone unexpectedly came from behind Zhang Lele and was taken away by a volley of bullets. Jackson took the opportunity to find cover, quickly took medicine, and repaired his helmet and armor. Just as he was about to rush out to attack the enemy, he heard a curse from inside. "I killed that person. Don't steal from me. This battleship is mine." "Why should these supplies be yours?" another voice responded. The 2 teams backstabbed each other because of a fight over game props. Jackson decided not to act rashly and let them kill each other while he would reap the benefits. Fierce gunfire echoed throughout the basement until one of the team members changed into a samurai sword and engaged in a fierce knife fight, and finally one of them was killed. The teammate who was backstabbed looked excitedly at the supplies that burst out on the ground, but was knocked down by gunfire again when he looted the bag. Jackson blew the smoke from the muzzle of the gun and smiled. "Goodbye, worker. The goods are mine." The backstabbing player was so frustrated that he angrily dropped his newly bought phone. After collecting the backpacks of several people, Jackson stepped over the window and rushed to the formation room. He didn't expect that after fighting for so long, the formation room had not been unlocked. After opening the door, he went straight to the safe and found that there was a total of 40 million cash inside. Today's explosion rate is really good. Teammate Lazy Meow, who loves to sleep, resurrected and returned. "Woo-woo, little brother, I only have 2 lives left." Jackson smiled and comforted her. "It's okay. I'll give you some more food when we evacuate later." Lazy Cat loves sleeping. "Little brother, you are so nice. By the way, where are you from? Can I go to play with you?" Jackson replied, "I'm from Shanghai. What about you?" "What a coincidence. My first stop on the flight today is Shanghai. We'll meet then." "Okay, let's finish this game first." With the concerted efforts of the two, they successfully captured the main building of the lighthouse. It was not until they evacuated back home that Jackson discovered the supplies in his backpack. The system shows that there are a total of Dajin 1 golden fish pond door card, which allows permanent ownership of the fish pond management rights in reality, with all kinds of clean and uninfected fresh seafood. Dajin 2, 1 private yacht. Dajin 3, 500 million in cash. Rating, success. This game is really a big win. Villas, sports cars, and private jets are just the minimum standard for rich people. The real rich people play with yachts. If you don't have a yacht at home, you are not rich at all. Jackson returned to reality from the game and found a contract on the coffee table with a key under it. There were a few big words written on the contract. Yacht purchase certificate. He was pleasantly surprised to find a huge white yacht parked in the lake in front of the manor. This was no ordinary object and must have been produced by the gold-making system. The yacht is equipped with facilities such as a refrigerator, TV, double bed, and kitchen. You can go sailing at any time and live on the yacht as soon as you start sailing. A sum of money has been transferred into your bank account. 5,000,000 yuan. Transfer time, 9 hours, 1 minute, and 32 seconds. Including the profits from the bar, Jackson now has a liquidity of more than 800 million yuan, which can be used for living expenses at any time. It doesn't matter how much financial resources a company has, because the company needs to pay for goods and projects to operate, and few domestic businessmen can come up with hundreds of millions of dollars at any time. But Jackson did it. Jackson's bank account changes attracted the bank's attention. The bank lobby manager knocked on the door of the president's office. "President, a depositor just received a large transfer of 500 million. His current balance has reached 800 million, and it is all liquid funds." The bank president stood up straight, looking shocked. "What did you say? 800 million is all disposable cash?" The lobby manager nodded. "Yes, President. What instructions do you have next?" The bank president's face was full of excitement, and he shouted, "Contact this customer immediately. No, prepare the car. I want to visit this VIP in person." A wealthy person who can mobilize 800 million in cash at any time must have an asset company with at least 8 billion in operating turnover. Such financial resources are enough for the bank president to make friends with him personally. The lobby manager couldn't help but remind him, "President, there is one more thing." "What's the matter?" asked the president. "This depositor is only in his 20s. Before this year, his account only had a few thousand to 10,000 yuan a month. He could not save any money at all. He once became a deadbeat due to overdue online loans." The president's expression suddenly became serious. Has the source of the funds in his account been examined by the bank? If the source is unknown, it shouldn't be the president visiting Jackson, but Jackson might go to jail. The lobby manager slowly replied, "We have checked and all the funds are legally obtained." Legal income? The president was shocked, and a terrible thought came to his mind. He was poor before, but he suddenly became rich recently. He must be the descendant of a hidden family, and perhaps the family ban was lifted recently. Moreover, Jackson is most likely to have a close connection with the retired Master Tianyu. If this is true, this Jackson is undoubtedly very scary. The Gong family's companies are spread all over the country, as countless as the stars in the sky. With a heavy heart, the president got into the car. He did not let the driver leave immediately, but instructed. Let's go back to the villa first. I want to meet a very important person. Is the gift Landon gave me last time when he came to apply for a loan still there? The driver, Xiao Lu, replied. They are all there. Okay, take all the things with you later. I want to give them to Master Gong as souvenirs. We also need to buy some other things while we're at it. At the Tan Palace Villa, Jackson just finished playing the game and drove his Bugatti Veyron towards the airport. Although the car was only worth $70 million, it was enough to pick up a girl in the game. On the way, the bank called Jackson, made an appointment to meet him, and said they would give him a Centurion card. Establishing connections with the bank's people would be helpful for his future business. And if he needed a loan or financial support, he would be able to enjoy a green channel. At the airport, Lazy Meow, who loves to sleep, got off the plane an hour early. She is an online anchor. Her real name is Zhou Mei, and her fans affectionately call her Sister Zhou. Bored, she picked up a selfie stick and started a live broadcast. Hi family, welcome to Sister Zhou's live broadcast room. I'm in Shanghai. Guess what I'm doing here? The live broadcast room was filled with comments. Old woman, you must have gone to meet Big Brother Bang. Old woman, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Is the top brother in the live broadcast room? How much did you spend? Can you tell me a number so I can give up? How dare you, old woman, to go out and look for a man behind your husband's back? Zhou Mei looked at the comments and said angrily, That's enough. Stop messing around. I'm here to meet a gaming master. If you keep talking nonsense, I will really get angry. Brothers in the live broadcast room, can you please stop calling me wife? You are still in school? Although she said she was angry, she had a smile on her face, and it was obvious that she didn't really care. This little episode naturally could not be hidden from the fans in the live broadcast room. Then, the barrage started again. Why do I smell a hint of the sour smell of love from the old woman's face? What great God! She was clearly meeting her boyfriend in private. She couldn't even hide the smile on her face. Zhou Mei wanted to explain further, but at this moment, the roar of the Bugatti Veyron sounded, and a black sports car stopped handsomely in front of her. The car door opened, and a handsome boy in a Burberry jacket stepped out. Jackson compared the chat records and immediately recognized Zhou Mei. Sister Zhou, are you the lazy cat who loves to sleep in the game? This scene surprised Jackson greatly. Which otaku on the internet has not paid attention to the esports goddess Zhou Jie? I didn't expect to meet her in the game. Zhou Mei stared at the Bugatti Veyron with wide eyes. Oh my God, Master, you really drove a supercar to pick me up? How could I be so lucky to be able to ride in a Bugatti Veyron? Surprise, excitement, and excitement. All kinds of emotions intertwined in Sister Zhou's heart. The fans in the live broadcast room were also shocked. Fuck, how come the live broadcast of an old woman is so effective? I believe the old woman's lies. How can this person be called a gaming master? He is simply a super rich man. It's actually a Bugatti Veyron that only comes once in a century. The starting price of this car is 50 million yuan. If you want to get it in China, you can't get it without 70 million yuan. Yes, it takes a lot of connections and social background to get this car to our country. Even if I were sold, I couldn't get 70 million. Poverty really limits my imagination. The fans in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Not to mention the whole car. Even a tire was beyond the imagination of these ordinary people. Jackson said to Sister Zhou, Get in the car, Sister Zhou. Zhou Mei sat in the passenger seat. She was already very beautiful, and with Jackson's handsomeness, she was simply enviable. The supercar and the beauty made the fans in the live broadcast room suddenly lively. Netizens asked one after another, Old woman, how are you going to reward the top brother on the list? I just hate that I don't have the money to buy a Bugatti. Otherwise, I would have received a reward from the old woman tonight. Zhou Mei's pretty face flushed. Brothers, can you please stop driving? You are too filthy. This is really not the best brother on the list. This is just a game master. The relationship between me and the little brother is purely a friendship. Jackson held his forehead and said with a smile, Sister Zhou, don't explain. This kind of thing will only make things worse. Then I'll take you to my house to play games? Zhou Mei suggested casually. Okay, we'll play all night today. With a wild roar, the Bugatti Veyron roared out. After passing several highway intersections, the car finally stopped in a villa area. The two big characters of Tan Palace came into view, which directly shocked Zhou Jie and her fans. Zhou Mei gurgled, swallowed hard, and looked at Jackson. Master, don't tell me that you live in this place. Jackson scratched his head awkwardly. That's where I live. Zhou Mei opened her mouth into an O shape covering her mouth with her hands. Fuck. Jackson looked at Zhou Mei in surprise, thinking, is this really the lazy and sleepy girl in the game? Why is she so different from her real image? Is this Tan Palace famous? The most luxurious house in Shanghai. The ceiling of the villas in Magic City. A set of 10 small goals, what do you think? Zhou Mei answered excitedly. Oh my god. What did I see in the live broadcast room? Tangong? Is this a place for a loser like me who earns 3,000 a month to see? She looked incredulous. I'm so lucky to be following this old woman today. We'll have to take a good look at the interiors of these 10 small targets. This is the Tan Palace that I can't live in even if I try my best all my life. At this moment, Sister Zhou's mobile phone suddenly shut down due to low battery, and the live broadcast room instantly went black. Looking at the black screen of the live broadcast room, the fans were confused. Fans in the live broadcast room. Why did the old woman go offline? Old woman, you'd better explain what game you just said you were going to play with Brother Shinhao all night long. What is that game? Is this the kind of game I was thinking of? I understand the rules. Can you name a price for the following paid plot? I'll use my grandfather's minimum living allowance to pay. You beast! I advise you to let my wife go. The comment section was filled with all kinds of outrageous remarks. However, the screen on the other side of the live broadcast room remained black, and no one knew what Zhou Jie and Jackson were doing over there. The more this happens, the more curious everyone becomes. Jackson had already brought Sister Zhou back to Villa Number 1. He held Sister Zhou's hand and said, "Put on your swimsuit, and I'll take you for a drive." Zhou Mei wanted to refuse, but in front of the luxury yacht, she changed her mind. Okay. When Zhou put on a bikini, Jackson's eyes lit up. Her white arms, crystal clear legs, open chest, and deep cleavage made him burst into tears. Zhou Mei shook her hair, stretched out her arm to hook Jackson's neck, and asked playfully, "Little brother, is my sister beautiful?" Jackson wiped his nose and said frankly, "Sister Zhou, you are the girl with the best figure I have ever seen." Zhou Mei chuckled and looked at Jackson suspiciously. "How many girls have you said this to?" Jackson climbed onto the yacht as if escaping. "Let's go surfing." The two boarded the yacht, and Jackson drove the yacht towards the center of the lake. Summer is perfect for playing this kind of surfing game. The cold waves splashed up and poured over the two of them. Zhou Mei's swimsuit was soaked, and her clothes underneath were exposed. It was only because Jackson didn't see it that she would have had another nosebleed. I'm bleeding for the readers. Not everyone can resist the temptation of a wet body. After driving a few laps, waves rose in the center of the lake. Jackson turned his head and looked at Zhou Mei. "Sister Zhou, you are wet." Zhou Mei raised her pink fist and punched Jackson's chest. "Who is wet? You are wet. Your whole family is wet." Jackson curled his lips and thought. It was obviously wet to begin with, and the readers saw it. A pair of bow-tie shoulder straps were faintly visible inside the white swimsuit. Zhou Mei grabbed Jackson's ear and asked, "Where are you looking?" The two of them sat on the yacht, watching the sunset gradually setting in the west. The golden afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the lake, sparkling. The sea breeze blew onto the yacht, and with the beauty by his side, Jackson took a sip of the red wine in the goblet. A yacht with a beautiful woman and a supercar with a beautiful woman are two completely different experiences. When driving a Ferrari or a Bugatti Veyron, will a beautiful woman choose to wear a bikini? Jackson suggested. "Sister Zhou, do you want to let yourself go for once?" Zhou Mei was curious. "How to release it?" Jackson said, "I will drive the yacht and take you sailing to travel abroad, and then we can live directly on the island." Zhou Mei looked at Jackson warily. "Are you trying to sell me out?" "No, no." After returning to the villa from the yacht, Zhou Mei finally noticed the interior of the villa. From the moment she walked in, the smell of money hit her face. "Oh my God, your bathroom is bigger than the house I bought." One of the bathrooms in Jackson's house has both sitting and squatting options. The shower has a rain shower head and a bathtub, and the design also separates wet and dry areas. The more Zhou Mei looked at it, the more she liked it. "When can I have a house like this? I really like it." Jackson's lips curled up with a hint of amusement, his hands resting on the wall, staring at Zhou Mei, who was cornered. "How about you move to my house?" Zhou Mei blushed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and pushed Jackson away. "Go away. I treat you as a brother, but you want to pick me up?" When she saw the spacious underground swimming pool, Zhou Mei asked excitedly, "Can I swim a lap in your pool?" Jackson agreed decisively. "Of course." In the swimming pool, Zhou Mei swam her arms and paddled her legs lightly, swimming like a mermaid. Her figure was really eye-catching. After a simple candlelight dinner, they turned on their phones together and started a sweet couple chat. Timmy, welcome to the Canyon of Kings. Your route for this game. Support your father and take the flying route. This game is played as a support with 4 losers. He helps the mid laner to grab the second level, provides vision for the jungler, guards the red and blue turrets, gives economy to the shooter, protects the baby shooter in the development lane from dying, kills the dragon and explores the grass, helps to occupy the vision, and the support goes first in team fights, and also has to take damage for these 4 losers. For this family, the assistant also worries about it. That's why it is called the assistant father leading the flying road. Jungler. Support, follow me, I'll lead the team. Shooter. Support, do you choose the jungler or me? Mid lane mage. Assist, come here. I'm your sister. Confrontation road. Support. I can't beat you, you better follow me. This is the importance of support in the game. One father with 4 giant babies. The two played games for a long time, and Zhou Mei was so sleepy that she fell asleep on Jackson's shoulder. The next morning, Zhou Mei hugged herself, her face slightly red. I stayed overnight at a boy's house. It was my first time. Jackson wiped the shampoo off his hair and heard what Sister Zhou said. He waved his hands innocently. I didn't do anything to you. We just slept together. Zhou Mei blushed instantly. Nothing happened in the first place. Why did you describe it in such an indescribable way? Where are we going today? Jackson snapped his fingers. To a place I've never been to before. Zhou Mei didn't ask any more questions. After washing up, she got on the passenger seat of Jackson. Today he was driving a Lamborghini Veneno. There were many sports cars in the garage. Jackson liked to switch and enjoy the different driving experience every day. The cars whizzed by on the road, and the roar attracted many young people to stop and take pictures. Even if you can't drive it, taking a photo and saving it in your phone is also a good choice. Zhou Mei sat in the passenger seat and couldn't wait to start a live broadcast. Family members, today is the second day of my face-to-face meeting with the gaming master in Shanghai. Look what car I'm sitting in. A group of fans flocked into the live broadcast room, and the comment section instantly became lively. Old woman, explain to us why you suddenly stopped broadcasting yesterday. Old woman, please confess. Where did you spend the night last night? Woo, wife. You're not clean anymore? Wait, wasn't it a Bugatti Veyron yesterday? Why is it a Lamborghini Veneno today? I didn't expect you to be that kind of person. Zhou Mei rolled her eyes helplessly. This is still the same Bugatti brother from yesterday, just another one of his cars. Jackson couldn't help but laughed and interjected. Sister Zhou, you don't have to make a fuss. Come to my house and sleep a few more times, and you will see more of my cars. Zhou Mei widened her eyes in surprise. In the live broadcast room. What? The old woman actually slept with the number 1 guy on the list. This is the power of money. You rewarded him with all the money after just meeting him once. Zhou Mei almost vomited blood. No. What are you talking about? I just slept on his shoulder for one night. He really didn't do anything to me. How can you be so filthy? However, the rhythm of the live broadcast room has been diverted, and everyone obviously does not want to believe Zhou Mei's explanation. Woman, stop quibbling. Explanations are just covering up. A man and a woman slept together for one night, and Big Brother Bang didn't do anything to you? Who would believe it if you told others? Zhou Mei looked at Jackson fiercely, but Jackson trembled. Annie, I advise you to reorganize your words. If you ask me like this, it will only make the animals in your live broadcast room think more. Zhou Mei turned her head and glanced at the live broadcast room. Sure enough, the rhythm was picked up again, and it was completely impossible to explain. At this time, the Lamborghini stopped at the entrance of a fish pond. The fish pond manager came over in a suit and shook hands with Jackson. Hello, boss. Jackson nodded. I want to play something exciting, tense, and heart-pounding. Find me a high-end and classy fishing rod. Do you have one? The administrator smiled and said, Boss, yes. This fishing rod is thick, hard, and long. Men say it feels good when they use it, and women say it's great. Zhou Mei was embarrassed. Who are the people around you? How could this uncle say such things in public? Jackson's face was dark. Uncle, you'd better say fishing rod. The administrator struggled to open a tackle room and took out an exquisite box. The moment the box was opened, it shone with golden light, and the entire fishing rod was made of gold. Boss, this fishing rod is called Rich 2 Jiawu Jizuan. and its price is $4,188,888. It is inlaid with diamonds and gold, and also has many rubies and sapphires. The administrator introduced proudly. Zhou couldn't help but sigh. I'm really envious of this. Supercars, villas, private fish ponds, and now even fishing rods are so expensive. Fans lamented in the comments. Why is the gap between people so big? With this big fish, there is no fish you can't catch. The life of the number one brother on the list, my dream. Why wasn't I the one who was reincarnated? We are both men. Why do you have to be so outstanding? Are you going to let others live? At this time, Zhou couldn't help but say, my little brother has his own yacht at home. The fans were hit even harder. Villas, supercars, yachts, private fish ponds, and fishing rods worth more than $4 million. Ordinary people would never have the chance to own these things in their lifetime if they didn't have a chance. Get out of the way, old woman. Don't disturb me from watching the fishing. Zhou pointed at herself in disbelief. Aren't you guys calling me an old woman and asking me to look at the black stockings? Live broadcast room. Who wants to see you wearing black stockings? You can't attract brothers at all when it comes to fishing. Jackson has already started baiting and is quietly waiting for the fish to bite. This private fish pond of his own can be said to be the largest fish pond in the country, with a wide variety of fish species, and it is possible to catch any fish. Zhou also picked up a fishing rod and started fishing. She was lucky and caught several big carps in a few minutes. Fish, fish. Another fish. After catching fish one after another, Zhou gradually came to like this feeling. There were already quite a few fish in the bucket, and it was a full harvest. On the other hand, Jackson waited for a long time but didn't catch any fish. At this moment, he suddenly felt the fishing rod in his hand was very heavy, and Zhou also pulled the rod, and the two were almost pulled down by the fish. Jackson hurriedly shouted, Uncle Administrator, hurry up, call someone. This big guy may weigh 300 or 400 pounds. Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer. With everyone's concerted efforts, a huge fish was pulled up, and everyone at the scene was stunned. Boss, you are amazing. You actually caught it, the administrator said excitedly. Jackson looked at the huge fish on the ground, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Uncle, what kind of fish is this? The administrator was stunned. Boss, you don't know this fish? Jackson shook his head. He really didn't know it. He only knew that the fish was so big that he was like an ant standing next to it. Uncle, this fish has a nickname, the Rolls-Royce of fish. It is the top variety of tuna and also the most expensive tuna in the world. The administrator explained excitedly. Zhou Jie's live broadcast was still going on, and the comments instantly became lively. He caught such an awesome fish, but Xinhao brother doesn't even know what kind of fish it is. It takes a lifetime of accumulated blessings to catch a fish like this. I've been fishing for my whole life, but I'm not as lucky as a novice fisherman. It seems that the difference between me and the rich man is just a fishing rod worth more than $4 million. The manager, along with a group of people, laboriously lifted the tuna onto the weighing scale. Boss, how heavy do you think this fish is? Jackson estimated with his naked eyes. Maybe about 200 to 300 kilograms. The administrator held up 5 fingers. 278 kilograms, a full 556 pounds. This fish is full of treasures. Jackson was surprised and thought to himself, if I sell the fish meat at 100 yuan per pound, wouldn't I be rich? The manager held his forehead helplessly and said, we can't sell it for 100 yuan a pound. Boss, this fish is worth 30,000 or 40,000 yuan a pound. This big fish can be sold for at least 22 million. Jackson then realized the value of the fish. It was worth tens of millions. His mind raced. With 22 million, he could buy a supercar or a luxury house in Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou. At this time, the manager looked at the big fish with excitement. Although he didn't catch it, he was happier than if he had caught it. Which fisherman doesn't want to catch a big fish? Bluefin tuna? I only spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy a small piece before, and the taste is unforgettable. After hearing this, Jackson was very hungry. Uncle, kill the fish quickly. We will have this fish for dinner. The manager immediately advised. Boss, if you kill the fish, it will be incomplete and cannot be auctioned. Jackson didn't care. It's just 20 million. I don't mind this little money. I just want to eat fish now. Zhou was stunned, unable to recover from the shock. What did she just hear? The fish Jackson caught was worth more than 20 million? Soon after, plates of sashimi were served. The texture of the tuna was so beautiful that it made people salivate, and the aroma was so fragrant that it aroused people's appetite. Jackson picked up a piece, dipped it in the sashimi soy sauce, and tasted it. It tastes fat but not greasy, and it's delicious. Zhou Mei also tried a piece. It has a rich texture, melts in the mouth, is fresh and tender, and has a hint of sweetness. It feels like every bite is an ultimate taste bud enjoyment. This is the best sashimi I have ever eaten, Jackson praised. The two of them were very satisfied with the meal, and the administrator and the brothers in the fish pond also enjoyed the delicacy. The audience in the live broadcast room could only watch and wanted to buy a pound to try it, but the price of 30,000 to 40,000 yuan per pound made it impossible for ordinary people to afford it. Although I ate a lot of sashimi, I couldn't finish this 500-pound fish in a short time. However, as long as it is properly stored, this bluefin tuna can be kept fresh. See which restaurant can store this fish longer. Money is not a problem. When I want to eat it, I'll ask them to prepare it and send it to me, Jackson said to the administrator. Oh, by the way, please help me find a chef who is clean, healthy, and can cook a lot of delicious food. I will give him 3 times the salary of other places. Okay, boss. I'll arrange to have this bluefin tuna shipped to the restaurant. The tuna weighing more than 500 kilograms is too big to be carried by ordinary means of transportation, so it can only be shipped within the city by plane. After catching this bluefin tuna, Jackson became more enthusiastic about fishing. He cast out the 4.18 million fishing rod again and waited quietly for the fish to bite. Zhou Mei sat beside him and said, "Look, miss, I caught a bigger bluefin tuna." However, luck no longer seemed to favor Zhou. Most of the fish she caught were small ones, which were often unhooked, which was frustrating. In contrast, Jackson caught fish frequently, and his luck was extremely good. 5 Neptune Groupe. 10 blood-red dragonfish. 1 koi. Various beautiful fish were caught continuously. Zhou Mei held the fishing rod tightly. I'm not envious. I can definitely catch it too. Jackson couldn't even name the fish he caught. The netizens who were watching Zhou's live broadcast began to count Jackson's catch. Brother Shinhao, is this a European emperor? Neptune grouper 40,000 yuan per fish, 200,000 yuan, 22.2 million. All these fish together are enough to buy a bluefin tuna. It's really fun to watch. Brother Shinhao, keep fishing and take advantage of your good luck to see what else you can catch. Let's stay up all night tonight and let Sister Zhou broadcast live all night long. We will accompany her the whole time. Jackson stretched and said to Zhou Mei, "We've been fishing for a whole day. We're so tired. Let's go back." The fans in the live broadcast room were disappointed. They were enjoying the show, but he didn't want to fish anymore. Back at Tan Palace, the security guard stood at attention and saluted. "Welcome home, owner number 1. This is Tan Palace. Even the security guards at the door are highly educated and well-qualified." Jackson threw a cigarette at random. "Take it and smoke it." The security guard smiled and said, "Thank you for the reward, Master Gong. Brother, if you have any problems at home, just come to us." Jackson nodded. "Okay, I'll buy rice, flour, and soybean oil for breakfast and pastries. I'll send you a WeChat message and ask you to deliver it to me." The security guard smiled and said, "Okay, it's no trouble. It's our honor to work for you." Zhou Mei said with emotion, "Living here makes me feel good every day. When I see the smiling faces of the security guards, I can forget all my worries." Many people in the live broadcast room commented, "It turns out that the surname of the rich man is Gong. Young Master Gong is really rich. Even the cigarettes he gives to the security guards are from Huazi, and he just gives 1 pack. I'm not even as good as a little security guard at Tan Palace." When the car was parked in the garage, the viewers in the live broadcast room and Sister Zhou were all stunned. There are actually several supercars parked in the garage. Fuck! The first of the 3 great cars, Porsche 918, Ferrari LaFerrari, Bugatti Veyron, Lamborghini Venom. That one over there, is that a Harley-Davidson motorcycle? I finally know what a wealthy family is. For supercars and a motorcycle were shown directly to netizens. Is this the garage at Gong Xiao's house? Zhou Mei's gaze stopped on a bicycle in the corner. With a blue body and blue butterflies, this small bicycle is so cute, right? Fans in the live broadcast room exclaimed, "WTF? Trek Butterfly. Even Kai can't afford a bike. What other car is there that Master Gong's family doesn't have? They even have this." Many netizens recorded and edited Jackson's wonderful moments and posted them on short video platforms. The Discovery page and local news on the entire network are all about the super rich Prince Gong Xiao. This young Master Gong owns countless sports cars, motorcycles, and bicycles. He lives in Tan Palace, owns a yacht and a private fish pond, and he actually caught a bluefin tuna while fishing. Women all over the internet are crazy about him. In 3 minutes, I want all the information about this Gong Xiao. He can only be my man. This wave of popularity pushed Jackson to the top of the hot searches. The most searched topic on Weibo. Kai falls from the altar of national husband, and Jackson is on the list for the first time. A picture of the Trek butterfly went viral on the internet. Kai was made into a dog head emoji, wagging his tail at a bicycle. Kai was sitting at home when the pot came out of the sky. He soon heard his assistant say, "Sir, some netizens spoofed you into a dog head emoji, wagging its tail at a bicycle. Do you want PR to intervene?" Kai threw away the teacup in his hand. "Go directly to the law firm, find the legal team, and send him in for tea." The assistant said weakly, "But that bicycle is covered with butterflies. I heard that the bicycle is called the Trek butterfly." Plop! Kai fell off the sofa and said quickly, "Trek butterfly? Then I know whose car it is. It's okay." Kai clicked on Weibo and reposted the post, captioning, "My brother Bao's Trek butterfly is so cool." At the same time, Shanghai Emperor Nolan reposted the post on Weibo, captioning, "Brother Bao, so handsome and cool, thumbs up." Enzo reposted Weibo. Atlas reposted Weibo. With the forwarding of the post by major rich second generations, the total number of views on the entire network instantly exceeded 100 million. Jackson was unaware of the controversy that was spreading online. He pushed his bicycle out of the garage and said to Zhou Mei, "I'll ride it and take you for a ride." Zhou Mei lifted her skirt, sat sideways on the back seat of the bicycle, and hugged Jackson with her arms. Jackson pedaled his bike, and the blue butterfly on this Trek butterfly came alive in the sunlight, as if it were given life. When private cars on the road saw the bicycle with a butterfly pattern, they all kept their distance. The value of 32 million yuan itself is something that anyone can afford to pay, but this is a car that is limited to only one in the world. If something happens to happen, it's not something that 30 million yuan can solve. Jackson was riding a bicycle, and Zhou Mei was hugging him from behind. The scene looked like a young couple. At this time, a whistle sounded. A Maserati worth more than 4 million rolled down its window, and a well-dressed rich second-generation whistled at Zhou Mei. "Beauty, can I drive you for a spin in my sports car? What's the point of riding a broken bicycle? Your boyfriend is so poor that he can only ride a broken bicycle. It's so embarrassing to sit on it." Jackson frowned. How dare this guy, driving a Maserati, be so arrogant? The live broadcast room exploded. 666, you, a Maserati who drives over 4 million. Dare to show off to our Master Gong. I am dying of laughter. The owner of Tan Gong number 1 is actually said to be poor. If young Master Gong is poor, then are there still poor people in this world? I never thought that the plot of pretending to be awesome, but getting slapped in the face would actually happen in real life. You dare to pick up super rich girls, Marcia. Have you figured out how to write the word death? The audience in the live broadcast room were looking forward to Jackson's counterattack. At the same time, Zhou Mei glanced at the rich second generation with disgust. "Excuse me, I prefer to laugh on a bicycle rather than cry in a Maserati car." The rich second generation was stunned, and then became furious. "My Maserati worth more than 4 million yuan is not as good as this bicycle?" The second generation rich man got out of the car, took out a card from his pocket, and threw it on the ground. "Poor boy, this is 10 million. Enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. I land in like your girl. Break up with her immediately. I want to pursue her. You can ask around the Su family in Shenzhen." Jackson stopped his bike, put one foot on the ground, and sneered. "Do you think you are rich?" Landon raised his head arrogantly. "Of course, my family has plenty of money." Jackson gave him a sympathetic look and said, "I suggest you take a picture of my bike and use Baidu image recognition to get to know it better. After you've checked, come and talk to me loudly again." Landon was furious. "You're a cyclist. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Go ahead and take pictures. How much do you think a bicycle is worth?" He still looked down on Jackson, and his heart was full of contempt. So Landon took out his phone, took crazy photos of the Trek butterfly, and clicked on the Baidu image recognition function. He thought that this bike couldn't be more expensive than his sports car. Not long after, the phone showed the detailed information of the Trek butterfly. Trek butterfly, priced at 32 million, the only one in the world. It was created by 100 artists at a cost of tens of millions and took 10 years, all made of aerospace nanomaterials. It is inlaid with 600 Swarovski crystals and diamonds. Rather than a bicycle, it is an incomparable work of art. The words showed the extraordinary and noble nature of the Trek butterfly. Landon almost dropped the phone in his hand. His face turned blue and purple. He couldn't speak for a long time. He could only twitch his mouth. A bicycle is worth 32 million. This Trek Butterfly, I'm afraid that one wheel can buy two Maseratis. He didn't expect that there would be such an expensive bicycle in the world. Jackson shrugged and looked at him jokingly. Aren't you very rich? Why don't you talk? Landon was furious. It's just a little expensive. We can afford 32 million. I have to rush back to Shenzhen to catch a plane. Wait for me, little bastard. I'm going to find my dad and make 8 or 10 copies to let you know that you are nothing but a younger brother in front of me. Jackson pretended to be terrified and shrugged. Oh, I'm so scared. Landon drove the Martha and was unwilling to stay here for a minute. Just wait. The audience in the live broadcast room watched with relish. Ha ha. His face is swollen, but he is still stubborn. The Martha man was scared by Gong Xiao and dared not speak anymore. He still wants to replicate 10 or 8 units. Do you really think the Trek Butterfly is a cabbage on the roadside? It's so refreshing. After the ride, Jackson chose to drive the Ferrari to take Zhou Mei to the airport. Zhou Mei's flight was in 3 hours. After sending Zhou Mei off, a strange phone call came in. Is this Mr. Jackson Gong? Jackson. Yes, it's me. Who are you? What's the matter? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. I am Hayes, the vice president of the Jade Mining Company. Mr. Gong, you recently acquired our company. When you acquire it, the company's profits for the past year will also be yours. Can you come to Shenzhen? We want to sort out the accounts and complete the handover procedures. Jackson then remembered that the Jade mining certificate he picked up in a game a few days ago must be related to this company. He said to the person on the other end of the phone, Okay, I'll go there now. After returning home, Jackson parked his car in the garage, walked to the helipad, and walked into the helicopter. With one touch start, the helicopter slowly took off with the roar of the propeller. Jackson said, Open AMAP. Navigation, I want to go to Shenzhen. AMAP responded quickly. Okay, master. We're planning a route for you. According to the route on the map, Jackson drove the helicopter to Shenzhen. Sitting in the helicopter, you can see the magic and prosperity of the city. Shenzhen is about to arrive. Please park the helicopter in time. Following the prompts of the voice navigation, Jackson parked the helicopter smoothly. In front of me are bustling high-rise buildings, as if I have entered a sci-fi alien universe. Shenzhen is as prosperous as Shanghai, and on the bustling commercial streets, the roar of helicopters attracts the attention of passersby. Fuck, a helicopter? This helicopter is so cool, but why is it parked here? Maybe it's here for shopping. Go shopping in a helicopter? Are you serious? As the discussion continued, the door opened and Jackson jumped out of the plane, attracting everyone's attention. No one expected that the owner of this helicopter was so young. After locking the helicopter, Jackson walked deep into the night market. This night market was very lively, with a wide variety of snacks. Tonghulu, Bing Tanghulu, marshmallow, authentic iron plate squid. The vendors shouted one after another. Jackson was hungry, so he bought some food while shopping. Give me 3 grilled squids, a box of takoyaki, a high-end grilled cold noodles, and a finger-licking bullfrog. Boss, give me a bowl of mango sago. After filling his stomach, Jackson checked into a presidential suite for $88,000. The next morning, he took a taxi to the address Hayes gave him. The company is located next to the mine. Jackson walked in and unexpectedly saw the Martha man from that day. Landon was trying to please a man with glasses. Mr. Tang, my father has invested all my family's money in real estate, so we don't have much money. What do you think about the raw materials? The man with glasses, called Mr. Tang, looked embarrassed. This is not easy to do. If I give you a low price, what will other jewelers think? Landon handed over a bank card with a hint of ambiguity in his eyes. It's just a little gift, young Master Tang must accept it. My dad has recently spent a lot of money to train a girl group. They are all beauties from all over the country, and their looks and figures are better than each other. If young Master Tang can cooperate with me, you can sleep with any of the girls in this girl group you want. The man with glasses was quite interested in this. Girl group is secondary. The main thing is that I like to help others. As they were chatting, Landon suddenly saw Jackson and said unhappily, Why are you here? Tang Xiao also looked at Jackson and asked in confusion, Why, Mr. Su, do you know him? Landon raised his voice 8 octaves. Of course I know him. He's a stinky loser who rides a bicycle. He deliberately didn't mention the matter of Trek Butterfly. Landon patted Tang Xiao on the shoulder and said, Thank you for taking care of the jewelry raw materials. When I develop the market, I will definitely honor you. After that, he drove away from the mining area. Only Xiao Tang and Jackson were left in the mining area. Xiao Tang walked towards Jackson in a bad tone. How did you break in? This is a private mine. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Jackson frowned. Didn't your father Hayes ask me to call and ask me to take a look at last year's financial statements? Xiao Tang snorted coldly. My dad did ask me to pick someone up, but that person definitely won't be a cyclist. As soon as he finished speaking, an obese, middle-aged man ran over panting and slapped Xiao Tang in the face. The man shouted, Xiao Tang, don't be rude. Kneel down for Master Gong. Tang Xiao covered his swollen face and froze. The blood oozing from the corner of his mouth made him look at his father in disbelief. Dad, you actually hit me? I'm your own son. Hayes lost his patience and kicked Xiao Tang's knee hard. I told you to kneel down in front of Master Gong. Stop talking nonsense. Plop! Tang Xiao's knees went weak, and he knelt down in front of Jackson in embarrassment. Hayes hunched over, his voice trembling. Boss, it's all because I didn't discipline this rebellious son well enough. Please forgive me and don't hold it against him. At this moment, Tang Xiao suddenly understood and looked at his father in astonishment. Dad, is he the person you asked me to pick up? Jade mining companies have contracted mines all over the country, and their annual profits are staggering. When Xiao Tang thought of all this, he was furious. Landon, that bastard almost hurt me. Tang Xiao slapped himself in the face several times and apologized to Jackson repeatedly. I'm sorry, boss. It was all because I believed the words of that confused guy. Jackson didn't want to make a fuss about it, so he said it's okay. Ignorance is not a crime. Now, I want to know about our mines. Hayes breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your tolerance, boss. If you want to know anything, just tell me. Jackson asked. The mine we contracted should be able to mine various jades, jadeite, diamonds, and gemstones, right? Counting the days, his sister Bella will be discharged from the hospital soon. He also had a one-night stand with Sierra, the property manager of Tan Palace. Since he owns so many minerals, Jackson thought he could give them some high-end jewelry. Hayes smiled and replied, Yes, boss. We have 10 mines across the country, and 95% of jewelry manufacturers need to purchase raw materials from our company. Once we stop supplying, jewelers across the country will go bankrupt. Jackson couldn't help but feel shocked. The mineral certificate he picked up in the game was so awesome. He instructed, I have a lot of female friends around me. Hayes, help me get some top-quality jade and gemstones and design some jewelry. I hope to make every girl happy. Hayes understood immediately. Okay, boss, after we finish the handover, I will make arrangements immediately to ensure that I can contact the best international jewelry masters to design the best jewelry for you. After that, Hayes took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Jackson. This is our income last year. After deducting the mining costs, the net profit is $50 billion. Please check. Jackson took the bank card calmly, but was shocked. The annual profit of contracting the mining of jade mines was so terrible, with an income of $50 billion. Even if we spend $100,000 a day on this $50 billion, it will take forever. I didn't expect that becoming a billionaire would be so easy. Tang Xiao looked at all this, his heart full of envy. Jackson, who was the same age as him, was actually a few years younger than him, and he made $50 billion a year. This was too amazing. Hayes, the company's vice president, was also shocked. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been excited and ecstatic after suddenly getting $50 billion. However, Jackson looked calm, obviously a man who had seen a lot of ups and downs. Looking at his own useless son, Hayes felt even more helpless and secretly felt content. Jackson thought of something. Does our raw stone supply have a cooperation with Su Zhijian and Shenzhen? Just cut off their raw materials for me. Vice President Tang said worriedly. But boss, Su Zhijian is the son of the Su family, and Su real estate is quite influential in Shenzhen. If we cut off his son's financial resources, Landon will not let us go easily. Landon, a real estate tycoon in Shenzhen, is a man of revengeful character who will do anything to facilitate business cooperation. Every time he cooperates, he will use young and beautiful public relations to leave a lot of handles. Vice President Tang still feels scared when talking about this person. Jackson sneered. Oh, really? Just go ahead and do it. If Landon dares to cause trouble, he has nothing to fear with me here. After receiving the order, Vice President Tang immediately made a phone call. Now, immediately cut off Landon's supply of raw materials. No reason. This is what our boss meant. Su Zhijian does secondary processing of raw stones, or in simple terms, jewelry manufacturing. He recently supplied a large amount of jewelry to stores in the southern region. Because the raw stone materials are of high quality, the stores have paid a lot of deposits in advance. If the goods are not delivered within the specified period, Su Jijin will face a penalty of 10 times the compensation. Jackson's order directly strangled his lifeline. Su Jijin was totally unaware of this and said to Landon excitedly, "Dad, when the property you developed is sold, buy me a car." Landon said proudly, "You don't have to wait for the property to be sold. I've already negotiated a loan with the bank. After the loan is approved, I will buy you any car you want." Landon put a lot of effort into getting this loan, and these people in the business district and major banks were all involved. "But haven't you already bought a Maserati, a Rolls-Royce, and a Lamborghini? What car do you want to buy this time?" Landon asked with concern. Su Jijin chuckled and said, "It's a bicycle with butterflies all over it. Under the sunlight, it seems to be given life. It's called Trek Butterfly, and it only costs over 32 million." Landon frowned. "Trek Butterfly? Huh? You dare to think about it. Do you know what Global Limited Edition means?" Su Jijin disagreed. "Dad, I think it's okay. As long as we give more, the RD team will definitely agree." Landon sighed. Those antiques who can spend 10 years to create a piece of art are pursuing more than just money. At this moment, a call came to Landon. "Boss, according to the contract, the payment has been transferred to your account. Are you ready to deliver the goods today? I heard that the mine owner you're working with has cut off your supply of raw materials. If you don't get the goods before noon today, you have to pay 10 times the compensation." Landon held the phone tightly and shouted angrily, "Who did you offend when you were out there?" Landon blushed and was at a loss. "I didn't offend anyone. I just humiliated a cyclist. His broken bicycle is only worth more than 30 million yuan. It's not like our family can't afford more than 30 million yuan." Landon said, unconvinced. "Pa!" A loud slap hit Landon in the face, causing his face to swell up more than a pig's head. Su Laoyin roared. "Is the point not the 30 million plus bicycle? It's the energy behind the purchase of this bicycle. You pighead! You've been treated as my son in vain. You don't behave like me at all. I really doubt if you're my own son." Landon covered his swollen face, furious. "That Tang Bo took my money and cut off my raw materials. I'm gonna find him." "Pa!" Another slap. Su Laoyin looked at his son angrily. "Idiot, Mr. Tang, and Mr. Tang dare to cut off our raw materials like this. It must be the instigation of that bicycle rider. What do you want to see young Master Tang for? I don't care what you come up with. You must ask for the other party's forgiveness, or you can find another supplier of raw materials with the same quality. Otherwise, you can no longer recognize me as your father." Landon was annoyed. Let yourself bow to a cyclist? It's just a limited edition bicycle. What's so great about it? He couldn't swallow this. In the presidential suite of the Imperial Hotel, Jackson woke up comfortably after stretching himself. With a balance of 50 billion in his card, Jackson plans to have a good time in Shenzhen. Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen are all prosperous metropolises. Set a small goal for yourself and own houses all over the country. Jackson took a photo of a landmark building in Shenzhen and posted it on WeChat Moments. "I miss you so much in Shenzhen. I'm in Shenzhen now, but I have nowhere to go. Is there anyone in Shenzhen in my circle of friends? Let's go out and play." Kai liked your post. The Emperor of Shanghai liked your circle of friends. Enzo liked your post. Alice liked your moments. The rich second generations in the list saw Jackson's post. They all consciously liked it. When seeing the profile pictures of several people, Jackson and his other friends all left comments below. "This the real Kai? Principal, is that you? Is the Emperor of Shanghai the real one?" Before long, this post on WeChat Moments had gained hundreds of views. Normally when I post on Moments, I only get a few likes, but today I got hundreds of likes. Jackson couldn't help but sigh. Is this the influence of the rich second generation? Kai left a comment. "Brother Bao, I asked Ma Xiao from Tencent to bring his good friend in Shenzhen who has a relatively high rank to add you on WeChat. Nolan, the Emperor of Shanghai. Brother Bao, my family is in Shenzhen, and we have quite a few businesses. I've already made arrangements. Whether you eat, stay in a hotel, or have fun, all will be paid for by me, Master Qin." The second generation of rich people are all using their influence to help Jackson. Ding! A notification sounded from WeChat. Mr. Ma from Tencent has applied to add your WeChat. Wei Xiao, president of Shenzhen Youth Chamber of Commerce, applies to add your WeChat. Ms. Zhang from Daily Chemical Group applied to add WeChat. All those who sent friend verifications are big names. As an ordinary person, it is rare to see these people on a normal day. Jackson passed their WeChat friend verification. Ma Xiao sent a voice message on WeChat. Hello, Brother Bao. I have learned about your deeds from Brother Tsong. It is really legendary. It's our first meeting. Let me treat you to a meal. You go to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Paletto Italian restaurant. This is a restaurant opened by a friend of mine. It is a very high-end Western restaurant. This Western restaurant is not far from Jackson. It's just a few steps away. In an elegant Western restaurant, a good-looking waiter greeted us warmly. Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? Jackson said to him. I didn't make a reservation. Ma Xiao from 10 Cents said he would treat me to a meal here, so I came. The waiter nodded and asked, Are you Jackson, Mr. Gong? Jackson. Yes, that's me. Waiter. Please show me your ID card. I need to verify if your name is Jackson. Jackson has no complaints about this cumbersome process. Just take out your ID card from your pocket and cooperate with them in their work. After verifying his identity, the waiter took Jackson's hand and walked towards the inner box, saying sweetly, Mr. Gong, come with me. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, this 18 or 19-year-old waitress always rubbed Jackson's body with her pair of beautiful legs and black stockings. Is this also a special marketing method of the hotel? Sure enough, with enough money and status, anything incomprehensible can happen. This is a very large private room, and it is decorated very elegantly. There were already quite a few rich second generations and young ladies sitting in the private room. Everyone stood up at once and raised their glasses. Hello, Brother Bao. Nice to meet you. Let's raise our glasses and toast to you. These people took their wine glasses and drank them all. A beautiful young lady, dressed as noble as a peacock, took the initiative to pull out a chair. Brother Bao, please sit next to me. Jackson didn't care and sat next to the lady. Ma Xiao laughed and said, You have been a hot topic on the internet these days. That Trek butterfly is really cool. I have been calling Lao Wang and Lao Qin, hoping to set up a meeting to get to know you. I never thought that I would catch this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Jackson said modestly. It is my honor to meet the young talents present here. After today, we are all friends. Wei Xiao pushed a menu over and said, Brother Bao, go ahead and order what you like. We are all locals in Shenzhen. If there is anything you can't solve in Shenzhen, just come back and say hello to us. Looking at a bunch of foreign words, Jackson didn't understand any of them. Jackson pushed the menu back and said with a smile, I'm new here, so I'll follow the host's wishes. I'll eat whatever the host orders. Wei Xiao took the menu back. Then I'll just order whatever I want. Jackson drank a glass of red wine and asked, Are there any fun activities in your circle recently? I don't have any other hobbies, I just like playing games. With 50 billion in assets, of course he wants to enjoy a high quality of life. Ma Xiao thought about it and suddenly slapped the table. Hey, it really exists. Tomorrow, there will be a huge auto show in Shenzhen. The organizer has reached cooperation with several sports car brands. There will be many limited edition cars tomorrow. But the most exciting part is the car model girls. They are all top-notch girls. Brother Bao, do you want to come with us? Jackson, car models and such are not important. I mainly like to admire cars. Let's go. The banquet is over, and the auto show will not start until tomorrow. Before the auto show arrived, Jackson took a taxi and went to the largest industrial and commercial bank of China in the area. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Shenzhen is quite large. The security guard said to Jackson, Hello, sir. What can I do for you? Please go to the ATM machine to call for your number. Jackson handed the other party a pack of Chinese cigarettes and 200 yuan. I don't do business. I want to talk to your president about something. Can you help me contact the president? Seeing Jackson wearing a famous brand and a watch, the security guard took the cigarette with a smile and said, Sir, please come inside and sit down. I will contact the president for you. Jackson waved his hand. Go ahead, hurry up, please. Money makes the world go round. This saying applies everywhere. After a while, the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China was called over. President Zhao asked, Sir, are you looking for me? Jackson nodded and got straight to the point. Do you know any real estate developers? President Zhao said with excellent professionalism, Sir, I know a real estate developer. May I ask how I can help you? Jackson said lightly. In the shortest possible time, I want to buy 10 villas in Shenzhen. All of them must be the best. Money is not a problem. If you can do this, I'll deposit 5 billion in your bank. President Zhao almost stumbled and was completely shocked. First, sir, how much? How much do you want to deposit? Jackson said calmly. I said I want to save 5 billion. When you ask someone to do something for you, you should make sure that person sees the benefits. Only in this way will people work hard for you. Jackson knows this well. A deposit of 5 billion is not a small amount no matter which bank it is in. The bank president himself can rise to a higher level in his career thanks to the large deposits from depositors. Jackson reminded, 5 billion can be kept here by you, but you have to sign an agreement with Su Laoyin of Shenzhen City and everyone related to him. You can't use my money to lend them money. After much investigation and consideration, I believe they have no ability to repay the loan. 5 billion is neither big nor small for Jackson. But he had a feud with the Su family, and he didn't want to help the Su family with this money. President Zhao said in a difficult tone, Sir, do you mean that you have 5 billion in your card? But it's just empty talk. After all, you were just saying it. Can I verify your funds? Jackson took out his bank card, held the card between his two hands, and handed it to the other party. Of course, go ahead and check it. President Zhao carefully took the card and inserted it into the machine. After asking Jackson to enter his password, he started checking his balance. The long string of numbers on the screen is even longer than President Zhao's life. President Zhao's pupils constricted. He looked at Jackson and then at the machine. President Zhao rubbed his eyes hard, trying to figure out whether he was dazzled or not. The machine is broken. It must be the machine that is broken. After muttering a few words, President Zhao inserted the card into another machine and asked Jackson to enter the password again. President Zhao opened his eyes wide and said, Huh? Why is it this string of numbers again? What's going on? President Zhao tilted his head, his eyes rolling around like a husky, which was actually quite cute. Jackson was also patient and said to President Zhao, Next to you is the Construction Bank and Postal Savings Bank. How about using their machines to check again? President Zhao shook his head like a rattle. No, go check with them. They offer better benefits. You should not keep your bank account with me anymore. Sir, I never expected that there is more than 50 billion in your card. Your change is several billion. Even if you don't want to believe it, this is the fact before you. President Zhao's breathing became rapid, and he quickly took a quick-acting heart-saving pill to avoid fainting. It was not until now that he truly understood what it meant that money was just a number. The security guards, bank tellers, and managers present. Everyone's mouth opened into an O shape. Those who work in banks know very well how much interest they can earn in a year if they deposit 50 billion yuan in the bank. The principal remains unchanged, and the annual interest is between 1.5 billion and 2.5 billion. Also, Jackson is so young, but he has more wealth than those first-generation founders. Jackson said calmly, Well, I do have more than 50 billion in pocket money in this card, but I can't keep all my money in one bank. Now that the capital verification is complete, President Zhao, it's time for you to help me get the job done, right? As long as the job is done, I, Jackson, will stick to my word. If I say I'll deposit 5 billion in a time deposit, I'll definitely deposit 50. President Zhao smiled and flattered. Don't worry, Mr. Gong, those real estate developers often come to me to apply for loans. You have found the right person. I'll contact you right away. The bank manager, security guard, and counter lady all came out to serve Jackson. The bank's specially brewed aged pu'er tea brought Yubari King watermelon and various rare fruits. A person with 50 billion in his bank card would be treated like an ancestor in any bank. The young ladies rubbed his legs, pinched his shoulders, and asked sweetly, Mr. Gong, is this strength okay? Jackson was very surprised and couldn't help asking, Sister, you are very good at it. Where did you work before? The young lady blushed. I used to have a serious job. Jackson was speechless. He didn't seem to have said that her job was not serious, right? Is this little girl trying to hide her true self? The security guard squatted on the ground and fanned Jackson. He is also half a hero for the 5 billion deposit, and President Zhao will definitely give him a raise. New depositors. Why are all the people in the bank serving that handsome boy? How much money do I need to deposit to get this kind of service? President Zhao has already called the real estate developers. Old Wu, please come to our ICC right away, the largest one. Hey, don't worry about your small business worth tens of millions at this time. Stop everything you are doing and come to the bank as soon as possible. Old Wu on the other end of the phone. Old Zhao, what's going on? You don't even care about a business worth tens of millions. President Zhao said excitedly. Of course, there is great news. A young Master Gong has come from Shanghai. He wants to buy real estate in Shenzhen. You are very, very powerful. With their financial resources, they can even buy all those high-priced villas that you developed and cannot sell. The real estate tycoons were all shocked after receiving the call from President Zhao. A top-notch villa in Shenzhen costs a staggering 800 million to 1 billion yuan. Wang Jinlin and the two Ma brothers did not dare to say that they had the ability to buy the whole thing. Old Zhao, is the information accurate? Are you kidding me? President Zhao was speechless. With my status, would I joke with you about this? I have already checked his assets, and I can only describe him as horrible. If I'm kidding you, I swear my whole family will be registered in the same household register after my death. Everyone who received the call immediately stopped what they were doing. Mr. Zhao, you must ask this super rich man to wait a little longer. I'll be here with the sales team soon. President Zhao of Shenzhen Industrial and Commercial Bank. What is his identity? He is considered a well-known figure in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, and his words carry great weight. The CEOs of these real estate developers all dropped everything they were doing at the first opportunity. Dozens of luxury cars led the way, driving from different real estate companies towards the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. These CEOs in suits and ties soon arrived at the bank. President Zhao led everyone to Jackson and introduced him enthusiastically. This is the Jackson I mentioned, Master Gong. When the real estate tycoons saw Jackson's young face, they couldn't help but feel a surge of shock in their hearts. This is too young? Everyone was somewhat skeptical as to whether this guy could buy all those expensive villas. But everyone still shouted tacitly, "We greet Master Gong." Jackson said to the crowd, "What are the villa kings of your own properties? What are the offers? Just tell me the price." The CEO of Shenhua No. 1 stepped forward and said, "We at Shenhua No. 1 have also recently built and developed villas. The current king of villas is 400 million. Jackson poked at his phone and said casually, "Just send it to your company account." The CEO was stunned. "Ah? What did you say?" Jackson repeated. "I said, send me the account number and I will transfer the money to you." The boss was stunned. He had been selling houses for so many years, but he had never sold this thing like this. "Mr. Gong, do your family know that you are so willful? A house worth 400 million yuan, and you ask for money to be transferred directly to your account without even taking a look at it?" President Zhao urged, "Old Su, stop wasting time. Young Master Gong asked you to give us the account number, so just give us the account number right away. There are so many people waiting. Why are you acting like a woman?" Old Su looked at President Zhao in confusion. Why is Old Zhao so proactive? Lao Su sent Jackson an account. Jackson took out his phone and transferred 400 million yuan to the other party's card. "I have transferred 400 million to you. Please call the finance department to verify it. If there is no problem, please write a contract for me." Old Su was skeptical and called the company. "Did you just transfer 400 million yuan to the financial account?" The finance department said, "Mr. Su, yes. Just now, someone suddenly transferred 400 million yuan into the account, and it was a private transfer." Jackson in shock. This young man actually has such terrifying strength. The huge sum of 400 million yuan was transferred over so easily without even blinking an eye. It's really chilling. Old Su immediately said to the sales team behind him, "Go print the contract immediately and go through the signing process with Master Gong." With the example of Shenzhen Bay 1, other real estate bosses also have a clear idea in mind. The fact that they were so generous in placing an order for a mansion worth 400 million yuan is enough to prove their strength. Guanlan Golf Villa also said, "We have a villa estate worth 7 small goals." The CEO of OCT Waterfront said with a smile, "Mr. Gong, I'm from OCT Waterfront. The ceiling of villas and mansions in Shenzhen, the most expensive villa in our family. It's a single-family house facing the sea, and it only costs 1 billion. The cheapest of these villas costs about 70 to 80 million yuan. Most of the funds range from 1 to 200 million to 7 to 800 million. Jackson didn't have time to look at them one by one. With the financial resources he has demonstrated, no real estate boss dares to have any evil intentions towards him. Pay 10 billion yuan. There are a total of 10 large flats and 10 villas. Jackson bought all 20 luxury houses in full. Everyone at the scene felt their scalps tingling. Others are here to buy houses, but is Jackson here to sell goods? Now they understand what it means that luxury houses are as cheap as cabbages. When did such a disaster happen in the Magic City? Jackson shouted to the pure waterfront, "Take me to my 1 billion villa. Did you drive here?" The boss immediately said, "Mr. Gong, we came here by car. I'll ask our top salesperson Nan Nan to drive you home personally." The bus for Chun Shuian is a Rolls-Royce. Nan Nan was a beautiful woman with a great figure. She held Jackson's hand and helped him to the car. I don't know how long this Rolls-Royce drove, but it finally arrived at the destination. Caught Jackson's eye was a huge garden. This garden has green grass and bluestone paving. A large infinity blue swimming pool is in the center of this garden. The sea in the distance sets off each other. The sky here is very blue, truly merging the sky and the water into one. After coming here, Jackson finally understood what it meant to face the sea. Outside the villa's huge floor-to-ceiling windows, there is sea on all sides. This sea view, it's absolutely amazing. Nan Nan introduced. Mr. Gong indoors, we have made a dining room for 12 people and a video room to meet your movie-watching needs. As for the kitchen, we have combined Chinese and Western styles. We have designed a wine cabinet for you, where you can store your favorite wines. We also have a study and a steam room. With Nan Nan's introduction, Jackson had a more comprehensive understanding of the villa. Jackson's favorite thing is the huge balcony. There are leisure tables and chairs on the balcony, and you can enjoy the unobstructed 360-degree sea view in front of you. What makes Jackson most satisfied is having his own helipad. It's worthy of being a villa that can be sold for 1 billion yuan. Spending an afternoon here, every breath I take smells like money. After a night's rest, Ma Xiao called and said that the auto show over there was about to begin. Jackson said to Ma Xiao, I don't have a car, please drive over to pick me up. I'm at Pure Waterfront Villa number 1, the huge sea view room facing the sea. I spent the night here last night. Ma Xiao was shocked. Isn't that the most luxurious villa on the waterfront? Brother Bao, you didn't buy it, did you? The king of Pure Waterfront Villas, priced at 1 billion. But it can't be bought just by having money. What you need to verify when buying it is your liquidity, which mainly depends on your cash flow. For example, the richest man Wang and his father Ma Ge, their companies are not small, but all the money they have is used to run the companies. Even with their cash flow, they cannot meet the standard to buy this 1 billion villa. Jackson was lying on a lounge chair, drinking coconut juice, and said in a relaxed tone, it's not convenient to stay in a hotel back and forth, so I bought 20 houses in Shenzhen yesterday, 10 large flats and 10 large villas. Next time I go to Shenzhen, I'll have a place to stay. After hearing what Jackson said, Ma Xiao almost vomited blood. Staying in a hotel is inconvenient. So you bought 20 luxury houses in order to have a place to stay when you come to travel? You are such a spendthrift and so willful. Won't your father call you a playboy? Ma Xiao is really jealous. Look at other people's fathers, and then look at your own father. If he buys a sports car, you will call yourself a spendthrift. I immediately concluded in my heart, I wish the father who gave Brother Bao so much money was my dad. Although he was surprised, Ma Xiao still drove his sports car to the Pure Waterfront Villa. The security guard at the door said, Mr. Driving the supercar, have you made an appointment with the owner of our Chunshuan? If you don't have an appointment, you can't drive in. Please cooperate with us. Nima. He is the Prince of Tencent, and he came to the villa to pick someone up, but he was stopped by the security guard outside the gate. Outrageous. Against the will of heaven. Xiaoma never dreamed that the stupid plot in the soap opera would actually happen to him. Oh, living in a place like this is really cool. Even someone of his status is not qualified to go in. Poor Ma Xiao called Jackson and said, Brother Bao, please talk to the security guard. My car can't get in. After Jackson greeted the security guard on the phone, Ma Xiao drove the car in. A luxurious 5-story detached villa also caught the eye of Ma Xiao, a rich second generation. The living room is on the first floor, and outside the front door is a huge and beautifully designed garden. The garden backs onto the sea. Ma Xiao was so envious of Jackson. I now clearly understand what it means to face the sea. I can see the sea view just by opening the door. Staying here every second is an enjoyment. This villa is amazing. If I lived here, I wouldn't have to go out for a day. This large single-family villa is several levels better than the one Ma Xiao lives in. Sitting in the passenger seat of the supercar, Jackson said to Ma Xiao, If you like, when I return to Shanghai, you can go to my villa if you have nowhere to go for your gatherings. Just half the price of a normal villa party. Ma Xiao's eyes lit up. Really, Brother Bao, you are so kind. From now on, we are brothers. Today, you and I are friends for life and death. I want to be your sworn brother. We two brothers don't ask to be born on the same day, but to die on the same day. Big brother, if anyone dares to touch you from now on, I will poke 10,000 holes in him. A place like Pure Waterfront Villa King is a place that cannot be rented even if you have money. Now Jackson is willing to rent to these rich second generations at a cheap price. How could Ma Xiao not be excited about this? Jackson smiled faintly. These second-generation rich people have simple minds and are comfortable to get along with. The two chatted and laughed, and Ma Xiao drove his supercar to the Shenzhen Convention and Exhibition Center. A huge building with an area of 280,000 square meters came into view. The rich second generation who had eaten and drank together yesterday asked Ma Xiao, "Brother Ma, why did you pick up Brother Bao so late?" Ma Xiao said carelessly, "Oh, don't mention it. I asked the security guard at Brother Bao's villa to stop me. They said I didn't have an appointment and wouldn't let me in." A bunch of rich second generations. Villa? What's going on? Didn't Brother Bao only come to Shenzhen for 2 days? Jackson explained. "It's like this. I was bored staying alone in Shenzhen, so I bought some real estate to relieve my boredom." The air suddenly became quiet. The mouths of the rich second generation can fit 10 duck eggs. To relieve your boredom, you bought some villas in Shenzhen? The cheapest villa in Shenzhen seems to cost around 50 or 60 million. Ma Xiao looked at them mysteriously. "Guess where I picked up Brother Bao?" A bunch of rich second generation asked. "Where did you pick it up?" Jackson slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Pure waterfront. That $1 billion villa king needs to verify billions of cash flow before you can live there." A group of second-generation rich people. "Fuck. Brother Bao, you are so awesome. There are not many people in China who can come up with a cash flow of tens of billions." Jackson smiled and said, "Be low-key. Actually, I'm not that rich. In fact, I'm very poor. I'm so poor that I only have countless cash left. It's also a hassle to not be able to spend all the money." Several second-generation rich people burst into laughter and walked into the exhibition center arm in arm. This auto show is a Sino-foreign joint venture. There are domestic cars and many foreign car brands on the scene. Wei Xiao introduced Jackson diligently. "Brother Bao, today's auto show has a total of 1,500 cars on display, including SUVs, off-road vehicles, RVs, supercars, motorcycles, and everything else." Jackson nodded. This can also be seen from the exhibition cars on site. Next to each car, there stands a graceful car model. The spotlights are shining, and the light shines on these supercars and beauties. The scene was packed with people, and everyone was taking pictures with cameras and mobile phones. It is not known whether the photo was of the car or the model's legs and chest. "Master Ma, look at that Typhoon son. So handsome." What's the point of being handsome if you can't afford it? Hey, how much pocket money did you and your old man get from this auto show? Don't mention it. My dad only gave me 10 million in total and told me to use it sparingly. Then I'm better than you. I helped my dad close a deal, and the old man was so happy that he rewarded me with 50 million. You can just watch me pick the cars at the auto show today. The rich second generation are the rich second generation, and they always talk about tens of millions. The pocket money these people spend on a daily basis is an ordinary person's lifetime income. Ma Xiao said to Jackson, "Brother Bao, if you like any car at the auto show, you can buy it. You can also add the car model girls on WeChat." I saw Jackson walking straight toward the car. The rich second generation were all shocked and shouted, "Brother Bao, that car is not good. That car costs more than 300 million. You just bought so many villas. Do you still have so much money?" Jackson has walked up to the car. Brand new paint color, horseshoe-shaped air intake grille, and the entire car is wrapped in carbon fiber. It integrates technology and aesthetics into its design, making it look stunning and cool overall. The black body makes the whole car look very noble. The car model girl came over with a tall figure and said with a smile, "Sir, do you want to test drive this Bugatti Noctimo?" After seeing that Jackson came with Ma Xiao and others, the car model girl had already labeled Jackson as a high-quality customer in her mind. Jackson gently stroked the paint of the Bugatti Noctimo and said calmly, "No need for a test drive. Bugatti is such a big brand, they won't bring a broken-down car to the auto show. How much is this car? I'll order it now." The car model patiently introduced it to Jackson. Bugatti Noctilucent is a super sports car with only one in the world. Scarcity makes it valuable. So to buy it, you need 300 million renminbi, and you need to verify a certain amount of cash flow and conduct an investigation into your personal resume to make sure you have no criminal record. Also, Bugatti Automobile Group will make a video call to you later to confirm that your looks match this car before you can buy it. After listening to the car model, Jackson nodded. It is indeed a limited edition product with only one being produced worldwide. Even the purchasing threshold is so strict. These 3 thresholds alone have already kept many people out. For example, Lao Ma, the founder of Tiantao, has been eliminated by Bugatti in terms of appearance alone. If Lao Ma had a full facelift, it might be about the same. Buying a Bugatti Noctilucent is more of a symbol of money and power. Jackson smiled and said, No problem. After that, he followed the normal process of buying a car and paid a deposit. After the approval is completed, if the qualifications are not sufficient, the deposit will be returned to you. Ma Xiao and several other rich second generations also came forward and said, "Oh my God, Brother Bao, are you really going to buy it? We are really curious about how much cash flow you have." Jackson said modestly, "It's not like I have much cash flow, I just have a little more pocket money." Several people walked and strolled along the way. Jackson stopped in front of another car. This car is also very cool, like a transforming mecha. This shape. Ma Xiao and others have already called out its name. Aston Martin Valkyrie. Jackson glanced at a few people and asked, "Do you know this car?" Wei Xiao from the Shenzhen Chamber of Commerce opened up. "Of course I understand. This car was jointly built by Aston Martin and the Formula One Red Bull racing team. It is a Formula One racing car that can be legally driven on the road. The one on the booth is the track version, limited to 25 units worldwide and priced at 38 million. At this price, even the rich second generation would have to save up their pocket money for a long time before they could afford to buy one. The car's beauty and appearance, as well as its stylish name like Valkyrie. I gave it to my younger sister Xinxian. It's perfect as a toy." Jackson went straight to the cashier. "I want that Aston Martin Valkyrie," asked uncertainly, seeing Jackson's young age. "Sir, are you sure? That car, but it's..." She wanted to name a price so that Jackson would give up. But Jackson remained indifferent. He held the bank card in one hand and handed it over. "Just swipe the card." The girl at the cashier didn't say much. Asked Jackson to enter the payment password. Ding! Pay 38 million yuan in total. Payment purpose. Purchase the Aston Martin Valkyrie Track Edition. Jackson in surprise and disbelief. The card swipe was successful. At this age, there are only a handful of rich second generations in the country who can come up with 40 million yuan in full to buy a car. No one of the cashier girl was so surprised. Jackson with envy. "Brother Bao, you are still willful. You bought a 38 million car without blinking an eye." I'm not educated, but there are only two words to describe my feeling at this moment. Awesome. Jackson's mood was not too volatile. Compared with the long balance in the bank card, the expenditure of tens of millions is just a drop in the bucket. This is not worth mentioning at all. Jackson took a quick look around and continued walking and strolling. The various sports cars on display at the auto show were dazzling, and even Jackson was a little overwhelmed. Ordinary people come to the exhibition just to take pictures and have something to dream about. Only Jackson is different. In his opinion, every car on this booth is a toy for adults. Buy whichever one you like. Even if it is not opened, it can still be worth collecting. 32 million Pagani Huayra? Buy it. Audi Pikes Peak for 270 million? Buy it. 380 million Lamborghini Hermes? Buy it. As he walked by, Jackson took a fancy to quite a few cars. These cars all have one characteristic, that is, each one is more expensive than the other. Jackson's mysterious actions shocked the group of rich second generations who were traveling with him. In Jackson, they finally understand what it means to have sports cars as cheap as cabbages. How can you buy a car like this? Ma Xiao's fragile heart could no longer withstand this blow. "Brother Bao, you have to calm down, Brother Bao. These cars cost 700 million in total." Jackson looked at these rich second generations with disdain. "Look at how you look like you've seen the world. It's just 700 million. Isn't it a big deal?" Jackson put his hands in his pockets and went to the cashier again. The girl at the cashier. "Sir, why are you here again? The deposit for the Voice of the Night you ordered cannot be refunded until the process is completed." Jackson interrupted the little sister. "No. Who said I want to return the deposit? I came here this time to pay for the Pagani Fengxian, Audi Pikes Peak, Lamborghini Hermes. Check out these 3 cars." The cashier girl had a strange look on her face. The total value of these cars is clearly less than 700 million. This is not a small amount of money for the fathers of the rich second generation. Why does it sound so light and airy when it comes out of Jackson's mouth? The cashier girl weakly gestured the number 7 with her hand and emphasized, "Sir, it costs 700 million. I thought Jackson would be scared. However, the scene in my mind did not appear. Jackson took the bank card and swiped it directly through the POS machine skillfully. Ding! Payment successful. Pay 700 million renminbi. The voice announcement from the POS machine echoed throughout the hall. This attracted everyone's attention. The rich second generation, the sales girl, and other exhibitors were all surprised. Wow, what? This is 700 million yuan. How can you pay it so readily? Ma Xiao and others are really jealous. Jackson put the card into his wallet and said to the organizer of the auto show with a smile, "After all the formalities are completed, remember to deliver the card to my home. Either Tan Palace number 1 in Shanghai or a pure waterfront villa in Shenzhen will do." Everyone at the auto show was stunned again. Tan Palace. Is it Jackson S. home? It is not until now that these rich second generations have a clear understanding. Given their family conditions, they are not at the same level as Jackson. Jackson has so much money, it can be described as almost terrifying. What is Tan Palace? It is known as the number 1 luxury residence in Shanghai. What is the pure waterfront villa? It is also known as the number 1 luxury villa in Shenzhen. Places like One Shenzhen Bay are just famous, but the real wealthy people in Shenzhen don't live in One Shenzhen Bay. There is a joke in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. The joke goes like this: if you don't live near the waterfront, don't say you are a rich person in Shenzhen. Jackson owns luxury homes in 2 of the 3 cities of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. If you can buy the largest luxury house in Shanghai and Guangzhou and Shenzhen with full payment, how can people in the capital not afford it? Ma Xiao respectfully sent Jackson to the car and said with a smile, "Brother Bao, when you play our game later, King of Glory will give you a full skin. No matter which game it is, as long as it is developed by us, you don't have to spend a penny and you can have the experience of a big spender." Jackson looked embarrassed. "What if it's not 10 cents game?" Ma Xiao patted his chest and said, "Even if it's not developed by my family, I can ask my dad to buy it so that you, Brother Bao, can have a good gaming experience." Wei Xiao, the president of Shenzhen Youth Chamber of Commerce, also smiled and said to Jackson, "Brother Bao, if you have any troubles that cannot be solved in the future, just talk to me, old Wei. I, Wei, have some connections in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen." Jackson exchanged a few words with a few people, then drove his sports car back to the pure waterfront villa. This trip to Shenzhen was well worth it as I made friends with many young talents. These connections will be able to provide you with certain help in the future. Near the evening, an overseas WeChat account added Jackson as a friend. This person's profile picture has a conspicuous Bugatti logo. Jackson passed the other party's friend. As soon as I got through to my friend, a video call came in from the other end. Jackson swiped to answer. A foreign beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes greeted Jackson. "Hello. Are you Mr. Jackson from China? We understand that you ordered our Bugatti Noctimo at the auto show today, right?" Jackson nodded. "Yes. I paid the deposit today." The foreign beauty smiled and said, "Yes, Mr. Gong, your temperament and image are very good, which is consistent with our Bugatti standards for car owners. Now, we need to know your bank statement details, as well as your personal real estate, vehicles, and asset information. This European and American beauty is a foreigner, but she speaks fluent Chinese. Without specialized systematic training, it is absolutely impossible to reach such a standard in Chinese pronunciation." Jackson said, "I own a Tan Palace in Shanghai and 20 flats and villas in Shenzhen, including Chunshuan, Shenhua number 1, Guanlong Golf, etc. He owns a private jet, a yacht, a private golden fishery, and numerous sports cars. As for cash flow, there are probably still 20 to 30 billion. As for the company, I own a bar and more than 10 jade mines." Jackson counted his financial resources like the back of his hand. These things are not afraid of being exposed. With such terrifying wealth, anyone who is not a fool can realize that he is not simple. The foreign girl on the other end of the WeChat video call covered her mouth with a look of surprise. Is this Chinese person so capable? Jackson had already displayed the property certificate and car purchase records in front of the camera of his mobile phone. The authenticity of each asset has been verified. The foreign girl couldn't control herself any longer. "Oh my God! Oh my God! You must be an Oriental prince from some hidden family. In the entire Western Europe and America, the only ones who can achieve such horror are the princes from the Western royal families." Therefore, foreign girls also regarded Jackson as that kind of prince. Jackson smiled and said, "All the information has been verified. Please send me your Bugatti corporate account, and I will transfer the car payment to you now." The foreign girl quickly called a card number. Jackson entered the password very happily and completed the payment. Ding! Payment successful. Pay 300 million renminbi. The foreign girl also made a promise immediately. "Dear Oriental Prince, your Bugatti nor will be delivered to you immediately. It is an honor for our Bugatti family to have you drive our Bugatti. Mua, give you a passionate kiss and wish you a happy life." The foreign girl blew Jackson a kiss across the screen. The two ended the video call. Jackson was bored, so he picked up his phone and boarded Firefly Assault. I've been in Shenzhen recently to take care of the mining business, and I haven't played the game for a while. The reason why I have all these assets now is because of the power of this game, which can bring me all kinds of good things. Recently, this game updated a new map called Pyramid. Jackson bought a gas mask, put on level 5 silent armor, and brought a random gun into the game. Jackson found a perfect ambush position and began to wait. This game is still played by squatting. Not long after, 2 footsteps were heard and 2 teams of players came into view. One of the players threw 4 boxes of things directly on the ground. Another player picked up the box on the ground. "Holy shit, what a bastard," Jackson exclaimed. A large utility box with 64 slots in total. In this game, a large utility box is worth several million. Jackson already knew what these 2 people came in for. Based on the current price of 30 cents for a commemorative digital coin, these 2 people should be in a buyer and seller relationship. The 2 people came to the game to trade. Bang! With a gunshot, Jackson took one person away with 1 shot. A stun grenade was thrown over, and Jackson shot another man away. If someone is transporting goods, then it's not too much to intercept them in the game, right? Maybe there is something a little immoral. But playing games is not real life. So what is the point of morality? Jackson quickly emerged from the shadows, ready to plunder the bag. At this moment, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly sounded. "Did you pick up 512 million yuan in cash? Pick it up now." A sum of 5,120,000 yuan has been transferred to your bank account. After approval, it can be officially deposited into your deposit account. Jackson ignored it and chose to walk deeper into the map. Should I pick up a private investment bank? Jackson decisively chose to pick it up. As the name suggests, investment banks have certain holdings and investments in real estate, finance, catering, and other areas. As an investment bank, the cash flow it possesses is terrifying. With just one decision from Jackson, many invested companies will face the crisis of bankruptcy. This kind of good stuff must be picked up. "Sister, enemies are breaking in," a lowly's voice sounded. Then came a royal sister's voice. "Open fire together and kill him." 2 beautiful humanoid robots suddenly rushed over. Jackson fired several shots, but the level 6 bullets didn't cause any damage at all. Jackson was almost killed by 2 robot drones. The twin sisters beat people so hard that it hurt. Soon, Jackson discovered the clue. The reason why these 2 sisters are so strong is because they have 2 drones that can continuously restore their health. EMP support is on the way. The drone has been destroyed. After the 2 drones were destroyed, Jackson slammed the fire button on his phone. After destroying the 2 sisters' drones, the 2 sisters became much easier to fight. In a short while, Jackson defeated both sisters in seconds. Accompanied by 2 groaning screams, the 2 sisters were shot dead. Defeat the Gemini sisters. Nightingale. Defeat the Gemini sisters. Shuanghua. Do you want to tie up the twin sisters and bring them to the real world? Jackson's eyes lit up. What? The robot sisters that were killed in the game can actually be brought into the real world. Holy crap. This is so cool. This pair of twin sisters, whether it is their looks or their figures, are enough to drive people crazy. Tie them up and take them home immediately. He took out a red rope and tied up the 2 sisters. Sister Nightingale. "You can do anything to me, please let my sister go." Sister Shuanghua. "Catch me if you want to catch me, let me go." The 2 sisters showed their deep sisterly love in front of Jackson. The 2 women had skin as white as snow. One was wearing a green cheongsam and the other a red cheongsam. A large area of snow-white shoulders was exposed, and the clothes were made of relatively little fabric and were even made of lace. That pair of beautiful legs and black stockings, the details are done very well. But now there is a century-old problem. That is, choose the older sister or the younger sister. The mechanics of this game is that you can only pick up one person. Ding! It is detected that the host has trouble making choices. This system gives you a special gift, a sister double collection card. You can take both home at the same time. At the critical moment, the system is still powerful. Jackson picked up the 2 sisters decisively and said with a sly smile, "Only children make choices. I want the younger sister, and I want the older sister too." With Jackson's caution and carefulness, he successfully brought up the 2 sisters. This is the first time Jackson has brought a living creature into the game. I saw 2 Cheongsam beauties appearing on the bed out of nowhere. Jackson untied the ropes from the sisters. Sister Nightingale looked around warily. "What is this place?" Jackson smiled and stood in front of the bed. "This is my home." Now that you have been captured by me, will you accept me as the master of you two sisters? Nightingale and Shuanghua looked at each other, their cheeks flushed. The strong shall be king. My two sisters are willing to be the master's personal maids. Jackson took out 2 popsicles from the refrigerator and handed them to the sisters. Nightingale looked at the ice cream curiously. What is this? Why is it so cold? Jackson, how come the female characters in this game don't even recognize ice cream? Jackson opened the ice cream package, took a bite, and said to the 2 girls, It's so hot today. Eat some ice cream to cool down. Nightingale imitated Jackson, opened the ice cream bag, stretched out her pink tongue, and took a bite. Master, it's delicious. I have never eaten anything so delicious. Master, I will eat this ice cream every day from now on. This pair of sisters is really cute. Jackson thought for a moment and said, From now on, we will be master and servant. As my maids, do you two have any special skills? Sister Shuanghua said something shocking. Master, I can shoot a gun. The elder sister Nightingale went even further. Master, I will kill the adulterers. The 2 women's thinking and cognition are still at the level of killing players in the game. In the reality of modern society, they are just 2 inexperienced newbies. Ahem. Jackson smiled bitterly. Well, 2 ants, this world is not a game space. Our world is a society ruled by law. Don't talk about things like murder, adultery, and shooting. Jackson doesn't want to be sued because of the 2 women. Sister Nightingale leaned in Jackson's arms, her face flushed. We can do whatever the master wants. There is a rule in our killer world. Jackson couldn't help but ask, What are the rules? Nightingale. The master is the sky. If the master wants us to die, we will die. If the master wants us to live, we will live. When alive, you are the master's man. When dead, you are the master's ghost. I didn't expect the 2 sisters captured in the game to be so loyal. Jackson ate ice cream while chatting with the 2 sisters. Have you 2 ever been in love? The 2 girls shook their heads at the same time. No. Master, do you want to date us? If you want, you can also teach us how to fall in love and tell us what we should do with our master when we fall in love. This pair of twin sisters simply made Jackson a little overwhelmed. He kind of regretted capturing the 2 sisters from the game. Isn't this tempting people to commit a crime? Jackson quickly said, No, you 2 just stay at my house and do the laundry, cooking, and cleaning. I will pay you the money you need for life on time. Jackson's forehead, and he crossed his legs unnaturally. Sister Shuanghua, Master, are you feeling unwell? Jackson gritted his teeth. No. This afternoon, with Jackson's help, the 2 girls learned how to use mobile phones. The 2 women searched in the browser what a maid should do for her master. I don't know where the 2 girls pressed the button, but they actually downloaded a video software. The video titles are all 24 Hours of a Personal Maid. The 2 sisters blushed. How embarrassing. You actually want to do that? I've never done anything so embarrassing. The Nightingale lifted the quilt and crawled into it like a kitten, closely attached to Jackson. The next day, Jackson felt a rush of heat. When he saw the maid beside his pillow, he was startled. When did you go to bed? Nightingale lowered her head aggrievedly, her eyes slightly moist. Master, Nightingale is providing a personal bed-warming service. Don't you like it? The maid Shuanghua had already prepared breakfast. Master, sister, it's time to have breakfast. Jackson looked at Shuanghua's graceful figure. You 2 yesterday? Shuanghua nodded. Yeah, the quilt is too cold. How can the master sleep comfortably? So I warmed it up in my own way. Jackson waved at the 2 sisters and said, Come here, both of you. I want to educate you with reason and logic about what happened yesterday. In order to help readers save traffic, 100,000 words are omitted here, 3 hours later. Reviewer, these are all serious plots, and readers can prove it. Jackson asked Nightingale, Can you drive? Nightingale nodded. Shooting, driving, and flying are essential skills for a killer. Of course I can do it. Jackson casually threw a sports car key to her. My sister is about to be discharged from the hospital. I have to go back to Shanghai. You 2 can drive this Pagani function. Just navigate to Tiangong number 1. I left a bank card for you in the car, along with the bank card password. If the car runs out of gas, or you need to eat or drink on the road, just spend the money in it. Sister Shuanghua, what about the master? Jackson smiled and said, I have a helicopter. Take the helicopter back. Following the AMAP navigation, Jackson returned home that night. My neighbor, Miss Zhong Lin, greeted me. Mr. Gong, why haven't I seen you for several days? Jackson smiled and said, I recently went to Shenzhen for a trip. I had a lot of fun. I just came home now. Zhong Lin swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said enviously, flying a helicopter to travel by yourself. Master Gong really knows how to enjoy life. Jackson said, later, if Miss Zhong is free and trusts Gong, I can fly a plane and take you out to play. Zhong Lin was flattered. Wow, really? I can definitely trust Master Gong's character. Anyone who can live in the Tan Palace must be an upright gentleman. On this side, not long after Jackson parked the plane, Nightingale and Miss Xuanhua also arrived at Tan Palace in a supercar. The security guard at the entrance of Tan Palace stopped the two people and said, ladies, you are not the owners of our Tan Palace. You cannot enter. Nightingale, get lost. Do you believe I will kill you? The security guard said angrily, I don't believe it. Do you think the law is just a decoration? Nightingale's cold lips showed a trace of disdain. Law? What is that? If I want to kill you, anyone who dares to stop me will be killed without mercy. The security guard felt a chill. He actually sensed murderous intent from Nightingale. He had no doubt now that Nightingale was serious about what she said. Sister Xuanhua, who was sitting in the passenger seat, pulled Nightingale and said, Sister, the master also takes the law very seriously. We must listen to the master and not get him into trouble. Nightingale looked at the security guard coldly. Humph, for the sake of my master, I will let you go. The security guard seemed to remember something and asked, Excuse me, ladies, who is your master? Xuanhua said, Our master lives in Tan Palace number 1. His name is Jackson. The security guard's eyes suddenly widened and his mouth opened. What? Hurry, 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 come in, please. I'm sorry for offending you, because I didn't recognize you two ladies. After seeing off these two Cheongsam beauties, the security guard looked enviously in the direction of Tan Gong number 1. It has to be young Master Gong, who knows how to play. Maids are hired in pairs. It's the twin sister's temper, which is a bit scary, and she wants to kill at any time. The habits of rich people are so different. Only young Master Gong can tame this kind of personality, right? Someone else might not be able to handle it. Hiss, I didn't expect that the owner of Tan Gong number 1 was actually a masochist, but what kind of experience is that? The security guard was already gossiping in his mind. The two women met Jackson. Nightingale kept chattering, Master, that human at the door is really too much. He didn't even let me in. In our world, I would have killed him long ago. Jackson hugged Nightingale and stroked her cheek gently. Nightingale, you must abide by the law and never act impulsively. My master has not enjoyed the good life enough. Nightingale rubbed against his arms and said in a soft and obedient voice, Yes, I listen to my master. Xuanhua, Master, I want to stick to it too. After dinner, the doorbell at the entrance of the manor rang. Xiero, the property manager of Tan Palace, stood at the door with a heavy heart. Jackson opened the door. It's so late. What's going on? Xiero lowered her head, her cheeks red, not knowing how to start. Mr. Gong? I. The maids Nightingale and Xuanhua asked Jackson. Who is she? Jackson explained generously. She's my girlfriend. Nightingale suddenly realized. Oh, that's my sister, hello. Jackson looked at Xiero. Rower, what's going on? Xiero turned around. I'm fine. Jackson hugged her from behind and said, I'm not your boyfriend now? We're going to sleep together in the same bed. So what can't you tell me? Xiero blushed, and on her face that was about to cry, she suddenly burst into laughter. Hateful. Who wants to sleep in the same bed with you? You wish. Xiero turned around, looked at Nightingale and Xuanhua nervously, and asked Jackson, Who are they to you? What is their relationship with you? Xiero cares a lot about the answer. Jackson scratched the other's cute face and said, Little girl, are you jealous? My relationship with them is purely a man and a woman, and they're just housemates. How can a maid compare to your official girlfriend? It turned out to be just a maid. Xiero breathed a sigh of relief. She also knew that it was impossible for such an outstanding man like Master Gong to have only one woman. But it doesn't matter, as long as she can be authentic. Xiero pouted cutely. That's more like it. This story is purely fictional, just to satisfy LSP readers who like to read it. The author is affectionate and loyal. Jackson bravely. Didn't you say you wanted to be my boyfriend last time? I have never given Gong Shao a clear answer. As long as you dare to go home and meet my parents, I will agree to it. Do you dare? Jackson chuckled. Why should I be afraid of this? I will meet my father-in-law sooner or later. It just so happens that I have 2 bottles of Fakian Matai given by my neighbors on my wine cabinet. Take them both for Uncle. Jackson packed 2 bottles of wine in a gift box, then drove and followed Sierra to her house. Sierra's family was well off, and she lived in one of the best villa areas. After parking the car, Sierra took Jackson's arm and walked into the villa. The Xie family's home is decorated in a retro Chinese style, and the furniture is all made of the finest Hainan Wangwali wood. The living room has an antique charm, and a middle-aged man and woman are sitting on the sofa. Sierra said to Jackson, "These are my parents." Jackson placed 2 bottles of Fakian Matai on the table and greeted them politely. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt. It's our first meeting, and I didn't have time to prepare. I brought 2 bottles of wine for you 2 elders." The middle-aged woman looked at Jackson and said, "Young man, where do you work?" Jackson confessed, "I don't have work." Xie's parents were dissatisfied. "You don't have classes?" Father Xie had a gloomy face and asked, "What is your source of income?" Jackson smiled and said, "Play games every day." Jackson's job is to work as a game builder. Hearing this, the old couple already imagined a picture in their minds. A loser who has no proper job, stays at home every day, drinks happy fat house water, and plays games. How can my daughter have any security in life if she is with a man like this? Does he have to let Rower stick to him every day? How can such a person be qualified to enter the Xie family? Father Xie snorted coldly. "Nonsense. You are a grown man, but you are idle and play games every day. How can you be so shameless? I don't agree with you being with my Ro." Jackson grabbed Sierra's hand. "Uncle Rower and I are truly in love. I hope you can make it happen." Xie's father disagreed. "Sincerity? How much is it worth in this society? People like you can't even support a family. Is my daughter going to marry you and starve to death with you? I'm telling you the truth. Rower already has a fiancé. Her fiancé is Mr. Su, the real estate tycoon in Shenzhen. He's richer and more powerful than you. What can you compare with him?" In Xie's father's mind, the concept of marrying someone of equal social status has long been deeply rooted. And a poor boy like Jackson is not a good match for the Xie family. Xie resisted and pleaded, "Dad, I don't want to marry Mr. Su. He's already so old. Dad, you can't push me into this fire pit just for the company's sake." Lao Su from Shenzhen City is almost old enough to be Xie's father. Thinking of Lao Su's face, Xie felt nauseous. Xie's father looked miserable and sighed helplessly. "Dad, what can I do? The batch of steel we have at Xie's building materials has been piled up for too long, and now the company is in urgent need of 2 billion in capital turnover. Only Mr. Su is willing to buy the goods at a price several times higher than the market price. Marrying Mr. Su is the only choice for the Xie family." Xie's mother also held Xie's hand and advised, "There are so many workers in the steel plant, and the 3 families are all waiting for food. If you sacrifice one person, you can save thousands of families. Oh yeah. You have to consider the overall interests of the company." Xie had already burst into tears. "No, I don't want to become a victim of my family." Xie's father coaxed and lied. "Daughter, Mr. Su's real estate business is so big, and recently he used some tricks to apply for a huge loan from the bank. As long as this loan is approved, Mr. Su can make a lot of money in a year with a little investment. Do you know how many women in the country will want to marry him?" Xie's mother also said, "Roa, your father is right. It's your honor that Mr. Su likes you. When Mr. Su's real estate becomes bigger and stronger, it will be too high for our family to marry into it. Your father and I, this is for your own good." Xie glared at her mother. "Then why don't you marry him?" Mother Xie's face turned red, and she became angry and said, "What a treasonous thing you said." Xie's father, who had remained silent the entire time, said unhappily, "This matter is not up to you. You have to marry whether you want to or not. Mr. Xie has a strong personality and a very tough attitude." Jackson comforted Xie and hugged her in his arms and said to Xie's father, "Uncle, there is no need to force my Rower. If it is a problem that can be solved with money, it is not a problem. It's just 2 billion. I'll give you the money. Only 2 billion. There is more than 2 billion in my spare bank card. It's just a number to Jackson now. Even if you don't want to use the money in the card, you can transfer it directly from the bank where he found it." The last game was not just about capturing 2 female leaders. Jackson clearly remembers that he got a private investment bank. Xie's father was even more disgusted with Jackson and humiliated him. "What do you want to take? That's 2 billion, not 20 Dedizu happy beans. You are a nerd who plays games. Don't you have any self-awareness? Jackson looked at the other party speechlessly. I know. I happen to have a friend at the bank. I'll say hello, and you can go directly to the bank to withdraw the money tomorrow. Since I can solve it, Uncle Xie, there is no need to force my daughter to jump into the fire pit, right? Father Xie snorted coldly, not wanting to believe it at all. Huh? Do you take me for a fool? What kind of friend is willing to do you such a big favor? Get out of here right now. The Xie family does not welcome you. Mr. Xie immediately ordered them to leave, grabbed Jackson, and pushed him out the door. Xie Ro was anxious to reveal Jackson's identity. Dad, Mr. Gong is Tan. Before Xie Ro could finish her words, she was interrupted by her father. Nanny, the young lady has been so overwhelmed by love that she has started talking nonsense. Take her back to her room and calm her down. The nanny took Xie Ro's hand and dragged her into the room. Let's go. Miss, don't make things difficult for Andy. Xie Ro struggled and shouted. Dad, I'm not talking nonsense. Let me finish. Mr. Gong is really not simple. He is... Pa! A slap hit Xie Ro's face. Xie's father said angrily. Get out of my room. These few days, you are not allowed to go out without my permission. Look at you out there. You meet all sorts of shady people. Reluctantly, Xie Ro was locked in the room. Jackson were left in the living room. Jackson looked at Father Xie and said, Uncle Xie, you will know tomorrow whether I have such a big favor or not. Father Xie snorted coldly. Okay, then I'll wait and see. If you really have that much ability, I'll send Rower to your room myself. If you can't do it, don't bother Rower anymore. Jackson said firmly, someone from the bank will contact you tomorrow. After leaving Xie's house, a call from Shenzhen City came to Jackson's cell phone. Boss, I'm Xiao Tang. That bastard Landon, I don't know how he got to know a foreign mine owner, and now he's providing raw materials to those jewelers at a very low price. The market has been disrupted by him. Many of our partners no longer buy goods from us. What should we do, boss? Jackson frowned, thought for a while, and said, Xiao Tang, don't panic. I'll use my connections to see how to solve this problem. After hanging up the phone, Jackson's eyes were filled with coldness. The jade mines make hundreds of billions of profits a year. Landon, however, intervened, which was no different from cutting off his own source of income. As the saying goes, cutting off a person's financial resources is like killing his parents. This Su family, it's time to teach them a lesson. But the most urgent thing is to go to his own private bank and settle Xie Ro's matter first. At the bank, all the senior executives sat together and held a meeting. On the PPT, it's the latest movements of the new governor, Jackson. I believe you have also seen the strength of this bank president. Shanghai's emperors Nolan and Kai, Tencent's Ma Xiao, and Shenzhen Chamber of Commerce's President Wei dare not breathe loudly in front of him. According to my understanding, on the first day of his visit to Shenzhen, the president bought 20 luxury houses in Shenzhen with full payment and deposited 5 billion yuan in the local industrial and commercial bank of China. Pay attention to yourselves these few days. Remember this face. Anyone who offends President Gong will be kicked out. The meeting lasted for more than an hour. Through PPT information, everyone in the bank, from the cleaners to the managers, everyone knows Jackson's legendary deeds. Everyone's heart was trembling, and they thought of multiple labels for Jackson. He is generous, spends money lavishly, is rich enough to rival a country, and his identity is mysterious. Putting these labels together is really scary. Everyone present stared at the screen intently, memorizing Jackson's facial features in their minds. Unless you are a moron, no one would choose to offend the other person. Beep! A car horn sounded. A handsome Pagani Huayra stopped in front of the bank. Jackson, wearing sunglasses, got out of the car. The people who were in a meeting in the bank dropped everything they were doing and rushed out of the bank as soon as they saw Jackson. All the bank employees were very disciplined and stood in a row in unison. Everyone, salute. The bank manager took the lead and gave a standard military salute. The lobby manager of the International Bank, together with all the bank staff, welcomes the president. This scene attracted the attention of the customers in the bank. There was a murmur among the crowd. This is the youngest bank president I have ever seen. At such a young age, he can open such a big bank. What a promising young man. Jackson stopped the manager and said, let's skip the red tape and show me the bank's financial statements for the past few years. The bank manager stepped on his high heels and smiled as he invited Jackson into the bank. Okay, President, please follow me. I'll take you to the bank's vault. Under the respectful gazes of the crowd, Jackson walked into the bank lobby. This is a 5-story bank, and all its customers are business people in the business district. The high-heeled manager pressed the elevator button and introduced it to Jackson. President, this is our bank's exclusive VIP elevator. The two of them boarded the elevator together and came to a separate green channel. The inside of the channel was actually filled with red electromagnetic lasers. Iris verification in progress. Iris verification passed. Please enter. Accompanied by two electronic sounds, the electromagnetic lasers also disappeared. A safe road appeared in front of Jackson. Jackson was very satisfied with this. The bank's security system is well done. The manager, wearing her own black stockings and high heels, followed Jackson into the vault. The manager took the initiative to introduce it to Jackson. This vault contains our bank's net profits over the years. As long as there is money in this room, the president can use it at will. Jackson asked curiously, what about the bank's outgoings? For example, when it pays employees or invests in some companies, where does the money come from? The manager quickly explained to Jackson, President, don't worry. The bank's expenses are, of course, in another exclusive vault. The two vaults do not interfere with each other. Jackson breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at all the things in the vault, Jackson's heart beat faster. Looking around, RMB, USD, Euro, there was no telling how many mountains of money were piled on the ground. Red, green, and yellow, stretching as far as the eye can see. There were also several small hills of golden high-purity gold bricks piled up. Next to the cash and gold were bundles of documents. These documents are mortgage contracts for luxury properties, luxury cars, companies, and financial contracts for banks' investments in various companies. Jackson can use this endless wealth freely. It was not until he came here that Jackson truly understood what it meant to be rich enough to rival a country. Brought Jackson up couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, he is indeed President Gong. He is still able to remain calm in the face of such wealth. If it were an ordinary young person, he would not be able to remain so calm when seeing so much wealth. Jackson calmed himself down and told the manager, Xia Ro from Xia Steel in Modu is my woman. She is short of 2 billion yuan in capital turnover. Tomorrow you contact the Xia family and give them a 0% interest loan. It's better to be more, but not less. Do you understand? The bank manager smiled and assured, Understood. President, don't worry. The boss's wife is my family. I will definitely not be stingy. I will definitely take good care of the boss lady. The two took the elevator and went downstairs together. At this time, a bank executive came to Jackson with a pile of documents in his hands. President, take a look. Jackson took the document from him and asked, What is it? The executive explained, This is the information submitted by Mr. Su, the real estate tycoon of Shenzhen Stock Exchange. We have passed the previous review and only need the last step from you, the president. President, Mr. Su is very powerful and has great influence in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. If we grant this loan, we can also gain a favor from Mr. Su. What do you think? Jackson held the data sheet in his hand and sneered. You want to borrow 300 billion? You really dare to ask for a high price. Tell them directly that they have not passed the final review. Any bank that cooperates with us and dares to lend money to the Su family will be an enemy of me, Jackson. Jackson was worried that he had no reason to deal with the Su family. Since Su Laoyin's loan came to me. Still want 3 trillion? This Su Laoyin is just dreaming. He can't even think of borrowing a penny. Who made him have a good son, Landon, to cut off his own source of wealth? The bank executives no longer insisted. Okay, President, I'll arrange it right away. Jackson curiously, President, do you have a grudge against Su Laoyin? Our bank also has many investment projects in the Su family's industries. Do you think we should withdraw our investment? Jackson said decisively. Everyone, get out. The manager nodded. Okay, President, I'll do it right away. The manager couldn't help but feel a little pity and sympathy for Su Laoyin. Why did he have to offend the president of his own bank? The president already possessed tremendous financial resources before acquiring the bank. I think of Su Laoyin's despicable and insidious behavior. It really proves the saying, if God wants to kill a person, he will make him crazy first. After leaving the bank, Jackson called Kai. Kai was flattered when he received Jackson's call. Brother Bao, you are such a busy man. Why did you think of calling me? What happened? You tell me. Jackson sat in the car and spoke slowly. Song, does Su Laoyin from Shenzhen know about it? Do you have any business cooperation with him? Can you please give me a favor and cancel all cooperation with him? Kai wiped the shampoo off his head and asked nervously. What's wrong, Brother Bao? Did the Su family offend you? Jackson snorted coldly and said dissatisfiedly. Su Laoyin raised a good son. He has repeatedly provoked and humiliated me, and has affected my business worth hundreds of billions a year. His behavior of disrupting the market has seriously affected my financial situation. After understanding the whole story, Kai was furious. This Landon, he is so bold. How dare you touch Brother Bao's cake? This bastard dares to get involved in a business project worth hundreds of billions a year? Kai agreed immediately. He's a bastard. He even dared to cut off your financial resources, Brother Bao. I must punish him. Not only will the business cooperation between my Wang family and the Su family be canceled, I will also ask all the rich second-generation families in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen to cancel their business dealings with the Su group. Kai also learned about Jackson's strength from Ma Xiao and others from Tencent. I would rather offend the Su family than provoke young Master Gong. Jackson hung up the phone with satisfaction. Since Jackson was on speakerphone, the senior executives who had just got off work at the bank were able to hear the entire conversation. Who else in China can be called the second-generation rich man Xiaozong? It can only be the prince of Wanda Group. Even someone like Kai can only be called Song by Jackson. He was even willing to do such a huge favor for Jackson. All these senior executives were shocked. The Su family is about to perish. This new president who acquired the bank is really trying to destroy the Su family. I'm afraid that after tonight, the Su family will no longer exist. All the grassroots and senior executives of the bank began to sympathize with Su Laoyin at this moment. Early the next morning, in a hotel in Shanghai, Su Laoyin looked at his son Landon and asked him, Xiaojian, what about the young man riding the Trek butterfly last time? Have you apologized to them? Landon said unconvincedly, Why should I apologize to him? Dad, he just contracted a few mines. I have already established contact with the mine owners abroad. I have already suppressed the price of raw materials from the jade mine. I am afraid that it won't be long before that bastard goes bankrupt. Talking about this, Landon had already imagined Jackson kneeling down to beg him. When that time comes, he will make Jackson crawl under his crotch. That woman must also be sent to his bed. He will let this matter go. Su Laoyin smiled with satisfaction. You are worthy of being my son. You have done a great job on this matter. You can see the new car now. Dad will be able to get the loan tomorrow. Landon was shocked. Dad, that's more than 300 billion. It's not a small amount after all. How can the bank move so fast? Old Su laughed coldly. Humph. These well-known people have left shameful handles on me. Do they dare not provide me with proof of qualifications? Whoever dares to go against me, I will bring him to ruin. The reason why the Su family's business has grown so big over the years. There is no other reason, it's just that too many people are involved. No one would risk going against the Su family. Landon gave a thumbs up. Dad, you are really good at it. The father and son were unaware of the impending bankruptcy crisis facing the Su family, still immersed in the joy of that loan. The next morning, Xie's father received a call from the bank. Mr. Xie, it's like this. You said you wanted a loan last time. I think we can talk about it. But Miss Xie Ro must come in person to handle it. After receiving the call, Mr. Xie immediately notified his daughter Xie Ro. In order to get the loan without any risk, Xie's father stuffed a bunch of documents into his daughter's hands. Rower, this is to apply for our company's operating flow, various certificates, and information. No matter what, you must get this loan. Xie Ro took all the documents and drove directly to the bank. Getting out of the car, Xie Ro carefully opened the door and walked in. Xie Ro handed over the materials. Hello, I am Xie Ro from Xie Group, and here are my loan materials. The counterman glanced at Xie Ro, then picked up his phone and made a call. Manager, Miss Xie from the Xie family is here. Not long after, the bank's financial credit manager came to Xie Ro quickly and said, Hello, Miss Xie. You are more beautiful than last time. Let's get straight to the point. How much loan do you need? Xie Ro was stunned. The last time I came to this bank, the manager still ignored me and said that with the size of the Xie Group, it was not qualified to discuss loans. Why are you so easy to talk to this time? Xie Ro said weakly. Yes, we need to borrow 2 billion yuan. If you don't have enough qualifications, 1 billion yuan will do. We will find a way to find the rest ourselves. The credit manager burst out laughing and waved his hand. 10 or 20 is not enough. Our president will definitely scold me to death. So, I will directly lend you 20 billion. Zero interest, Miss Xie. Is that okay? Xie Ro covered her mouth and widened her eyes. What? Xie Ro just felt unbelievable. Everything that was happening now made her feel like she was in a dream. All the loan application materials and sales pitch she carefully prepared were of no use. Just by scanning your face and reporting your identity, you got a loan of 20 billion. And the key point is zero interest. This is too smooth. Could it be Gong Xiao? It must be Gong Xiao. Only young Master Gong has such extraordinary abilities. Gong Xiao was actually able to help me win such a big favor. Isn't Gong Xiao's friend so helpful? She really didn't know how to repay him. The manager coughed and said, Miss Xie, is this okay with you? If 20 billion is not enough, I can help you get some more. Xie Ro came back to her senses and nodded quickly. Ah, enough. Xie Ro originally only wanted to borrow 2 billion yuan, but the bank gave her 20 billion yuan for the first time. She is already very content with this. Xie Ro walked out of the bank in a daze, and the phone at home called, Rower, isn't the loan 2 billion? How did 20 billion yuan get transferred to our company's financial account? I won't be able to use the money until I figure this out. Hearing the question from the other end of the phone, Xie Ro explained, Dad, my boyfriend knows the bank president, and the bank president did him a favor. I went to the bank, and they approved my application without even looking at my documents. Father Xie was very surprised and praised him repeatedly. Your boyfriend is really awesome. He was able to get the bank president to directly grant him such a large loan. This favor is really great. No matter what I say, you have to call your boyfriend home. Dad wants to apologize to him. After hanging up the phone, Xie Ro drove away from the bank. Not long after Xie Ro left, a middle-aged man in a suit with a ruddy face walked into the bank in a good mood. Su Laoyin went directly to the manager of the credit department. Mr. Zhou, look, has my 3 trillion yuan loan been approved? You have to help me urge it again. Mr. Zhou threw a file bag directly on Su Laoyin's face with a bang. Old Su had a gloomy face and was very dissatisfied with Mr. Zhou's attitude. Mr. Zhou, after all, I'm a well-known figure in Shenzhen Stock Exchange. What's your attitude? Mr. Zhou looked at him with pity. You may have been Mr. Su in the past, but after last night, I can only call you Mr. Su. After our final review, you are not qualified to apply for this loan. Su Laoyin picked up the file bag from the ground, and his face turned pale. Su Laoyin's body was shaking, and his lips were trembling. Well, what? I didn't get the loan? How is that possible? Would you like to see our company's annual turnover? Mr. Zhou, the manager of the credit department, lost his patience and said, There's no need to read it, Mr. Su. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have offended. Our president said that we can do loans for anyone except your Su family. Mr. Su was confused. I haven't offended anyone recently. What is going on? Su Laoyin asked hurriedly. What's your bank president's name? President Zhou. I have no right to disclose our boss's personal privacy. Su Laoyin's expression gradually became uglier than eating shit. Mr. Zhou, who usually treated him with great respect, now dared to treat him in this way. Think about Su Laoyin. He has been in the business world for so many years, but no one has ever humiliated him so much. Before leaving the bank, Su Laoyin said something ruthless. Your bank is not the only one in the country. At worst, I can change banks and still apply for a loan. Wait until I, old Su, get better. Don't kneel down and beg me for a loan then. However, everyone in the bank looked at Su Laoyin as if he were an idiot. A poor man who is about to go bankrupt still thinks he is the big boss he once was? What are you pretending for here? After leaving the bank, Su Laoyin called several old friends in the bank one after another. However, the results are uniformly consistent. Brother Su, the overall environment is not good, and the bank has no money. Brother Su, we are having trouble making ends meet. Hello, Lao Su. What? You want a loan? Wait a minute, the signal here is not very good. Beep, 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 busy tone, and hung up. Su Laoyin made several phone calls, and each person rejected him for various reasons. Just after he made a few calls, several more calls came in from partners. Lao Su, I'm Lao Wang from Wanda. I think I have a more suitable partner for this cooperation project, so let's call off our cooperation. Mr. Su, the business cooperation between Qin Group and Su Real Estate has been terminated. Lao Su, I want to withdraw my investment now. I won't invest in that project anymore. I don't care what you do. Just transfer the money to me right away. If I don't see the money before 5 p.m., we'll see you in court. After answering the phone, most of Su Laoyin's black hair had turned white. Su Laoyin felt like the sky was falling. What is going on? It's either canceling cooperation or withdrawing investment. Who is behind this? This is pushing yourself to death. The down payments from the owners who booked their houses have already been collected, but now the funding chain is broken and the building cannot be built. It eventually became an unfinished building project. If this project becomes an unfinished building, the homeowners will definitely not let themselves off. I am afraid I will face jail time. Mr. Su returned to the hotel with a gloomy face. Landon asked excitedly, "Dad, you're back. How's it going? Did you get the loan from the bank?" Su Laoyin slumped on the sofa and said, "No, we have been rejected. The major banks in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen seem to have reached some kind of consensus and simply refused to lend money to our Su family. For the next few projects that our family is going to do, the partners have kicked your dad and me out and will no longer allow me to participate. Many others have withdrawn their investment." Landon was also dumbfounded. "Ah, Dad, don't you have those indecent photos and videos? They are not afraid of even these things." Su Laoyin rubbed his brows and said bitterly, "It's useless. These things can't scare them at all now." Landon's face turned pale. "Then how can I get the raw materials for jewelry abroad? I have already received the money from those jewelry owners, and now I have spent it all. Those owners will definitely not let me go. What should I do, Dad?" Su Laoyin suddenly remembered something and asked sternly, "You beast, have you touched that cake with the Trek butterfly riding on it recently?" Landon, Lao Su's son, was stunned. "Dad, he is just a man riding a bicycle." "Pa!" Lao Su raised his hand and slapped Landon in the face. Su Laoyin cursed. "Is that an ordinary bicycle? A bicycle worth more than 30 million yuan. Don't you want to think about the real, terrifying background of the person? You've offended someone. Are you a moron? The Su family's foundation has been destroyed in your hands." At this moment, the door of the villa was pushed open by someone from outside. Several people in uniform blocked the door. "Mr. Su, you are suspected of a loan fraud case. Come with us to the police station." Su Laoyin's face turned pale, and he fell down on the sofa. "It's over. It's all over. The Su family is completely finished." A pair of cold handcuffs were used to handcuff the wrists of Su's father and son, and they were taken to the police car. Landon wailed, "Dad, I don't want to go to jail. I haven't had a good life yet, Dad. Please think of a solution." "Think of a solution, Dad." Su Lao looked at Landon angrily. "What can I do? Who told you to cause such a huge disaster that cannot be rectified?" Compared with the miserable conditions of the two people, the CF family was a completely different scene. On the dining table, there are delicious dishes such as king crab and Australian lobster. Sierra's father used chopsticks turned upside down to pick up various dishes for Jackson. "Son-in-law, eat more. I never thought that you work in a bank and know such awesome people. The CF family will have to trouble you more when it comes to using money in the future." Jackson, who could secure a loan of 20 billion for the CF family with just a word of thanks, must be extremely terrifying. Jackson smiled modestly. "It's just a piece of cake." Father Xie glanced at Sierra and said earnestly, "Roa, you have to seize the opportunity to have a good boy like Xiao Gong. The time is almost right. It's time to give him a baby." Sierra blushed and said shyly, "Oh, Dad, what are you talking about? Gong Xiao and I haven't gotten married yet." Father Xie rolled his eyes at his daughter and said, "Don't be so traditional. Getting pregnant before marriage is a social phenomenon. Roa, you have to keep up with the trend of society. Don't live in the past." The future mother-in-law pushed Xie's father and said, "You old, frivolous man. What nonsense are you saying in front of the children?" Perhaps because of the 20 billion loan, the CF family's attitude towards Jackson took a 180-degree turn. Jackson knew very well that if he was still the poor boy he once was, Xie's father probably wouldn't even bother with him. The meal lasted very late. The next morning, Jackson was driving, preparing to leave Tan Gong number 1, when he ran into his neighbor Zhong Lin by chance. "Mr. Gong, good morning." Out of politeness, Jackson smiled and responded, "Good morning to you too." Zhong Lin asked, "Mr. Gong, are you going out so early in the morning?" Jackson smiled and said, "Yes, my sister was hospitalized for appendicitis a while ago. I'm usually busy, so my parents have been taking care of her there. She's going to be discharged from the hospital soon. I'm going to go see her. I'm leaving now." The car started and Jackson was about to drive away. Hearing this, Zhong Lin seemed to be thinking about something. Gong Xiao's sister is in the hospital? The other wealthy people living in Tan Palace are still unaware of this news. If we show a little bit of our gratitude, then the Zhong family's position in the heart of the number 1 owner of Tan Palace will definitely be much higher than others. This is a chance to show off. Thinking of this, Zhong Lin called Jackson. "Mr. Gong, please wait for me for a few minutes." Jackson stopped the car in confusion. What's the matter? Zhonglin walked into her villa, and a few minutes later, she stuffed a few things into Jackson's hands. Mr. Gong, get a box of milk, some grapes, and lychees for our sister. These are all imported from abroad. Consider them as a small token of my appreciation to my sister. These imported milk and fruits are high-end foods that even the Zhong family is reluctant to eat. Jackson is not the type to be polite to others. After accepting the milk and fruit, Jackson thanked Zhonglin and said, "Then I would like to thank Miss Zhong for the gift prepared for my daughter Xian Xian." Jackson didn't know the prices of these imported items, but it definitely won't be cheap. People who can live in a place like Tan Palace Villa are all members of the upper class, just like the readers of Bookshelf Edition. Cheap milk and fruit are not worthy of being placed in other people's homes. These big guys, who are either rich or noble, are very particular about food and drink. Even a bottle of mineral water for cooking instant noodles usually costs several hundred yuan. Jackson drove to the hospital and came to the door of his sister's ward. Before I even entered the ward, I heard the chatter inside. These Japanese-style light snow strawberries cost more than 1,000 yuan per pound. Ordinary people, without a certain status and social position, can't even buy them. My kids don't like to eat it. It's just a little rotten or spoiled. It would be a waste to throw it away, so I'll give it to your daughter. The aunt in the ward had a look of boasting and superiority on her face, showing off his upper-class status. Although my sister lived in a high-end ward, Jackson's parents were dressed simply, which made them think that my sister was able to live there because of other people's connections. Obviously, this aunt treated my younger sister Gong Xian as a child from an ordinary family. Through the glass door, Jackson could see that the strawberries the other party brought were no longer fresh and most of them were rotten. Jackson opened the door and walked into the ward with something in his hand. "Annie, these strawberries are rotten. How can you still give them to my sister? These strawberries can't be eaten." Gong Xian, the younger sister on the hospital bed, forced herself to stand up and looked at Jackson with a smile. "Brother, you are here?" Jackson put the milk and fruits on the table and touched Gong Xuan's head lovingly. "Brother brought you your favorite milk, as well as grapes and lychees." Gong Xian was very happy. "Brother, you are so nice." Jackson with a bad face. "Kid, what's wrong with rotten strawberries? You can still eat them after peeling them. How funny. Just a box of milk, a bunch of grapes, and a box of lychees. How much can they be worth? Add them together. And they're not as expensive as my pound of strawberries." Hearing what the aunt said, Jackson felt disdainful in his heart. Do you dare to compare strawberries that cost 1,000 yuan per pound with the imported fruits from Tan Palace? This old lady must have lost her mind. Jackson didn't choose to explain anything. To argue with such low-level people would only lower your own status. But the aunt saw Jackson's look of idiocy. "What's that look? Am I not telling the truth?" Knock, knock, knock. After a series of knocks on the door, my sister's attending physician walked into the ward from outside. The doctor in a white coat came to my sister's bed with a small notebook in hand and asked, "Little girl, how are you recovering?" Gong Xian smiled and said, "Uncle Zhao, I'm much better now." When Dr. Zhao saw the milk and fruit on the table, he exclaimed and said the names. "Is this Van's milk? Ruby grapes? Zhengqing's guava lychees?" This Dr. Zhao is very knowledgeable. When I was studying abroad in my early years, I had the honor of seeing these fruits and milk on the table of a Middle Eastern prince. Therefore, the origins of these things can be revealed at a glance. Jackson put a box of milk in a straw and handed it to the other party. "Dr. Zhao, my sister's illness has been cured recently thanks to you. You haven't had breakfast yet? Would you like a box of milk?" Seeing Jackson actually handed over a box of milk, Dr. Zhao sweated and quickly refused. No, I can't drink this, it's too expensive." The lady who was the family member of the patient next door said to Dr. Zhao, "It's just a box of ordinary milk. How much is it worth?" "Dr. Zhao, why are you reacting so strongly?" Dr. Zhao laughed in anger, picked up a box of milk on the table, and pointed at the words on it. "Ordinary milk? Look carefully. What does it say on it?" "Van, imported milk from Australia. This milk, a small liter costs 3,500 yuan, and drinking this box will cost 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. The nurses in the ward, and my younger sister Gong Xian, and the aunt on the hospital bed. Everyone was stunned. The old lady was completely dumbfounded and lowered her voice. A box of milk is so expensive. Poverty simply limited her imagination. Jackson was also shocked. There is a box of milk on the table. If each box is taken out individually, it may be sold for tens of thousands. Dr. Zhao snorted coldly. It's expensive for a reason. The company that produces this milk is located near Antarctica, a sparsely populated area with the cleanest air and water in the world. The ranch has a history of more than 190 years of milk production. Pesticides and fertilizers cannot be used on the farm's grass, and antibiotics and other drugs are not allowed to be used on the cows. All the milk produced must be pasteurized and then airlifted to the capital of our country using the fastest cold chain. After Dr. Zhao's scientific explanation, Jackson also gained new knowledge. I didn't expect that a small box of milk has such a history. Whether it is the centuries-old history, the natural environment, or the pasteurization technology, all of these have established the lofty status of Van Milk. The aunt pouted and looked at the bunch of grapes and lychees unwillingly. The milk is imported, and these two are just ordinary fruits. Dr. Zhao looked at her with disdain and said excitedly, "You are wrong again. This bunch of grapes and this box of lychees are exactly the most expensive. This bunch of grapes costs more than 75,000 yuan. As for the box of lychees, they're even more priceless. One lychee costs 550,000 yuan. One lychee is worth a house in second and third-tier cities." The entire ward fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared at each other. This bunch of grapes was eaten by many people, costing more than 10 yuan or even dozens of yuan per pound. These grapes cost more than 70,000 yuan a bunch. I've never seen anything like this in my life. And that lychee is even more outrageously expensive. Eating one will cost you hundreds of thousands. My younger sister Gong, Xian, asked curiously, "Uncle Zhao, why are these two fruits so expensive?" Dr. Zhao took a sip of water to moisten his throat. "That's a good question. In order to cultivate this grape, a total of 400 grapevines were planted, but only 4 trees successfully borne fruit. Each grape must weigh more than 30 grams. The sugar content of the whole grape must reach 28%, and a bunch must weigh 700 grams. Moreover, grapes that meet this standard can only be bought at auctions." Through Dr. Zhao's explanation, everyone also understood. The success rate of successfully experimenting with such a grape is only a pitiful 4 in 400. Its extremely harsh living conditions also directly determine its price. The little nurse looked at the box of lychees and asked in confusion, "What is the origin of this box of lychees?" Dr. Zhao picked up a round lychee and slowly told the history of Xingqing guava lychee. There is only one mother tree of guava lychee in the world, and less than 100 high-quality lychees are produced each year. This happened during the Northern Song dynasty in my country. It is a tribute to the imperial palace. Every bite has historical and cultural value. Hiss! Everyone in the ward gasped. I didn't expect that lychees that cost 500,000 yuan each are so scarce. Jackson couldn't help but give Dr. Zhao a thumbs up. "Dr. Zhao, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. It's as elegant as when I was studying abroad." Younger sister Gong Xian stared at her older brother Jackson with her round eyes wide open. "I thought, brother, when did you study abroad? How come I didn't know?" Dr. Zhao said with a smile. No. In front of you, Master Gong, I'm just an elementary school student." In Dr. Zhao's heart, Jackson is not a simple person. A box of milk costs more than 3,000 yuan. A bunch of grapes costs more than 70,000 yuan. And a lychee costs more than 500,000 yuan. Bringing these things to visit patients, his status is no less than those of the Middle Eastern princes. Since they can bring the things here, how can they not know their value? Gong Xiao never interrupted him and just kept praising him and giving him face. The fact is that Dr. Zhao was wrong. Jackson really couldn't name these things, nor could he tell their origins or prices. Jackson was just playing it cool. It was not until this moment that the old lady holding the pale snow strawberry with a fork realized how ridiculous she was. In the eyes of the little girl's brother, she is probably no different from a clown, right? She couldn't stay in this ward for a moment and returned to her child's ward in dejection. Jackson washed a few lychees. After peeling the lychee shell, the juice did not flow everywhere like that of ordinary lychees. Jackson took 2 milky white fruits, stuffed one into his sister's mouth, and ate the other himself. "Brother, that's so sweet." Jackson felt it too. This lychee is sweet and sour, and the flesh is juicy. In that hint of cool and sweetness, there is also a special fragrance. Eating this fruit worth 500,000 yuan is a kind of status and enjoyment. Jackson's heart, he also had a better impression of the Zhong family. I didn't expect the Zhong family to be so generous to me. Friends like the Zhong family, we must visit more often in the future. After leaving the hospital, Jackson drove to a large restaurant. This restaurant is called Tianzijin Restaurant. Jackson said to the people in the restaurant, "In 3 days, I will book your Sky restaurant to celebrate my sister's discharge from the hospital and treat her to a big meal." The hotel bartender said, "Sir, you need to pay a deposit of 8,888 yuan to make a reservation, and you can dine in 6 months." Jackson looked at the bar with dissatisfaction. "I said I want to eat here in 3 days, and you told me to wait for half a year?" Jackson coldly, "This is the rule of our restaurant. Even if Kai and Shanghai King Nolan come, if they want to book the Sky restaurant, they have to make a reservation 6 months in advance." I didn't expect that the wait time at this restaurant would be so long. But half a year later, it seemed that I no longer needed to set the table. Half a year is definitely not enough. Jackson pulled out a brand new black card from his pocket and slapped it on the bar table. "Now what? Do you want to reorganize your language?" Jackson has enough confidence in this card. Anyone who sees this card must put aside her arrogance. Unless the other party has had enough of the peaceful life. The bartender had a hint of impatience on her face. "No matter what you take, it's useless. Hurry up and take it." The little sister's voice suddenly became softer. Her eyes were fixed on the black card. On this black card, there were some large gold-plated characters written, "Centurion Black Gold Card." The weight of these words made it difficult for the bartender to breathe. Centurion Black Gold Card. The girl at the bar couldn't even speak clearly. The card has an unlimited credit limit. Those who hold this Centurion Black Gold Card are all politicians from various countries, as well as super billionaires and celebrities. Moreover, it can only be processed with the invitation of American Express Bank. If you apply on your own without an invitation from American Express Bank, you will never be able to get this card. Only those with real status and position are worthy of owning this card. The girl at the bar changed her tone. "I am the one who didn't recognize the real talent and offended the distinguished Centurion Black Gold Card owner. You can dine in our restaurant Sky restaurant in 3 days." The bar is the complete opposite of its previous attitude. Jackson looked at the bar with interest. "Oh, now I don't need to arrange for it half a year in advance. I can use the restaurant in 3 days?" The girl at the bar smiled and said, "Look at what you said. Who dares to set rules for Centurion Black Gold Card holders?" Jackson in astonishment. I didn't expect that small black card would be more prestigious than Kai and Nolan. Who is this Jackson who holds such an awesome card at such a young age? "Do you have any special requests for your meals 3 days later?" the girl at the bar asked cautiously. Yunzijin Restaurant dare not neglect the holders of this Centurion Black Gold Card. Otherwise, American Express Bank would have skinned their boss alive. Neglecting the owner of the Centurion Black Gold Card would be tantamount to slapping American Express Bank in the face. The girl at the bar shuddered at the thought of the horror of American Express Bank. Jackson stated his request. "My sister likes desserts very much. She will be discharged from the hospital in 3 days and regain her life. I want her to eat the most delicious dessert in the world. My sister's happiness is the most important thing." The bartender understood what Jackson meant and asked, "What about your psychological budget?" Jackson said lightly, "Money is just a virtual number to me. No matter how much money it is, you can arrange it as you like. Do it well and do it with your heart." The girl at the bar smiled and said, "With your words, I can do it boldly. That dessert must use the best fruits and the highest quality cream in the world, and senior dessert masters from many countries. Without any of them, it is impossible to restore the classic." It took 3 days to prepare that dessert, although the time was a bit short. But if the Centurion Black Gold Card owner specifically requests this dessert, then the whole world will have to prepare the ingredients, and the top dessert chefs from all countries will have to work overtime. This is what the Centurion Black Gold Card can do. When a person's wealth reaches this level, there is nothing that is impossible. After everything was arranged in the restaurant, Jackson was ready to leave as he still had a lot of things to do. Outside the restaurant, 2 young men walked in. The waiters in the restaurant greeted the two in unison. "Hello, Nolan. Hello, Roman." The 2 people were Kai and Nolan. They also saw Jackson and asked, "Brother Bao, why are you here?" Jackson smiled and said, 3 days later, my sister will be discharged from the hospital for appendicitis. I thought this was a new life, so I wanted to celebrate. I booked that Sky restaurant that requires a reservation here." Nolan frowned and said in confusion, "It's too late, right? I remember that restaurants seem to require reservations 6 months in advance." The girl at the bar smiled and explained, "This gentleman showed his Centurion Black Gold Card, so he doesn't need to make a reservation 6 months in advance. He can dine normally in 3 days. Jackson this time, the restaurant specially canceled the reservation of the foreign prince. The foreign prince was originally very angry. But when they found out that Jackson held a Centurion Black Gold card, they felt that it was an honor for him to have his appointment canceled. The prince didn't dare to show any temper at all. Even a prince of the royal family would have to stay away from this card. Kai and Nolan looked at Jackson in surprise. As children of wealthy families, they knew very well what this card represented. Even their parents were not qualified to be invited. Brother Bao can even do this, it's really too awesome. The two young masters agreed immediately. Our sister is going to be discharged from the hospital? This is a good thing. We both have nothing to do that day. So let's come together to wish her the best. Brother Bao, you won't dislike us, right? We will definitely give our sister a big red envelope. The two rich second generations were laughing and joking. Jackson was not opposed to the two people and said with a smile, "That's great. More people can make it more lively. It just so happens that I have prepared a lot of surprises for my sister. We'll witness it together in 3 days." The two second-generation rich were also very interested. For someone of Brother Bao's status, the surprises he prepared must be extraordinary. We are looking forward to it. After a few more pleasantries, Jackson left the restaurant. Jackson's cell phone was beeping nonstop. It turned out to be a group chat among my dad's relatives, and someone was posting a message in it. "Cousin Wang Bing, I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but today I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards. In 3 days, I will marry Lin Xiao, the second-generation rich man in this city. From now on, I will be a wealthy wife." My cousin Gong Jiao in the group chat, "Wow, sister, you are dating a rich second-generation man? Are there any high-quality single young people around my brother-in-law?" Cousin Wang Bing spoke again in the group. "Remember to come to Yunjin restaurant for dinner in 3 days. The wedding that young Master Lin prepared for me. I guarantee you have never seen it in your life. At Jackson, brother, you must come. I will help you get a job as a driver or a security guard in front of your cousin's husband, so that you don't have to be idle all day." Jackson chuckled and asked, "Wang Bing, is your understanding of me still stuck in the past few years?" Jackson's face was cold as he typed. 3 days later, "I don't mind letting you get to know me, Jackson." The group chat of this loving family went viral. These people were angered by Jackson's words. Cousin Gong Jiao burst out laughing. "Jackson, this is awesome for you. Let's get to know each other. What qualifications do you have to deliver food? Being a watchdog for the rich may sound bad, but you can't help but make a lot of money. People like you deserve to be poor all your life and don't deserve pity." Jackson watched the conversation and just found it ridiculous. Maybe cousin Wang Bing is kind-hearted and really wants to help me. But growing up, Jackson knew very well what kind of person Wang Bing was. My cousin Wang Bing likes to compare herself with others and build up her sense of superiority by looking down on those who are not as successful as herself. What I like to do most is to use my achievements to step on people who are not as good as me. Deep down, Jackson didn't like people like her. Wang Bing pretended to be a good guy in the group chat. "Emma, although this is true, you can't be so direct. Your cousin Jackson is a delivery man. I meet all kinds of customers every day. My heart is as fragile as glass. If you say that, he will think we are humiliating him. Brother, don't think too much. I just want to find a decent class for you." My cousin Wang Bing pretends to be kind. Gong Jiao disagreed. "He's already a delivery boy, a low-class person. Why should I care about his feelings? Besides, cousin, you also said that he has encountered all kinds of stupid customers when he delivers food. Even if I say something unpleasant, he won't take it to heart." This cousin is the most vicious in her words. Other peers also echoed. "Little sister, you are right. Jackson has been wearing out his skin for a long time. How can you be so generous and ruthless as to argue with us over such a small matter?" The implication is that Jackson is very thick-skinned. Jackson couldn't even get angry. Jackson kept looking at the group coldly. These people are all children of relatives, and they have played together since childhood. At that time, the feelings between us were still pure and clean. But I don't know since when everyone started to become competitive. They compare everything, including food, clothing, pocket money, gaming skills, and academic performance. These cousins love to pull Jackson down and show off their own proud achievements. Gong Jiao's mother also sent a message at this time. "Nephew, why don't you thank your daughter quickly? Being a security guard in a rich family can earn you much more than delivering takeout. It's not shameful to give up your dignity. Your parents can also enjoy the happiness with you." Second aunt spoke with a righteous tone. Other relatives also chimed in. "It's only your sister who thinks of you in every way. If it were someone else, Even if they wanted to be a housekeeper for a rich man, your sister wouldn't bother with them. Kid, you should be grateful when it's time to be grateful. The moral blackmail of a group of elders pushed Jackson to the forefront. In their words, Jackson seemed to owe his cousin a huge favor. Jackson took a deep breath and typed in the group, "Ha, sorry. You are elevating yourself and stepping on my charity. I don't want such a favor. Also, cousin, I don't know which rich second-generation Lin Xiao is, but I just want to say that no matter which rich second-generation he is, I, Jackson, am no worse than him." With Jackson's current personal wealth, no second-generation rich can be taken seriously by him. None of these people in the group were willing to believe Jackson. In everyone's perception, Jackson is still that useless delivery guy. Cousin Gong Jiao was the first one who couldn't stand it. "Can you please stop bragging? We are relatives, so we all know each other. With your little salary, after spending on living expenses, you still have to rely on your parents for support. It's not funny to be a waste. The funniest thing is that you are a waste and you can't even recognize yourself." Other juniors in the group also complained in the group. "Cousin, you can't persuade him. People like him just want to save face and suffer in life. You deserve to be poor all your life. You can only earn a few cents." A group of people were sneering at Jackson. Jackson just found it ironic and ridiculous. These people kept saying that they had given up their dignity and allowed their cousin to step on them, becoming her stepping stones for showing off, so that they could get a job as a security guard guarding the gate. If we asked them to do it the other way around, none of them would be willing to do it. As he scrolled through the messages on the group chat screen, Jackson's eyes showed a hint of contempt. In his eyes, these relatives were nothing but a bunch of clowns. It would be a waste of time to have any more arguments with them. Jackson sent the last message. "Wang Bing, 3 days later, at Yunzijin Restaurant, I will overshadow your wedding. 3 days later, I will let you know what real, overwhelming wealth is." My cousin Gong Jiao sent a disdainful emoji. "Oh, my cousin, I'm so scared. If you can really come up with a ton of wealth in 3 days, I will kneel down and call you daddy." Relatives in the group chat. "Let's not talk about Jackson. Let's talk about something happy. Wang Bing, your husband Lin Xiao, what kind of business does your family do?" A group of relatives were gossiping curiously. Wang Bing was not willing to miss such an opportunity to show off, and she showed off her husband Lin Xiao in the group. The group directly turned into a show-off gathering for her. Jackson ignored these idiots and exited the group chat directly from the upper right corner. What is going to happen in 3 days is enough to make these people feel terrified. Everything, just wait and see you in 3 days. If his cousin Wang Bing hadn't come to provoke him, Jackson would have let her have a good wedding. But she insisted on jumping in front of herself. Jackson didn't mind making her wedding a joke of the century. Cousin Wang Bing will regret it for the rest of her life. She should never provoke herself. A storm is coming in 3 days. Thinking of the arrangements 3 days later, Jackson's face showed a hint of anticipation. Xiao Tang from Shenzhen City called and said, "Boss, the top-notch jewelry you requested is ready. When will it be delivered to you?" Jackson thought for a moment and said, 3 days later. Remember, it must be a grand event. 3 days later, I will have dinner at the restaurant in the sky. Don't let me lose face." Xiao Tang understood immediately and quickly assured, "Boss, if you say so, then I know what's going on. I promise to make all the arrangements clear in 3 days." After this call, Jackson also called a number. "I will tell you about your affairs in 3 days. Is everything ready? It can be delivered to Yunzijin Restaurant without any problems in 3 days, right?" The person on the other end of the phone. "Don't worry, Master Gong. Everything has been arranged." A busy day. Jackson returned to the villa with a tired body. "Welcome home, Master." The maids Nightingale and Shuanghua were already waiting respectfully at the door. These two maids actually played cosplay at home. Jackson looked at the fluffy white tail and Shuanghua's pointed ears and couldn't help asking, "What are you two wearing?" Nightingale walked with a pair of beautiful legs, rubbing her furry tail against Jackson. "Master, I am a fox girl." Shuanghua showed off her cat paws and said, "Master, I am the bunny girl." "Master, are my sister and I cute?" Jackson really couldn't stand it. Why did I have to be so depressed and pick up the twin sisters from the game? Jackson had a feeling that these two sisters were always craving for his body. There are all kinds of erotic scenes every day. Who understands this kind of trouble? Jackson smiled and said, "Little Frostflower and Nightingale are the cutest." At this moment, a smell rushed into Jackson's nostrils. "What's that smell? It smells so good." Jackson sniffed greedily. Shuanghua's cute paws pulled Jackson's hand and came to the dining table. Master, my sister, and I learned a few new dishes online. Come and try our cooking skills. There were several dishes on the table. They are braised veal with sauce, takoyaki with sauce, braised abalone, and sweet and sour spare ribs. One mixed dish and the other a cold dish. There were also 2 glasses of romantic red wine on the table. Jackson picked up a piece of pork ribs with his chopsticks. The sweet and sour juice and the meaty taste made Jackson's eyes light up. Delicious. Xuanghua sat aside, proudly pricked up her rabbit ears. Master, I made this. Isn't Xuanghua awesome? Jackson rubbed her little head. Great. Xuanghua rubbed her little head in Jackson's hand with enjoyment. Master will eat me every day from now on. Sister Nightingale picked up a piece of beef and handed it to Jackson. Master, have some of mine too. Jackson took a light bite and got a big mouthful of beef juice. Nightingale looked down at her collar and snorted. Oh, Master, you got it on me? Let me find you a piece of paper to wipe it off. P.S. The braised beef soup, I'm just daydreaming. These are all serious articles. The atmosphere of home brought by a few home-cooked dishes and the company of beautiful women. Jackson felt a sense of warm happiness. Wiping the oil stains from the corners of his mouth, Jackson was so tired that he just wanted to rest on the bed. The twin sister Xuanghua, however, pulled Jackson back and said, Master, let me help you bathe and change clothes. You can wash before going to bed. Jackson looked nervous, but men and women shouldn't touch each other. 10,000 words of sound, picture, and action are omitted here. If the reader is dirty, he can imagine them. If the reader is not dirty, then nothing will happen. The bathroom was filled with steam, and Jackson's body was covered with shower gel bubbles. Nightingale, the maid, handed over a towel. I took a hot bath and felt comfortable. Jackson wrapped himself in a bathrobe and lay down on the big bed. The lights outside are coming on, and the nightlife in Shanghai has just begun. Jackson fell asleep. I had a very sweet sleep. Jackson woke up. It was already the next day. The twin sister, Nightingale, brought oat milk, dessert egg tarts, fried steak, and a sandwich. Master, please have breakfast. Jackson was very comfortable and enjoyed this loving breakfast. Counting the days, my sister will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Tomorrow, that's when the fun begins. To celebrate his sister's discharge from the hospital, Jackson decided to reward himself. Jackson came over to the chair and took off his pants. Then the game interface opened. Today's super rich gold farming has not started yet. In this game, Jackson only brought a knife into the map. Start by heading straight to the factory's main office building. Puff, puff, puff. The players in the main building opened fire fiercely at Jackson. Jackson kept drawing and swinging his knife. Bite! Clang! The bullet was chopped off, sparks flew, and Jackson only lost a little blood. There was a flash of knife, and Jackson slashed the man in the waist. Ah! With a scream, the opponent was killed by a knife. Fuck you, you stinky knife boy. It's that stinky knife guy again. Just wait for me. With an unwilling curse, the other party fell to the ground miserably. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the second player opened fire at Jackson. Jackson wielded the saber, creating a cloud of blood, and killed the enemy with 2 consecutive strikes. Jackson went straight to the factory manager's office. At this time, a player who turned on stealth, holding a bee-crushing long knife, slashed at Jackson. Jackson quickly raised his knife to block. Knife boys versus knife boys. What they are competing for is the hand speed after being single for many years. Ding dong! Ding ding! Bite! The 2 knives chopped together, and sparks flew. Jackson jumped back to create some distance and made a leaping move. 3 consecutive defeats. Jackson holds a bee-crushing knife in his hand, and he can kill any god or Buddha who stands in his way. The factory knife-playing style is the nightmare of all gunfighting players. After fighting 1 against 5 and killing 5 players, Jackson finally entered the factory manager's office. Jackson opened the safe. A lot of supplies were also found in the safe. The land certificate of Dongtan Si Moon has been picked up for the host. This land is a well-developed school district property, and the host can directly operate and use it. Jackson was overjoyed. I didn't expect that I would pick up a piece of land in an entire residential area. All the houses built on this piece of land are school district houses. These school district houses can bring Jackson a huge profit just from the rent. Even though Jackson is already as rich as a country, who would complain about having too much money? Jackson picked up the land certificate and went outside. The 5 people who were just beaten to death have not had their bags licked yet. I don't know what good things were in the bags of these players who were killed as soon as they landed. Do you want to pick up the Sahyuan sold at 1.5 billion in the imperial capital? Do you want to pick up the Longyang Dali pill? Do you want to pick up? I didn't expect so many things to be revealed in this wave. The courtyard houses in the imperial capital were built at the foot of the imperial city. Because they are located on the Dragon Vein, the housing prices are driven up to sky-high prices every year. This is something Jackson must choose to take. Longyang Dali pill should be that kind of thing. Jackson doesn't really need it, but you can give it to male readers. They are tired from reading books every day and need to replenish their energy. Jackson was very firm and decisive. Pick them all up. Just spend a day in the game. Finally, the day came when my sister was discharged from the hospital. Jackson took Gong Xianxian out of the hospital, and the family came to Yunzijin Restaurant. Mr. Gong, Yunzijin Restaurant and all its staff welcome you and your family. Hundreds of waitresses in uniform bowed 90 degrees to welcome us. My younger sister Gong Xianxian widened her eyes, looking incredulous. Isn't this a service that only the top bosses are entitled to enjoy? Brother is just rich. Has his social status become so high too? Jackson stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Xianxian, come in. This is your special show today. Gong Xianxian walked towards the hall with cautious steps. Ding! With a honking sound, a handsome black Maybach drove to the door of the restaurant. Behind this Maybach were a row of BMW luxury cars. This lineup of wedding cars can already be called luxurious. The groom in a suit walked out of the Maybach, holding Wang Bing in her wedding dress. Wang Bing glanced at Jackson with disdain, with a hint of superior pride on his face. However, the groom holding Wang Bing was looking at Jackson with a flattering smile on his face. Jackson also recognized the other person. Jackson saw him was at the gate of his sister's school. At that time, I asked Kai to help me solve the problem. It was also at that time that the other party knew his background. Sometimes the circle is just so small. Jackson was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of playboy. Wang Bing urged, "Hubby, carry me in. Our wedding is about to begin. Why are you still standing here?" Wang Bing was carried into the restaurant by her husband. At this time, another Mercedes-Benz G drove over, and my cousin Gong Jiao and a group of relatives got out of the car. Cousin Gong Jiao glared at Jackson. "Jackson, didn't you say that you would let everyone see your wealth today? Why? You don't even have a car to attend the wedding. Did your family come here by bus?" A group of younger cousins couldn't help but burst out laughing. Just yesterday, he dared to speak nonsense in the group. He is so boastful that he is not afraid of getting his tongue stuck. A group of people also saw the Maybach wedding car, each of which cost thousands of yuan, and they couldn't let it go and reached out to touch it. My cousin's wedding car is actually a Maybach. I heard that this car cost 25 million. It's really awesome. Gong Jiao leaned against the car and took a selfie. Of course it's awesome. Don't you see who my sister is marrying? Gong Jiao took a few selfies and suddenly said meaningfully, "This is not like some people. Even if they're given a lifetime, they still can't drive this car." At this time, Sister Gong Xianxian couldn't help but say, "Haha, my brother doesn't even bother to drive a broken Maybach." A group of people laughed even louder. "You can't afford it at all." Ah! Amidst the sounds of laughter, everyone walked into the restaurant and prepared to attend the wedding. The parking attendant in the restaurant looked at the group of people with a look as if they were sesame seeds. Jackson's family of 4 drove 2 supercars this time. I wonder how many Maybachs can be bought with the combined value of those 2 supercars. Gong Xianxian said indignantly, "Brother, they look so annoying. I really want to throw the car keys in their faces and slap them hard." Jackson burst out laughing. "It's useless. Even if you show the car keys, they will say that you rented the car to save face. People like them won't cry until they see the coffin. Wait, the best is yet to come." As they were talking, a family of 4 also walked into the restaurant. My cousin Gong Jiao and others who had gone in earlier were also waiting for the elevator at the elevator entrance. After a while, the elevator opened with a ding-dong. Everyone entered the elevator together, and Gong Jiao and others pressed the 30th floor button. Jackson raised his hand and pressed the 32nd floor of the elevator. Next to button 32, there is a line of small words, Sky Theme Restaurant. Seeing Jackson's button, the relative's second aunt asked in confusion, "Our Xiaobing is having her wedding on the 30th floor. Why are you pressing the 32nd floor?" Jackson chuckled and asked, "Why should I go to the 30th floor?" My cousin Gong Jiao looked over with displeasure. "If you're not attending your cousin's wedding, why are you coming to this restaurant? If it weren't for your cousin's husband's help, based on our identities, are we qualified to come here by ourselves?" In Gong Jiao's mind, This is a high-end restaurant after all. Not just anyone can come here. So, in her perception, Jackson is the same as her. Jackson just thought she was ridiculous. My sister was discharged from the hospital with appendicitis. I celebrated her discharge and arranged a big dinner for her here. If you don't have the ability to come in, don't take me with you. You can only represent yourself. My cousin Gong Jiao suddenly thought of a possibility. Haha, I think you deliberately pressed the 32nd floor, and when we got to the 30th floor, you brought your family downstairs. You, a food delivery guy, can order food on the 32nd floor? Second aunt and other relatives were all shouting. Has Jackson booked a table on the 32nd floor? If we follow him up, we'll know. Gong Jiao nodded. That makes sense. Today I will expose Jackson's true face. As they were talking, the elevator had already reached the top floor, the 32nd floor. At the elevator entrance, 2 staff members were already waiting. They took Jackson's hand and said respectfully, "Sir, please come in." Jackson shouted behind him, "Dad, Mom, Xian, let's go in." A group of 4 people were taken to a separate passage by staff. In the elevator, my cousin Gong Jiao and a large group of relatives followed closely behind. But several other staff members blocked their way. Hey, you can't come in. This is the Sky Restaurant on the 32nd floor. You can't come in without a reservation. Please leave immediately. Gong Jiao stood on tiptoe in dissatisfaction, looked inside, and angrily threw a tantrum on the spot. He didn't make an appointment either. He can go in, why can't we? Gong Jiao pushed the staff. Get out of here. A good dog doesn't block the road. Do you believe I will file a complaint against you? You stinky security guard. The security captain was also furious. Miss, if you continue to make trouble here, I will have someone throw you out right now. Gong Jiao put her hands on her waist and raised her head. Come on, throw it. If you dare to touch me, try it. Do you know who my cousin's husband is? My cousin's husband is Mr. Lin. You stinky security guards. How can you afford to offend Master Lin? Several security guards lost their patience, looked at each other, and pushed Gong Jiao and others to the elevator entrance. The security guards kicked everyone into the elevator and then closed the door. In the elevator, Gong Jiao cursed angrily. You bastard, you stinky security guard, you pissed me off. At this time, someone thought of a possibility. Sister Emma, could Jackson really be someone extraordinary?